Hey, welcome to Unlock the Keyboard. I'm so excited to have you here because the piano and the keyboard is like my biggest passion, and I'm just so excited to share that passion with you and to help you unlock this incredible instrument. Alright, let's just jump right into it. So I'm in my computer now, and as you can see, big welcome screen. So welcome to the course, Unlock the Keyboard. And if you're brand new to the community as well, then just make sure to go onto this little mini course in the classroom tab. It's just going to tell you a little bit about how to get started in this community, how to use this platform school and use some of the features, start gaining some points, things like that. And it also shows you what we have available in this community. Alright, so with this first video, I just wanted to introduce you to this course and tell you a little bit about what's to come. So this course is perfect for beginners. It is a complete, comprehensive beginner piano course, and we go over literally everything you need to know, all of the basics, all of the foundational stuff, right? Technique, the different things that you need to know to get started playing, learning, practicing, and having fun on this instrument. And we also go into more of a creative type thing, right? So using the keyboard and the piano to start like composing your own music, producing your own music, and improvising and things like that. So it's great. If you've never played a piano or a keyboard before, then this is the best place to start, honestly. And we'll get into why as we go through this module. There's a lot of foundational content too. So if you're already maybe an intermediate player, or maybe you've already been playing for a little bit, hopefully there's still some stuff in this course that is helpful to you. There is a whole module on the basics, and I always think it's so good, no matter what stage you're at on your piano keyboard journey. I think it's so good to go back and just review your basics and have a very strong foundation, right? That's always very important. So hopefully there's some stuff for you as well. This course has 8 modules plus a bonus module, right? So this first module is all about showing you the power and the potential of the keyboard and kind of like inspiring and motivating you to really give it a good shot. And then the next 6 courses, we go into, the basic technique, how to approach playing the keyboard. We talk about all of the basic stuff, right? So like triads, chords, scales, things like that, finger dexterity. And as we progress, we go into some songs, right? Learning songs, learning how to learn songs. And then we go into a more creative module, right? So using the keyboard to compose and produce your own music. And that's really fun and exciting, right? And then the final module is just leaving you with some principles and some things to like take with you on your music journey and to continue your learning as a musician. And and then there's a bonus module which is all about how to read sheet music and a little bit about basic music theory as well. That is a bonus module, and I didn't include it in the main course because you might not be interested in reading sheet music or music theory, and so you don't have to do that course if you don't want to, but it is there if you want to dive into that content as well. There is a big focus on improvisation. Improvisation is so important, and I've baked it into this course, right? So throughout this whole course, I encourage you to really just improvise at every step of the way, because the whole point of Unlock the Keyboard is that I want you to feel free on this instrument. The worst thing that can happen is that you can spend years practicing and playing and building up good technique and knowing this and that with this instrument, but being locked and being unable to express yourself with this instrument. This is an instrument. It's music at the end of the day, and we need to be able to freely express ourselves with this instrument. That's what it's for, right? And so that is my ultimate goal with this course. I want you to feel free on this instrument. I want you to unlock the keyboard so you can express yourself with it. And so improvisation is baked into this course, and I really encourage you to, take this advice and seriously improvise at every single turn in this course. And then lastly, you will learn how to learn this instrument. I'm a really big fan of that quote that's like, give a man a fish, feed him for a day, teach a man how to fish and feed him for a lifetime, right? Something like that. I want you to feel like you can after this course, you can continue learning on your own and continue practicing and progressing and getting to an intermediate level and to an advanced level and just continue your journey and getting better and better and better, right? So that's why I think, hopefully, this course is a really great starting point for you, because it's not just going to teach you how to play, but it's also going to teach you how to learn and how to practice and continue improving after the course is finished. So I hope that's helpful to you. Okay, let's move on. So my vision is to show you the power and the potential of the keyboard and help you unlock it. When I started learning the piano at about age 12, I think, I had no idea of the bigger picture of what the keyboard and what the piano could be in my life. I actually just didn't know. I was completely oblivious to the ultimate potential of the keyboard. I didn't know that it could be used to produce music on the computer or compose music. I didn't know that I could play the keys, play like synths and like organs and all of these different things on stages with like funk bands or like jazz bands or things like this. When I started learning the piano, I only saw it as the piano. It was just the piano. And, I played little songs here and there, but it wasn't a cool instrument to me, right? And so I am really passionate about showing people the potential and the power and the bigger picture of what the keyboard really is, okay? And so that's kind of my vision, and that's the whole purpose of this first module, right? We're just gonna explore why the keyboard is such an overpowered instrument. And of course, I want to help you unlock it as well. This is a piano course at the end of the day, and you will be able to play this instrument and feel free, creatively free on this instrument. At least that is my hope and my vision for you and for this course. My goals: number one, to inspire and motivate you. I feel like, we could teach you all of the things that you need to know, right? And you could go ahead and practice them. But I feel like it needs to be imbued with passion and with like inspiration and motivation to really give it a good go, right? That's like one of my goals with this course. I want to really inspire you and motivate you, and I want to because I know that a lot of people take courses and they start courses but they don't finish them, and that kind of makes me sad, because I know what the keyboard has been for my life, and it has just unlocked my life, and we're going to talk about why it's powerful, in this module. But it makes me sad to think that some people will start this course and just not finish it, and I don't want that to happen. I genuinely want to inspire you and show you the power of the keyboard and the potential and what it could be for you in your life. And I want to motivate you to actually seriously finish the course and practice the content in this course and genuinely unlock the keyboard, because oh my gosh, it could be so much for you in your life. We're gonna get into that in this module, but yeah, that's my first goal. My second goal is to teach you how to play the keys. This is a course at the end of the day. I'm talking all this fancy inspiration, motivation, all that, but it is a course at the end of the day. So there's all of the material to get you started with this instrument. And third, to instill a sense of musicality, creative freedom, and passion in you. Playing an instrument is there are two sides to the coin, right? The one side is that you can play all of the right techniques, you can play the instrument well, you can play all of the right notes, you can play songs and things like that. But does it have a sense of musicality? That's the other side of the coin, right? Being able to articulate yourself with an instrument, being able to tell a story, being able to invoke emotions, things like that, right? That's what I want to teach you throughout this course as well. Creative freedom, being able to just sit at the keyboard and the piano and to just play and express yourself and have fun and create your own music. Creative freedom is just, it's the best thing. And passion, right? If there's one thing I want to impart on you with this course, it is the passion for the keyboard, the passion for the piano, the passion for music, right? I want you to I want this to become a serious passion in your life. And maybe music already is a passion in your life. Maybe you already play a few other instruments and you just want to unlock the keyboard, and that's another great purpose for this course as well, right? So yeah, I want you to become passionate about music. All right, let's move on. This is not just another piano course, right? you're not just here to learn an instrument, right? Learning an instrument is about so much more. There's so much more to the picture, right? It's about becoming a musician. When you learn an instrument, you are becoming a musician. And being a musician is a way of life. It's a way of interacting with the world. It's a way of like exploring the world in a new way, right? Being a musician is just such a beautiful thing, and you will discover that in time. Maybe you already have discovered that. But if you're brand new to music, then I'm so excited for you. You are going to become a musician with this course, and I'm super stoked about that. Number 2, expressing yourself creatively. This is about having somewhere where you can actually just sit at and just like express yourself, right? Because, oh my gosh, life is so complicated and things come up all the time, and like we get all of these ideas and emotions and feelings and things, and I think it's so good to just have somewhere to just like kind of, pour it out of you, like process that, or just like express yourself, and just like somewhere to tell your story. You get what I'm saying, right? This is about expressing yourself creatively. Number 3, it's about exploring the world of music. The world of music is so vast and rich, and there are so many things to do in the world of music, and things to learn, and things to discover, and people to meet. And when you learn an instrument, you have an access key into the world of music, right? And so with this course, you are going to gain that access key to unlock the doors to the world of music, and it's up to you what you do with that, okay? Number 4, starting your epic music journey. This is a journey. Music is an epic journey. It is so adventurous. You're going to find yourself in so many different places, meeting so many different people, doing all kinds of different things, and it is just an epic journey, and that's what this is about. And number 5, this is about self-improvement. I am a big proponent of music being a form of self-improvement, right? When you learn an instrument, it requires a certain degree of discipline. It requires consistency to show up regularly and practice and genuinely improve on the instrument, right? It requires a long-term commitment, because if you want to get good at an instrument, you are going to have to show up and practice. And my whole idea here is that actually this is a way that you can engage in self-improvement, right? You can improve yourself with an instrument. It's a way that you can improve your discipline and consistency and patience over a long time. And so if you're into self-improvement, then I have great news for you. Learning an instrument is like one of the best things that you can do, honestly. And yeah, so this is about self-improvement and self-mastery. You can master yourself through mastering an instrument. At least that is what I have discovered in my own music journey. Okay, let's move on. Promises of unlock the keyboard. Number 1, you will be able to play the piano. If you're here just because you want to play the piano, then that's awesome. You're going to be able to play the piano by the end of this. Number 2, you'll be able to start exploring other types of keyboards, right? Synthesizers, organs, electric pianos, etc. We're going to go into this in more detail later on in this module. But yeah, you'll be able to like start playing organ and like synths and yeah. Number 3, you'll be able to start composing original music. Composing music is one of the greatest joys of being a musician, in my opinion. And yeah, you will be able to start bringing your own music to life. And same goes for number 4, you'll be able to start producing music. There's a whole module in which we go into composing music and how to get started producing music, introducing you to a MIDI keyboard and a DAW software. Maybe that's completely new terminology to you. Maybe you're already familiar with that kind of stuff. We're going to go into that later in the course. Number 5, you will understand the basics of music theory, how to read music, how to play by ear, and how to practice and improve. This is kind of like the infrastructure around playing the keyboard and the piano, right? Having a certain degree of music theory and knowing how to read music, that's kind of like the bonus module. How to play by ear, right? That's huge. Music is something that we hear in the ear, and we want to develop our ear. And how to practice and improve, right? It's one thing to actually know all of the right information, but knowing how to put it into practice is like a whole nother thing. And that's what we're going to look at in this course. Number 6, you will be able to express yourself creatively on the keyboard. We've already talked about that. Number 7, you will have fun with this instrument. There is so much fun to be had. Just last night, I played a gig with my band, and I had so much fun. Oh my gosh, playing just like funky keys is like, it's just so fun. There are so many different things that you can do in music, and there's just so much fun to be had. And number 8, you will find community. This is a community at the end of the day. Unlock the Keyboard is a guild. We're going to talk about that in a second, but it's a community. There are people of all different areas, you know, interested in composing music, producing music, playing jazz piano, maybe classical piano. The idea is that this is like a open community with heaps of different types of people in it at different stages of their piano keyboard journey. And my hope with this community is that you can find your people within this community, right? You can find the people that you resonate with and connect with, okay? And yeah, that is pretty much that is it. There are more promises, but far out. I'll just leave it at 8 for now, and we'll go from there. But yeah, that's the end of this first video. Good luck and have fun. Don't forget that this is music. We're learning an instrument here. It's not meant to be serious. So if at any point you find yourself taking it like too seriously, just bring it back a little bit. Just remember that, you know, it's all good. We just need to relax. We just need to play some music, right? That's the whole idea. We want to have fun. We want to enjoy this process of learning this instrument, practicing and improving. And that's it. Okay, that's it. Yeah, that's it for this first video. Cool. I will see you in the next one. Alright, welcome to the second video in the first module. This video is about my biggest philosophy around music, and that is that music is a game. Music is like this epic video game that you can just play and you can enjoy, and yeah, let's just get into it, okay? Here is a list of some of the games that I spent a lot of time playing growing up, okay? I played a lot of video games growing up. I spent hours and hours and hours and hours playing these video games, and yeah, I was pretty much addicted to them. I didn't do much else throughout my high school years, and yeah, RuneScape, Minecraft, Dota, League of Legends, Call of Duty, Halo, World of Warcraft, etc. These games consumed my life. And maybe you're sitting there looking at this list and you're thinking like, I played a lot of those games as well. And that's good, because maybe you can kind of relate to this philosophy, okay? So these games kind of like combined to inform my philosophy around music, that music is a game. Because I spent so much time playing video games that my mind became like video games, right? Leveling up, quests, you know, explore the map, gain points, you know, leaderboards, all of that kind of stuff. And, you know, and that's kind of how I now approach music, right? Because music is a game. And sometimes I wonder why I was so addicted to playing these games, right? And a lot of the same reasons come up. There was a sense of community in a lot of these games. There was a sense of progression, right? You had a level and you could level up. You could explore a world map, you know? You could master skills. You could become a really pro player and become like, you know, have a high status within the game. You could unlock like really high level gear and all of these kinds of things, right? And so the whole idea with this is that when I turned about 18, I kind of quit playing video games, and I turned that passion and the reasons why I loved playing video games, I kind of transferred that into music and into playing the keyboard and the piano. And that philosophy has really propelled me forward in my music journey, and it is such a powerful philosophy. And if you spent a lot of time playing video games, or maybe you still spend a lot of time playing video games and you want to dial that back, then this is one of the best approaches that I can offer you, is to transfer the way that you play these video games that you love to play and transfer that onto music, and because you're taking this course, onto learning and practicing the keyboard. Okay, let's continue. So I spent most of my time actually playing this game right here. This was like my main game. It was called Guild Wars 2, and Guild Wars 2 is what's called an MMORPG. And if you don't know what that means, it stands for Massively Multiplayer Online Role-Playing Game. And so in this game, you would pretty much choose a character, right? So you'd choose like one of these like big, like kind of cat-like characters, or like one of these little, it was called Azura, these guys. I always played these little guys. Or you could be like this. And the idea is that you could choose a type of role to play in this game, right? So you could choose to be like a warrior, fighter kind of role, and you would go and engage in the game with like these strength abilities and fighting and do a lot of damage. Or you could be kind of like a healer, right? You could be more in the background and like providing healing to your team. Or you could be this kind of like guardian type character where you would provide strengths and boons to your team, right? And so the whole idea is that you choose a role to play in this game, and then you go ahead and play this game and, you know, engage with other members and yeah, just have fun in the game, right? If you play games, you would know, you already know exactly what I'm talking about. So let's continue. My whole philosophy here is that music is an MMORPG, right? It's a massively multiplayer role-playing game. Now, you could include the O there, right? So it could be an MMORPG because, for example, this exchange is happening online. This community is online, so definitely it's online as well. So yeah, technically what I'm saying here is that music is an MMORPG. And I say that because it's massive, right? It's worldwide. There are people playing this game in every single country. Maybe, I don't know, don't quote me on that, but there are people playing music all over the world. Millions and millions of people playing this game of music, right? It's multiplayer, so you can play with other players, or you could play solo if you want to. An MMORPG, like, you can kind of do what you want. It's that kind of game. It's this open world game, and you explore the world, and you can play it how you want to play it, right? And but it's multiplayer too, so you could engage with other players. Here is a picture of playing music with one of my friends, Toby. There he is on the guitar. We were like recording some music here, and so yeah, you can engage in other players in the game of music, and you can do all kinds of things with other players. You know, you can make music together, collaborate, you can play shows together, you can just jam, you can explore different areas of the world map and things like that, right? So it's a multiplayer game. And lastly, it's a role-playing game, right? In the game of music, you choose an instrument to play, and then you choose like a different role or like a class to play in the game, right? So you could choose like the keyboard, right? Which is what you're choosing with this course, and then with the keyboard, you could choose to be like a music producer, right? And so you could produce music. And then in the game of music, that's the way that you play the game. And that's the way that you provide value to the world, and you provide value to your teammates, right? And yeah, so there's all kinds of different roles that you could play in the game of music. You could be like a performer, an entertainer. We'll look at that in a second. So if someone was to ask me, okay, Josh, could you just summarize the game of music in one sentence? I might say something a little bit like this, right? The game of music is an action-adventure game where you can unlock your creative potential, create art, achieve mastery, achieve self-fulfillment, have fun, and find your people. There's a lot of good stuff there, okay? Let's just unpack that. So you can unlock your creative potential. I feel like we are all creative beings at heart. We all have creativity, and with the keyboard, and in the game of music rather, it's a place where you can it's a game in which you can, you know, unlock that creative potential, unleash that creative potential, and use it for the greater good of the world, right? You can create art. So with your role and with your instrument that you choose in the game, you can create beautiful music, and you can share that music, and you can, you know, give performances, and you can compose music for games, or I mean, there's just so many different, you know, things to use music for, right? And music is an artistic medium, right? And you can create beautiful art with music. You can achieve mastery. So music is like, it's a path of mastery. An instrument is a path of mastery. Any role that you choose in the game of music is also a path of mastery. And so within the game of music, you can achieve mastery. And the greatest thing about the game of music is that it's also the real life. It's real life, right? It's the same game that we we live. So if you achieve mastery in the game of music, then you achieve mastery in real life, and that's just an incredible thing. You can achieve self-fulfillment in this game, right? It's so fulfilling. I mean, the music journey is just so fulfilling. It's so adventurous. You meet so many different people. You do so many different things. You achieve things, mastery, right? It's very fulfilling. You can have fun. I mean, like I already said, there's so much fun to be had in the game of music. And you can find your people. Yeah, so here's me playing the game of music, right? So this is me out in the mountains in New Zealand. When I first started making videos for YouTube, I would take my keyboard out into the mountains and record these like piano videos, piano songs. And this is just showing you that it's an adventure, right? And that's why I call it an action adventure game, because it's the same open world that we live in. And music is a way of interacting with the world and a way of exploring the world, right? And this is me like out there exploring the world, exploring these beautiful vistas, right? And just like playing music and making art in the open world that we live in, right? And here is me with my friends, Jakira on the bass and Toby on the guitar again, and there's me playing the keys. I don't know, we were like doing some band practice here or writing some music or something. And so yeah, I mean, the game of music, it's multiplayer, it's so social. You meet people, you meet your people, you meet your tribe in the game of music, and that is just so fulfilling and rewarding. And that's me having a great time with my friends there. Okay, so let's say you're 100% convinced you want to play the game of music, and that's awesome. So this is our little console here in the corner, so let's click on that and zoom in on that, eh? Alright, so the first screen that you might encounter in the game of music is this screen here. Choose your instrument, right? And so you get to choose an instrument to play in the game of music. And here are some of the most common and popular examples, right? So we have guitar, bass, keys, drums, vocals, harp, violin, saxophone, trumpet, flute. These are just 10 examples. There are so many more instruments that you could choose to play in the game of music, and all the different instruments have different purposes and fulfill different roles within different contexts, right? So you can kind of look into the different instruments that you want to play before you choose one. But yeah, essentially, like, you get to choose one instrument or multiple instruments. It's really up to you. This is an open game. You can play it however you want to. And because you're here watching this video in Unlock the Keyboard, that means that you have chosen to play the keys. And let me tell you right now, that is literally one of the best choices to make, and we're going to go into why in the next video. But let's just continue with this one here. So the next screen that you will encounter is choose your class or classes, right? And so here are some of the most common and popular classes that people like to play in the game of music. We have performer, producer, busker, teacher, sound tech, radio host, composer, songwriter, music therapist, and online entertainer. Again, these are just like 10 examples of the most common ones. There are way more classes that you could choose to play in the game of music. And yeah, the whole idea is that you get to choose one of these classes or multiple of these classes. Again, it's up to you and how you want to play the game. And yeah, so you could be like a performer, you could, you know, share your music, you could be a producer. The whole idea is that with your instrument, you gain skills and you level up and you learn that instrument. And then with your class, you also gain skills and level up with that class. And then what you do with your instrument and with your class is you play the game of music and provide value in that kind of way with that role, right? So you could provide value as a teacher. You could share your skills with your instrument and help others learn that instrument. You could be a songwriter. You could write pop songs. You could write songs that inspire other people and tell good stories. You could be a music therapist, right? You could use your music for healing purposes, right? And you can combine different classes, right? So you could be a composer that composes healing music that helps people heal through trauma and things like that, right? You could be an online entertainer. I think this is one of the most common classes that people love to play nowadays, especially in the digital age with like YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok and things like that. And so you could use your skills on your instrument to make little videos that entertain people and lighten up the world, right? So yeah, you pretty much provide value with your instrument, with your class, and with the skills that you develop in the game of music, and you provide value to your community and to society at large, and that's just an incredible thing. Alright, so in the game of music, you might have a screen like this, right? So we have Josh Botts here. This is my character, of course. Here's me with a thumbs up at the keyboard, and this is my main instrument, right? The keyboard. So you could play multiple instruments, but generally what I've found is that like a lot of people playing the game of music will choose like one instrument to be their main. And same goes with like video games. When I played video games, especially Guild Wars, I had my main, right? My main character that I would put most of my time into. And so my main instrument is the keyboard. You have quests in the game of music. So my number one quest at the moment is to launch Unlock the Keyboard, which is of course what I'm working on right now and making this video. My second quest is to grow my YouTube channel. You have stats, right? So whatever classes or roles you choose, you have different stats, and when you engage in those things, like for example performer, when I perform and play more live shows and things like that, I will gain points. And so my performer stat is doing pretty good because I play a lot of live shows. My producer stat is low because I don't produce as much music as I should. My composer stat is the highest because I spend a lot of time composing music, and I compose music for the bands that I'm in as well. So that's why it's the highest. Teacher, that's gaining some points and making this course and this video. Online entertainer is doing okay. And so you have your level as well. So I'm level 85, I guess. I don't know. I just made that number. I just pulled that number out of thin air. I don't know. It's just for fun, right? And you join guilds as well, right? In the game of music, there are different guilds that you can join, right? Whether that's an orchestra or a band or a music scene. And so my first guild at the top here is Unlock the Keyboard. Of course, that is the guild that I started and that now you are a part of. So thank you for joining this guild. I have Emily Ellis here. That is kind of like my main band that I'm in. Downside Up is another band that I'm in, and I'm also in the Dunedin music scene, right? Dunedin is where I live, and I actively engage in the music scene. I play with different bands. I'm a session player in this music scene, and yeah, it's a music community, and it's a guild that I'm a part of, right? And then lastly, we have this map. This is just for fun, right? I threw this in because when I played video games, one of my favorite parts about any game was the map. I loved opening the map and like exploring the map and seeing the different places that you could explore. And so I just made this just for fun. So let's click on that. So we have Musicaea, right? So we have this world map, right? And here in this world map, we have the different music styles. So we have pop, classical, soundtrack, ambient, soul, jazz, neo soul, hip hop. These are just a handful of music styles. There are so many more. Again, I just made this for fun, so don't look too much into like the geography of where these different styles are. But the whole idea here is that with your instrument and with your role and your classes that you've chosen to play, you go and explore this world map of different styles. And when you explore these different styles, what will happen is you will gain new XP and you will level up and you will learn new things, right? And with every style of music, there are new techniques, there are new songs to learn, new repertoire, right? There are new things to learn. And same goes from the cultures from which these music styles came from. There is much to be learned there. And so I just like to like imagine the different styles in music as this world map that you could just like explore. And I mean, technically speaking, I could have just put the actual world map on here, so I don't know why I didn't do that, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that's just for fun. Again, don't take this too seriously. It was just for fun. Okay, so that is pretty much the game of music, and that is also the reason why we are here on this platform, school.com. I love this platform because this platform aligns exactly with this philosophy, right? With school, we can actively turn music into a game, right? Because school gamifies the learning process. It turns learning into a fun game and hopefully an addictive game, right? And my hope is that having this course and this community here on school, I hope that people become addicted to learning and progressing on the keyboard. Like, if that happens, I'd be absolutely stoked, right? There are points in a level system, right? Leveling up was probably like one of the biggest things that I really liked in video games that I played. I just loved leveling up, right? And that sense of progression. And this platform offers a sense of progression, right? And so you can gain points by engaging in this community, and I really hope that you do, right? Let's make this community like the best keyboard community on the internet, right? Help me make it awesome. And yeah, just like engage in the different posts, make comments, make your own posts, share your journey with us, share your music with us, and tell us how you're going with the course and with the keyboard. You can climb the leaderboard as well. So there's a leaderboard, and you can rank in that leaderboard and unlock different perks. As I go, I will think of different things that we can have to unlock at different levels and things like that. And you can find your guild and clan, as I've already said. Hopefully in this community there'll be all kinds of different, people at different stages in their music journey, and you will find your guild, you will find your people within the context of Unlock the Keyboard. Yeah, so that's it for this video. I wanted to finish off by saying thank you for playing this game. Thank you for playing the game of music. Honestly, like, it is the best game to play, or it is definitely one of the best games to play in the wider game of life, because in the game of music, you not only benefit yourself and your own life, but you also benefit the lives of the people around you. You can provide value to your community and your society with music, right? And so that's why it's just such a beautiful game, because everyone wins. It is literally a game where everyone wins. Apparently I'm sleeping now. It is a game where everyone wins, and that is just the most beautiful thing. And so thank you for playing this game. It is honestly, like, the world needs more music. The world can never have enough music. Music makes the world go round. And also thank you for choosing the keyboard. Yeah, the keyboard is super powerful, and we're gonna explore why it is such an overpowered instrument in the next video. But yeah, thank you for choosing the keyboard and sticking with me here with this course. And yeah, I will see you in the next video. Alright, welcome to the third video in this first module. In this video, we're going to explore why the keyboard is overpowered and why it's literally one of the best instruments that you can learn to play in the game of music. So in video game terms, the keyboard is OP, right? If you played video games, you know what this term means. It basically is used to describe like something within the game that is too powerful and that the developers need to like bring it down because it's like too strong. Like, it's just destroying everything left, right, and center, and whoever uses, whatever the thing is powerful in the game, they're just like overpowered, and people get annoyed about it. But thankfully in the game of music, no one gets annoyed about the keyboard, and we can play it and have fun and use its power to its ultimate potential. And so in this video, we're going to explore why it is so overpowered. The first reason is that the keyboard allows access to a world of sounds, right? Maybe you saw this graphic. This is in the about page of the community, but this graphic pretty much explains this point, right? Hopefully you can see here that on the top we have this kind of keyboard here, this bracket here, and beneath it we have all of these different other types of keyboards: synthesizer, electric piano, organ, piano. And so that's kind of the idea, but let me explain it a little bit further. So let's start down here in the corner with the piano, right? We love the piano. The piano is this beautiful instrument. It is I mean, I adore the piano, and maybe you love the piano as well. It is such a beautiful instrument. But the piano itself is this wooden contraption of strings and hammers. The part that we actually play and interact with to make sounds is this part here, the keyboard, and the pedals as well. But, we play the keys to make sounds on the piano. And so the whole idea here is that if you learn to play the keyboard, if you unlock keyboard skills, you will be able to use those same skills on the same keyboard that you will find on an electric piano, right? Rhodes, different types of electric pianos. You will be able to use those skills on a synthesizer. The same keyboard is on a synthesizer, and also an organ. Now, these are actually different instruments. Strictly speaking, the organ is a different instrument to the piano. Likewise, the synthesizer is also a different instrument to the piano. All of these different instruments, of course, they require different techniques and ways of playing them. For example, with the synthesizer, it requires like different turning of knobs and sliders and things like that to adjust the sound, right? That's kind of what a synthesizer is. But the thing that is synonymous in all of these instruments is the keyboard. And so if you have keyboard skills, if you can play the keyboard, you will be able to start exploring these instruments, right? You will have the main thing down. And for example, with the synthesizer, all you will need to do is just learn how to adjust the sounds, right? And learn that other technique with the instrument, and you will be able to play that instrument and that sound. Now, I want to draw your attention to this keyboard in the middle here, which is called a MIDI keyboard. And here it says /DAW, right? Maybe these terms are completely new to you, but essentially a MIDI keyboard is this keyboard that you plug into a computer and you load up the software called a DAW software, and you use the MIDI keyboard to make sounds on that software, right? And you use it to compose music and to produce music and to, design sounds. There are different purposes for it, but the main purposes are to compose and produce music, right? And so the MIDI keyboard, in my opinion, is the most powerful keyboard. And I say that because on a DAW software, you can access an infinite library of sounds. You can literally access all of the sounds. Like, there is no end to the kinds of sounds that you can make with a MIDI keyboard on a DAW software. And so that's kind of why I've got these other instruments here, right? We've got the drums, guitar, I think that's a cello there, a banjo, I suppose, tambourine, things like that, right? You can play these sounds using a MIDI keyboard. You can literally play the drums on a keyboard. You can play the guitar on a keyboard. You can play tambourine, trumpet, right? Of course, it's not going to sound super realistic. Like, for example, the guitar is never realistic when you play it on a keyboard. But you can still access those sounds, and with those sounds, you can compose music, you can produce music, right? You can create art with that music, right? So you don't even need to be able to play the guitar, and you don't even really need to know how to record the guitar. You could literally play it with the keyboard, and you could compose music with that. It's so powerful. Like, when you fully understand that power and the access key that you have with the keyboard, it's just like, it's mind-blowing. I'm just so stoked. I'm just like freaking out about it. It's like the best thing. And I hope you can see that power and eventually come to like fully, use that power that the keyboard has, right? Okay, let's move on. The second reason why the keyboard is so powerful is because the keyboard is great for producing music, right? Because we can access all of these different kinds of sounds, it is so powerful for producing music. It is like the best tool for producers because you can always have it there. You can always just explore new sounds and you can access all of these different sounds, right? Synthesizers, drum machine, violin, different kinds of strings. Like, yeah, you can access just the infinite library of sounds and you can use those sounds to produce your own music, right? So that's why it is so powerful. Now, I actually wanted to share some famous people that use the keyboard for these different purposes that we're going to explore in this video. So for producing music, my first example is Fred again. So you might know Fred again. He is pretty massive at the moment, and commonly you will see him in these videos and performances of him just having so much fun on the keyboard. And he's an example of someone who really just embodies just the passion and the love of music and just pours it into the keyboard. And he uses the keyboard to help him produce some of his awesome music. And there he is, probably working out some ideas. He is playing the guitar at that point, but you can see that he's got a keyboard there and one there. So my next example is this guy FKJ. Maybe you've heard of him or not. He's one of my favorite producers. I love his music, and he uses the keyboard quite a lot actually in his music, right? He's got a piano there, he's got a keyboard there, one there, one there. So you can kind of see that the keyboard plays a big role in his creative process. And again, he can just access so many different kinds of sounds with the keyboard, and it's just such a powerful tool for producing music. My next example is Jacob Collier. So I wanted to include this example because I find it quite funny just how many keyboards are in this frame, right? There are just so many keyboards, and yeah, he uses the keyboard he's someone who really uses the keyboard to explore this universe and this library of sounds, right? If you listen to his music and you just listen to some of the sounds he's making, it's just whoa, how did he make those sounds? And I mean, he records a lot of acoustic instruments, but oftentimes I'm sure he explores the different sounds that are available to us with the keyboard, and so I wanted to include him as well. Alright, the third reason why the keyboard is so powerful is because the keyboard is great for composing music, right? So for the same reason that, it's good for producing music, it's great for composing music as well, right? With the keyboard and with this library of sounds that we can access in a DAW software, you can compose your own music. You can access an orchestra with the keyboard, right? And so you can literally compose your own orchestral fantasy music if you want. And that's actually one of the purposes that I've used the keyboard for. I love soundtrack music, right? Because of the games that I played, these fantasy games, I love that kind of soundtrack music, right? And for example, if you played Skyrim or Oblivion, the composer of those games, he literally composed all of that music using a MIDI keyboard, using a keyboard. He didn't even record a real orchestra. He created all of those sounds with a keyboard. And so you could compose beautiful music for films and for games using a keyboard, right? My first example here is Hans Zimmer. Okay, so Hans Zimmer is, of course, he's a legend. He composes incredible music, some of the most moving and rich music you'll ever hear. And here he is in his studio. Look, he's got his hand there on the keyboard. He's probably working out some chord or maybe a melody for one of his songs. A lot of composers actually record a live orchestra, and with an orchestra, of course, the sounds are realistic because there's real players playing the violin and playing the different instruments. And like I said before, you can't get a very realistic sound on the keyboard. I mean, they're called virtual instruments, right? That's what you're playing with the MIDI keyboard, right? Virtual instruments. But the creators of virtual instruments try their best to make them as realistic as possible, but of course it can never be the real thing. So Hans Zimmer, he composes, I'm pretty sure he would compose his music on a DAW software first, kind of like a demo, right? A mock-up, and then he would present it to an orchestra, right? But he would start on the keyboard. He would probably come up with his ideas on the keyboard alone in his studio, rather than sitting with a violin player and trying to come up with a melody that way, right? So yeah, I mean, the keyboard is just such a great tool for composing music. And my next example here, I thought I would include a classical example, right? We have old mate Beethoven. So here he is sitting at his piano, right? And he's got his hand there. He's probably composing some incredible orchestral piece. And yeah, I just wanted to include this example just to, show you that a lot of classical composers also played the piano and used the piano to like come up with a lot of their ideas before they would maybe write it out for a violin or something like that. Of course, I am not super well versed in the classical world, so if I'm factually incorrect there, please let me know. Alright, the fourth reason why the keyboard is so powerful is because the keyboard is great for songwriting, right? So maybe you want to be a songwriter. Maybe you want to write songs, like pop songs and radio hits and things like that. Well, I have good news for you. The keyboard is really good for songwriting. And the reason for that is because you can see everything, right? The keyboard is very visual. You can kind of see how the different chords that you're playing interact with each other. And yeah, it's just very visual, very tactile. You can just kind of work things out very, very visually. And so my first example here is Norah Jones. She writes a lot of her songs on the piano, and she performs a lot of her songs on the piano, and her songs are just so moving, so beautiful, delicate, just lovely music that she writes. And yeah, the piano is just a companion that, you know, she uses the piano to write her songs, right? And next example we have is Paul McCartney. So he actually wrote a lot of the iconic Beatles songs on the piano, on the keyboard, and one example is Let It Be. In fact, we're going to be looking at Let It Be in this course when we look at songs. And so there he is, smiling, looking pretty goofy, but yeah, he's playing, it looks like an organ actually. He's playing an organ here, but yeah, he used the keyboard to write some of his iconic songs, right? Okay, the fifth reason why the keyboard is so powerful is because it's great for live shows and bands. Because the keyboard can play all of these different sounds, it is one of the most powerful instruments in the context of a live performance, a live show, right? So many different bands need a keyboard player across the different genres, right? So many different genres need a keyboard player, right? Jazz, blues, funk, gospel. It doesn't matter what style. The keyboard is probably gonna be a very useful instrument for a live show in that style. And the reason is because it can play, like, you can play strings, right? So you can create this big atmosphere in a live performance. Or you could play, like, you know, electric piano kind of Rhodes stuff. So you could play, like, funky chordal type stuff. Or you could play, like, synth leads, right? This kind of, you could play this melody with a synth. Or you can play an organ for this big epic moment. Or you could play, like, bass, right? So you could play, like, bass with the left hand. So I've actually seen some bands, especially like this kind of like jazz trio. They didn't even have a bass player. They had drums, they had a saxophone player, and a keyboard player. And I'm not even joking here. The keyboard player was playing the bass with his left hand. And so that is to tell you that the keyboard is just so powerful for live performances, right? My first example here is Robert Glasper, and of course I wanted to include Robert Glasper because he is my favorite. I love Robert Glasper. He is, oh my gosh, he is the best. And he's kind of in like the gospel, soul, neo-soul, jazz world, right? And here he is on a stage playing two different keyboards at the same time, right? He's got his left hand on that keyboard and his right hand on that, right? And he's probably playing two different types of sounds, and that's actually why you often see keyboard players on stages playing a double stacked keyboard like this or like that here with Robert Glasper. And so yeah, and that's just one of the great parts about being a keyboard player. You can play these different sounds on stage, and it is such a versatile instrument capable of so many different sounds in a live performance, and Robert Glasper is an example of someone who uses those sounds, right? My next example here is Emily Bear. You might not have heard of her, but you might have heard of this person here, Beyonce. She's playing the piano for Beyonce's live performance, and as you can see, there are so many people in this audience, and I'm not surprised. And so Emily Bear is playing the piano there, and that is just to say that like so many different styles and like pop artists and just artists across the board need keyboard players and need pianists. And maybe you're not even interested in like the keyboard accessing these different sounds like strings and synths. synths and things like that, right? Maybe you just want to play the piano. Well, I mean, Beyonce still needs a pianist. Alright, and my sixth and final reason here is that the piano itself is a beautiful instrument. The piano is really such a profound, beautiful instrument. It has such a grandiosity to it. It is so delicate at the same time. It is, I mean, just look at it, right? When you see a piano, it's a presence, right? It's just a marvelous instrument. It really is. And so my first example here is Ludovico Einaudi. I never knew how to pronounce his name, but he's an example of someone who composes such beautiful, moving and emotive piano music, right? And my next example here is Bill Evans. So Bill Evans is a famous jazz pianist, and his piano music, it's so emotional, and it just reaches into the heart, and it's so moving and so rich and deep, right? And he's able to tell such rich stories with the piano. And my next example is Hiromi. Look, she's having so much fun on this piano. Maybe you haven't heard of her before. She's an incredible jazz pianist, and she's someone who just brings the piano to life, right? She puts so much character into the piano, and that's the great thing about the piano. It can be so many different characters. It can be this bold, lively instrument, or it could be this soft, delicate instrument, right? And so it is just an incredible instrument with so much room to explore, you know, so many different ways of bringing it to life, you know, and I had to include this as a reason because the piano itself is just an amazing instrument. Okay, so yeah, basically what I'm saying here is that all of these different types of people, all of these different classes or roles within the game of music, they all use the keyboard, right? So we have composers using the keyboard to compose their music. We have classical pianists playing the piano, right? We have jazz pianists playing the piano and the same keyboard, right? We have songwriters using the keyboard to help write their songs. We have producers using the keyboard to, you know, play all of these different sounds and come up with different chords for their music. We have keyboard performers using the same keyboard to, you know, create an incredible live performance, right? And so if you unlock the keyboard, you will gain access to these different doors of music, right? You will be able to produce music with the keyboard, or maybe you could become a jazz pianist with the keyboard if you wanted to, or you could maybe write songs or compose music, right? Maybe you want to compose like lo-fi music or like ambient music or music for films and games. Well, if you unlock the keyboard, that's really going to help you in that journey, and it's going to open that door for you. And so, yeah, that is why the keyboard is so powerful. It is just so versatile. It can do so many different things, and you can use it for so many different roles and classes within the game of music. There's a reason why they're called the keys, right? Because if you unlock the keyboard, you will literally gain the keys to unlock these different doors within the world of music, right? In the game of music, if you have the keyboard as your instrument, you will be able to play so many different classes, and you'll be able to unlock so many different doors. This instrument unlocks doors. Okay, that is pretty much the end of the video. I really hope that I've shown you the power of the keyboard and the potential of the keyboard and what it could be and what it could do. And there is an action for you here, which is to make a post in the community about which path you want to explore with the keyboard and why. I would love to know what one of these doors you want to unlock with the keyboard, right? I am really interested in finding out, like, do you want to compose music with the keyboard? Do you want to be a jazz pianist? Do you want to play on stages with like a band, or do you want to, you know, produce music? Like, what do you want to use the keyboard for? Make a post in the community, or maybe comment on a post or whatever, and yeah, I'd just love to find out, and you can gain points that way as well and start to level up. Okay, that's the end of the video. Yeah, I'm gonna see you in the next one. Alright, welcome to the fourth video in the first module. In this video, I actually wanted to share my story with you and the story of Unlock the Keyboard and how it came to be. Now, of course, you can totally skip this video if you're not interested and just go on to the next video. That is totally fine. This isn't very important in terms of the course and the content, but I thought I would share my story anyway to maybe provide you some context for how Unlock the Keyboard came to be and maybe provide you some inspiration. Yeah, let's get into it. So my music journey started when I was about 8 years old with the drums. I started learning the drums because the drums were fun and cool. We had a piano in our house, but I only ever saw the piano as a piece of furniture, something that I could just put things on top of. Whereas the drums were so cool, I could express myself with the drums and I could play and just have a fun time, right? And so I played the drums and I did not care whatsoever for the piano. That changed when one day I stumbled upon a life-changing video on YouTube. And it is this video right here, a beautiful piano song, Jervy Who. I stumbled upon this video and I don't know why, but I clicked on this video and I listened to it and I watched it and it moved me so deeply. Like, it was the most beautiful thing that I had ever heard in my life. I actually didn't know the piano could like sound like that. I didn't know that was possible with the piano. I was like, whoa, that sounds amazing. What the heck? Like, that's so beautiful. I don't know why, but I randomly had this thought, like, I want to learn to play this song. I want to be able to play this song. The piano was in the same room. It was in the study, right? It was in the same room as the computer. And so I saw this video, and what I did was I went back to the start and I watched where he was placing his hands and I listened, and then I would turn around and try to find those notes on the piano. It took me ages, but I think after a month, I learned to play this piece of music. With no prior knowledge or experience on the piano, I actually was able to learn this piece of music. I had no idea at the time, but that would completely change the trajectory of my life, because my nana came in one day and she said, "Gosh, Josh, that's beautiful. Like, we need to get you some lessons," right? And so I went ahead and got lessons thanks to my nana. So I learned the piano, but I didn't think the piano was very cool. I still thought it was kind of lame, and I thought the drums were cool, and I wanted to play the drums and not really the piano. And I was actually embarrassed that I played the piano, right? Here's me in high school, shy and not confident whatsoever, no social skills, and I didn't tell people I played the piano. I was like shy. I didn't really reveal it, you know. I was like, I wanted to play the drums, right? Piano was like lame. It was, yeah. And I hated practicing. My teacher would give me material to practice, but I never practiced it. I hated practicing, and I was addicted to playing video games. Why would I practice the piano if I could just play video games, right? And so that is pretty much the story of my teenage years and how I started playing the piano. I didn't think it was cool. I thought it was kind of lame. What I wanted was to be behind the drum kit because, like I said, the drums, fun and cool. But the reality was that at school, during the band performances and things, I found myself behind the keyboard. And the reason is because I could play the drums and the keyboard, but Toby over here could only play the drums. And so if Toby wanted to be a part of the band, which he did, he would play the drums, and I would naturally find myself behind the keyboard, and I wasn't completely a fan of that. And so I actually found myself playing the keys more out of duty than passion, right? It's almost like the keyboard chose me. But then the year after high school, I had what I'm calling my first revelation, and it was with my band Sheep. So I started a band with my two best friends at the time, and we had a drummer, right? We had a guitar and vocalist, and we had me, who played the keyboard. And I had this little synthesizer. I can't remember why I bought it, but I had this little synth. It was called the Korg R3. And I remember our first band practice. We met up in Toby's room, and we were just like messing around, and we didn't know what was going to happen. We knew that we wanted to start a band, just the three of us, but we didn't know, like, you know, who was going to play bass. Right? Like, we had drums, guitar, and a keyboard, right? But I remember the moment when I hit this little button on the side of the keyboard that went orange, and then I hit it again and it went red. And I didn't know what that button was at that time, but I played a key, and suddenly the bass just like, oh my gosh, the room just rumbled with bass. Like, it was like an earthquake. It was like, boo. And so later on, I would realize that that button was called an octave button, where it would take the keyboard down an octave, right? And so I became a bass player with the keyboard. That actually led to my first revelation, because I was out there playing gigs. I was having fun with my friends, playing these gigs, getting a little bit of confidence, and like playing the bass, which it was just crazy. And so that's when I started to realize that the keyboard was actually cool and fun. It was versatile. I was playing synth bass with my band Sheep, and at the same time, I was actually starting to really, you know, enjoy the piano, because I was composing music. That's when I started composing my own original music on the piano, and that's when I really started to build a relationship with the piano. And I thought, like, wow, it's like a journal. I considered this thing, and I can just like express my thoughts and feelings and tell a bit of a story here. I could find myself through the keyboard, right? Playing these gigs with Sheep. As you can see there, I was like standing up. I was going through this like personal transformation, you know, starting to find like self-improvement. You know, I started to compose music. I was playing these shows and getting a bit of social skills and confidence and things like that. And it was all thanks to the keyboard, right? And of course I could perform on it, and that was so much fun. And so this was the first revelation with the keyboard. I really started to see the keyboard for what it could be for my life, and it was becoming, you know, a companion in my life. However, I believed that music was a bad career choice. I believed that if I was to pursue music, I would become like this guy, poor with no money and begging for alms on the street, right? And so I actually thought that to live a successful and good life, you had to kind of walk this career path and become like this guy here. I wanted to become like this guy. See, balancing multiple tasks. He's got his suit and tie. He's looking pretty professional. He's on the phone, right, to Mr. Businessman, making some money, and he's sitting on top of a pile of money there, right? So I was like this guy here. And so I actually left music behind. And I went and pursued a career in hospitality management. I got this scholarship for $27,000 for this premium hospitality college in this place called Queenstown, which is one of the most beautiful places in New Zealand, right? And so here's me in my class, wearing a suit and tie, just like the guy in the previous photo. And, you know, look, I've got my smile there because I was feeling confident that I was on the path to success, right? I was on this career trajectory where I was going to be like a hotel manager or something, running some hotel chain and being some hotshot big guy in a suit, you know, running the show, right? And so here's me on top of the mountain on like the second day that I arrived in Queenstown. And by all means, I was like walking my dream life. I was like, you know, this was the path to a successful life, right? And I was in the most beautiful place in the world, stunning Queenstown, mountains and lakes. But was I happy? No, I wasn't happy. And after a few weeks, I actually became depressed. For the first time in my life, I experienced depression. And it's because I had no music in my life, right? I was sad. I was down. And at first I didn't quite realize like why. But it became quickly evident that it was because I didn't have music in my life. I didn't have the piano to process my emotions on, to create stuff on, to perform with. And so that's when I realized like I need music in my life. I can't live without music. Right? It's like the ultimate companion. It's always by my side, but suddenly it wasn't. and I was unhappy. I was depressed. And then I stumbled upon this man here, AJ Hickling. AJ Hickling was my hero, right? And so here's me, the day that I found AJ Hickling. I was walking through the streets of Queenstown, and I stumbled upon him there playing music on the street. And as you can see, he is the coolest dude, and he's playing this coolest piano, right? And his music captured me. And I was so inspired upon seeing him that I immediately got his album and I snapped this photo. This is literally the day that I stumbled upon AJ Hickling. And then from that day on, I actually decided to walk to the college every day and walk across the waterfront, and I would actually see him like every day out there playing his music. There he is in the mountains by the lake performing his music, and gosh, it was just so inspiring to me. And I was there in the suit and tie, feeling constricted, right? This tie was like choking my neck, and you know, my suit was real tight, and I saw this guy out here playing the piano, feeling so free and just creating this atmosphere on the Queenstown waterfront that matched the beautiful scenery, right, of these mountains and lakes. And I was like, gosh, I want to be like AJ Hickling. I don't want to be in some hotel chain. I want to be an artist. I want to create an ambience and an atmosphere and create something beautiful in this world. And so when I finished my diploma at the college, I became a busker. I bought myself this keyboard here. It's battery operated, and I bought a battery operated amplifier, and I started sharing my music on the Queenstown waterfront, following in the footsteps of my hero AJ Hickling. People loved it. People were giving me money. People were smiling at me. I was just creating the scene. And this is actually the photo that I took that first night that I went busking. And gosh, it was such a magical feeling to share music with the world, and to have people receive it, and to have people give me money and compliments and smiles. And like, I felt like I was doing something good for the world, you know, doing something good for Queenstown and the people in Queenstown who were coming here from all the way across the world to experience this beautiful place. And I was able to create this atmosphere for them to really enjoy Queenstown, right? And it was on about the third night that I went busking that I received this note here, this letter. Let me read it to you. Dear musician, thank you for your music of these few days in Queenstown. Your music is the one which matched the scene in Queenstown night. You worth appreciate heart more than money. You are lucky because you can use music to light up others. Enjoy your musician life. Thank you. I remember receiving this letter or this note, and gosh, I was so moved by it. You know, that's when I realized, like, I'm a musician. There's no other path for me. Like, this is the path for me. I'm having an impact on people's lives. You know, I'm able to light up others. Like, my music is lighting up others. You know, and it's worth more than money, says this stranger who I never got to meet. You know, I just saw this note in the box with the money. And I mean, yeah, I received coins that night, but this letter, it was worth, you know, it's priceless. Like, you can't put a price tag to something like this. Like, it's music is about way more than, I mean, it's about so much, right? And this note led to my second revelation, right? And that revelation is that music is more than just playing an instrument. It's about creating this atmosphere. It's about creating art and inspiring others, and like just providing something beautiful to the world, something incredible to the world, right? It's about expressing yourself, right? Because I was out there expressing myself, sharing music with others. And there were moments when people actually came up to me and they told me that they were having a really terrible time. You know, something really bad had happened to them in their life recently, and that my music really uplifted them, you know. And so by expressing myself with music, I was having an impact on people's lives. You know, however big or small, it doesn't matter. I was reaching other people with my music. I was connecting with others. And not just passers-by, I was connecting with other characters as well. At that same time that I started busking, I was invited to this like jam session with these kind of like travelers and nomads, and I went along, and there was like this indoor jam where people were like playing guitars and bongos and like all of these really cool kind of hippie type nomadic traveling characters, and like they were so cool, you know. And then I went outside, and there was like a keyboard and a drums and just all these different instruments, and there was this live jam happening, and I met so many cool people because I went out there and started busking. Right, and here's a picture of me on the Queenstown beach, right, playing the keyboard, and you can't see him there, but there's Paul Marzine, who I met, and we were just having this jam just on the waterfront, right? And there's my friend Curtis as well. And so it's also an adventure. Like, music is the greatest adventure. You know, with music, I have explored all of these different places. You know, I've met so many different characters, and it has been such an adventure to me, right? And that is the second revelation about music. It's so much more than just playing an instrument. It's a way of life. It's a way of interacting with the world and with other people. And so, about 8 years have passed since that moment that I decided to really become a musician, right? And since then, I have done pretty much everything that you can do with the piano and the keyboard, but I am still only just getting started. But here are some of the things that I have done with the piano and the keyboard. I have practiced this instrument. I've spent a lot of time practicing. I have spent a lot of time busking, right, in Queenstown. I didn't stop busking in Queenstown over the years. I have made content, right, like silly, goofy videos for YouTube with the keyboard. I have recorded my own solo piano music. I have explored my country with the keyboard. I have been in bands. This is me with Emily Alice, my main band, right? I've been in Crisis, right? That's a big part about being a musician. I have performed on heaps of different stages on my music journey. I have taught the piano. I have composed all kinds of music, from solo piano pieces to orchestral fantasy music to keyboard grooves, right? I have produced my own music with the keyboard, and I even went back to university to study a Bachelor of Music. And so the thing that allowed all of these different things was, of course, the keyboard. I love the keyboard, right? It has been the ultimate companion. It has always been there by my side. It is like the ultimate friend. I just love the keyboard so much because the keyboard has unlocked my life. It really has. It has allowed me to express myself creatively and given me something to master in my life, to show up to. With the keyboard, I have met some of the most incredible people who I'm so grateful to have in my life. As you can see, the keyboard has been so much for me in my life, and I'm just so grateful for the keyboard, and that is why Unlock the Keyboard exists. I wanted to make a course that kind of captured this passion for the keyboard and for the piano, and I wanted to share that and give it to you as a gift. And when I came up with this idea for this course, I knew that I wanted to make it free. You can't put a price tag on this stuff. You know, I want to give this to you. I want to pass on this passion, right? So that is why Unlock the Keyboard was born. It was born out of the passion that I have for the keyboard and for what it has been for my life, and I feel obligated. I feel a duty to pass that on to other people. Unlock the Keyboard is actually like my passion project. It is like my personal brand, and it's gonna grow with me, right? As I continue on my music journey, as I continue learning and progressing and leveling up as a keyboard player and as a musician, I'm going to continue to like create courses to help other people on this epic journey, right? And so this course is just the beginning, right? This is just the beginning, okay? And that's why I wanted to create a complete beginner's course, and I wanted to make it free, right? I just wanted to to start you off on your keyboard journey. And I wanted to show you what the keyboard journey could be for you in your life, right? So Unlock the Keyboard is built on two main lessons that I've learned on my music journey. The first lesson is that the keyboard is an incredibly powerful instrument capable of so many things. We already looked at that in the previous video. And the second lesson is that music is an adventure of self-expression, self-mastery, and self-actualization. And I really do believe that, right? And so yeah, that pretty much sums up what Unlock the Keyboard is, and I really hope that you've got a good idea of what this brand is and where it's going to go in the future. It is my personal brand, and it is born of my passion, and I want to pass it on to you and to all of the other people who want to walk this journey of music with the keyboard. And so thank you. I wanted to finish this video off by really saying thank you from the bottom of my heart, because you didn't have to watch this video. This is not that important to the course and the content that we're going to cover in this course. This is literally me just telling my story and telling the story of Unlock the Keyboard. And the fact that you actually watched that, honestly, it means the world to me. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I really do appreciate it. With that said, that's it. I'm going to see you in the next video for the final video of the first module. Alright, welcome to the fifth and final video of the first module. Congratulations on making it this far. In this video, we're going to look at how we can learn the keyboard on easy mode. Let's get into it. So the power is in your mind, right? The mind is so powerful, and the beliefs that we hold are so powerful. Whatever you believe is likely to become true, right? And so if you have limiting beliefs and like negative beliefs that don't serve you around learning and practicing the piano or the keyboard, it's actually going to be harder, and it's going to be true. If you believe that it's hard to learn the piano and the keyboard, then it is going to be hard, right? And that's all just the power of the mind. We need to leverage the power of the mind, right? Instead of sabotaging our own potential, we need to use it to help us grow, right? And so the first thing we want to do is overcome our limiting beliefs, right? You don't want to be like this person, right? Who feels like constricted when learning the piano or the keyboard, right? You feel like it's hard and it's confusing, and you need to practice a lot and you need to do this and that. And it's like, if you believe those things, it's just going to be harder. It is going to make it harder, right? And we don't need to make it harder. We need to make it easier on ourselves, and we need to feel like, yeah, we need to feel like we're enjoying this thing. And so the next thing we need to do is install empowering beliefs instead. You want to be like this person here. And I love this image, right? She's watering her mind, and from her mind is a little garden, right? Like these things are growing out of her mind. And I love that picture, because that's how it should feel when we learn and when we practice the piano and the keyboard, right? It should feel as though we are growing and we are improving. And in fact, that is the case. When you learn an instrument, you are growing. Your mind is expanding. You're learning a new thing. You're learning a way to express yourself, right? And so absolutely, it is as though you are growing a garden in your mind. And that's what music is, right? It's like this garden in your mind, and you can create beautiful things there, sculptures, art. You can plant trees, you can create, you can plant vegetables, you can this is a silly analogy, but yeah, we want to feel like this person, watering our mind when we're practicing and learning the keyboard, rather than this person who still wants to learn, right? She still wants to play the piano and the keyboard, but she's just finding it much harder, and she's constricted, and it's all in her head, right? And so we want to install empowering beliefs to replace our limiting beliefs. So in this video, I wanted to debunk 6 common limiting beliefs that I have seen in beginner piano and keyboard learners. So let's get into them. The first limiting belief is that it's hard and confusing. It's not. It's not that hard, and it's not that confusing. And this graphic is going to show you why. So as you can see, there are only 2 ingredients that go into unlocking the keyboard. Literally only 2 ingredients. We don't need to complicate it more than that. What are these 2 ingredients? The first ingredient is that we need the right information, and we need to know how to apply that information, right? So that's the first ingredient. And the second ingredient, you might be able to guess with this image, we need to show up consistently to practice and apply that information. And if you combine these 2 ingredients, you are going to unlock the keyboard, right? And so this course is going to give you all of the information that you need to know at a beginner level to get started learning and practicing this instrument, right? And so we are pretty much already going 50% of the way with this course. And so I want you to meet me halfway and show up consistently and actually practice the exercises that I recommend you practice throughout this course, because if you do that, you are going to unlock the keyboard. And it really is that simple, right? If you have the right things to practice and you practice them consistently, you're going to get the results. It might take some time, but I mean, so long as you're consistent and you keep showing up, you will get the results, right? You will unlock the keyboard. All right, the second limiting belief is that you don't have time to practice. I have a very practical exercise for you to do right now, right? And so what I want you to do is I want you to pull out your phone and I want you to go into the settings and find your screen time. And what you will find here is your daily average. Hopefully you can find your daily average. This here is my daily average at the time of making this slideshow. As you can see, here it says 2 hours. So that means that I'm spending an average of 2 hours every day scrolling on my phone. And so what this is actually a reserve of time. I have an extra 2 hours every day that I could be practicing the keyboard, right? And so that amounts to 14 hours in a week and 60 hours every month that I could be spending practicing the keyboard and improving, right? And so what I want you to do is to take whatever number you find there, and I want you to, multiply it by 7 to get how many hours you could be spending every week, and multiply it by 30 to get your number for the month, right? And don't look at this as like you need to put all of that time into the keyboard. What I want you to see this as is actually a reserve of energy and a reserve of time, right? And so if you've got like 60 hours every month here, that's like a tank of time that you have in your phone, like a secret reserve of energy. And so if you ever think that you don't have time to practice, I want you to pull out your phone, look at your daily average screen time, and think like, okay, I've got 3 hours daily average here. So I could pull like one of those hours out of this screen time and instead redirect that into learning the keyboard and into practicing and improving. And now, I don't want you to be depressed by this. If you have a really big number, literally, don't be depressed by this. Be excited and motivated instead, because that's time on your hands. You literally have time right there in your hands. Now, I know in my case, I definitely spend too much time mindlessly scrolling through social media, scrolling through YouTube, watching stupid videos. And so I know in my case, I always want to reduce my screen time. And so by doing this, you are actually redirecting that time into something productive, something that's going to grow over time and that's going to benefit your life, right? I hope that this number really excites you and really motivates you. You have time on your hands, right? You could spend that time practicing and improving and genuinely unlocking the keyboard. Okay, moving on. The next limiting belief is that you need to practice a lot. Here, we've broken down some of the different time chunks that you could spend practicing, right? So the first one is just 10 minutes. If you practice 10 minutes every day, that's incredible, okay? That's actually really good. And that's what 10 minutes looks like on a timer. And when you look at it like that, it doesn't look like that much time. You could like hit start and that's going to go like that, right? This is what 10 minutes looks like within the context of a day. It's not even 1%. It's 0.7% of your day. And if you do that, if you do 10 minutes of practice every day, you will end up practicing for 61 hours in a year. And that's like plenty of time. You will achieve a really good level of skill on the keyboard if you practice for 61 hours in a year, and it's only going to require you to practice for 10 minutes every day. The next time chunk is 30 minutes a day. Now, this is actually my recommendation in this course. I recommend that you practice for 30 minutes every day, and this is what it is in the context of a day. It's just 2%. That's like still nothing. I mean, look at that. It's hardly anything, right? And if you do 30 minutes a day, you will end up practicing 182 hours in a year. And that is more than enough time to unlock the keyboard. And you will get to a really good level of skill in just a year's time. Lastly, we have 1 hour. So if you want to go above and beyond with this course and this content, if you practice 1 hour, you will obviously unlock the keyboard at a much quicker rate. And this is what it looks like in a day. So, I mean, it's a little bit more, but it's still only 4.1% of your day. I'm sure you can fit that in somewhere. And if you do practice for an hour every day, you will end up practicing 365 hours in a year, obviously 1 hour a day. And in that time, you will get to a really good skill level, and I can promise that. But it just requires showing up every day, right? Okay, let's move on. The fourth limiting belief is that I don't know how, what, or when to practice. If you believe that, well, I have some good news for you. Unlock the Keyboard. This course is going to give you the why to practice, which we've already actually covered in this module. It's going to give you the what to practice. So we're going to cover all of the material in the following modules, and you'll know what actually to spend your time practicing. And it's going to show you how to practice. As for when to practice, that's really up to you. But what I do recommend is that you make it part of your daily routine. So what you want to do is you want to find a time slot in your day that you can show up to consistently every single day, and make it part of a habit stack. And if you don't know what that means, it's basically like you do this habit, then you do that habit, and then you do that habit. And it's like they're stacked together and it becomes automatic, right? And for example, I practice the piano every morning. I have my breakfast, and then I brush my teeth, and then I come and sit down here at the piano and practice for 1 hour every day. And it's just automatic. It's just like, I just do it, right? And when it's part of your daily routine, when it's part of, when it's your habit, you're just going to do it naturally, and it's not going to require much discipline from you, and you're just going to automatically do it. And so that's what I recommend for practicing. Okay, the fifth limiting belief is that you're too old. Okay, I actually hate this limiting belief. If you believe this, please don't believe this. It is not true at all. If you are still breathing, if you are still alive, which I can safely assume you are because you're watching this and listening to me speak, it means that you can still learn to play an instrument. You can still learn to play the piano and the keyboard. You're never too old. This guy right here is an example of someone who started learning a little bit later, right? So he started learning at age 22, and at the age of 26, hardly 4 years later, he released this album here, which is called Scenery, and it is a jazz trio album that will blow your socks off. It is so dang good, and it will literally blow your mind what this man achieved in just 4 years. And he just shows you that it is possible, and that you don't have to start playing at a young age. And so what I want you to do is I want you to take your current age, and I want you just to add 4, and whatever number you get, imagine you could be an incredible pianist at that age, or maybe you could be producing music or composing music or just having fun on the keyboard. You could be in a completely different place in your life in just 4 years at whatever age you arrive at, right? And so that time is going to pass whether you practice and learn the keyboard or not, right? And so you could either reach that age with keyboard skills or without, and it's really up to you, but I believe you can do it, and you're not too old, right? You're not too old. You can 100% learn to play the keyboard and the piano and have a great time with it. All right, the final limiting belief here is that you're not talented or musically gifted. If you believe in talent, I want to break it to you that talent is a myth. It's not true. It doesn't exist. I do believe that some people are naturally inclined towards music, and some people have an easier time learning music than others. But that's not to say that if you're not naturally inclined, that it's impossible to learn to play music, right? What you can believe in and what you can bank in is hard work, discipline, and consistency. These things are within your control. You have the ability to work hard. You have the ability to be disciplined and consistent and to show up regularly and actually practice, regardless of whether you're talented or musically gifted or whatever, right? And so you can bank on these things, right? You can bank on your own ability to show up consistently, be disciplined, and actually practice, right? And so talent is a myth, hard work, discipline, and consistency is a fact, and I believe that if you really want to unlock the keyboard, it's only a matter of showing up consistently. Yeah, so those are 6 common limiting beliefs, and I really hope that in this video we have smashed through them, and I hope that you've installed some empowering beliefs and that you really believe that you can do it. And yeah, you can do it. All right, it says it right here. You can do it. It's really all up to you. If you want to unlock the keyboard, you can. Okay, like we don't need to complicate it more than that, okay? If you still have limiting beliefs, work through them, try to eliminate them. If they come up, just spot them and be like, that's not true. Yeah, that's pretty much it for this video and for this module. Congratulations on making it to the end. Yeah, just good luck, I guess. That's it, right? That's the end of the first module. Good luck. I wish you the best. If you have problems with anything, please just flick me a message. It's a community, right? It's a community. I'm on the community. Just flick me a message. I'll be able to answer your question. So yeah, that's about it for now. I will see you in the next module. Alright, welcome to the second module. In this module, we're going to look at the foundation of the keyboard. And we're going to take a little bit of a theoretical approach as well, because I want you to actually understand how the keyboard works. So we're going to start real basic, right? We're just going to start with the anatomy of the keyboard and like the different parts of the keyboard and how it's actually laid out. And we're going to also look at form, right? Because we want to have correct form when we sit at the keyboard. And this is important because if you want to take this instrument seriously long term, you want to have a good physical relationship with the instrument and have good form right from the start, because the last thing I want is for you to get real stoked and excited about the keyboard and spend heaps of time practicing but have bad form and technique, and you might end up getting an injury. So we want to avoid that. So we're going to look at how to actually sit at the keyboard, and then we're going to look at the names of the notes, how they work, right? And we're going to look at how to kind of view the keyboard visually, and we're going to look at how to start to unlock our hands and unlock our fingers so that we can play this instrument smoothly. Make sure that you're at your keyboard and that it works and you've got some nice headphones or something like that. If you're on a piano, make sure that like the keys actually work and that there are no missing keys and that the piano is not horrendously out of tune or anything like that. I want to start with the single most important instruction of the entire course, which is going to be what I like to call throwing fingers. Okay, what is throwing fingers? Throwing fingers essentially means that I want you to sit at the keyboard and just throw your fingers down at it and just kind of explore the keyboard and just like figure it out for yourself and to develop your own relationship with this instrument. This is the heart and soul of Unlock the Keyboard. It is so important, and I really want you to take this instruction seriously. I'm going to tell you to throw fingers throughout this entire course, and the whole idea is that I want you to explore it and to figure it out for yourself and to really develop your own relationship with the keyboard that isn't dependent on any kind of method or approach of learning and playing this instrument. What can happen when you start learning the piano is that like a lot of students might learn with sheet music, right? So they might, you know, play the piano with sheet music, or they might study some particular method. but that actually might end up constricting and limiting their creative expression on the instrument, and that's the last thing we want. This is unlock the keyboard, meaning I want you to actually unlock this instrument and to be able to use this instrument to express yourself and to compose music and to produce music and to just create your own sounds, right? That's the main goal of Unlock the Keyboard. As we go through the course, we are of course going to look at all of these different things, right? So like chords and scales and like different shapes and things that you do with the hands and fingers on the keyboard. But what I want you to do with that material is I want you to take it and I want you to explore the keyboard with that material, and I want you to experiment with it for yourself. And by doing that, you're going to go above and beyond the content, and you're going to actually unlock the keyboard for yourself. Because I am just the teacher, I am just the guide, but ultimately you are in charge of unlocking the keyboard for yourself and developing your own relationship with the keyboard. And so that's why throwing fingers is so important, and that's why I want you to just start to interact with the instrument, spend a couple of minutes getting to know it, seeing how it feels, seeing how it sounds, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so welcome to the keyboard. Hopefully you've already been exploring it. You've started to get a feel for how it sounds and how it feels and how your fingers kind of interact with the keys. The first thing that you will have noticed is that the keyboard has two kinds of keys. We have white keys and we have black keys. And that the black keys kind of jump out of the white keys in sets of 2 and in sets of 3. And then we have another set of 2 and a set of 3, set of 2 and a set of 3. And that is kind of how the keyboard works visually speaking. This provides us with a really good visual reference for viewing the keyboard, and we're going to explore that later on. When learning the piano, we always start with this note here, which is called middle C. It's called middle C because obviously it's in the middle of the keyboard, but it's the point upon which the keyboard actually splits into two halves. On the left side of middle C, we have what's called the bass clef, and if you play those notes going that way, you'll notice that the notes go lower in pitch, right? So generally speaking, we refer to the notes going this way as descending or going down. On the right side of middle C, we have what's called the treble clef, and the notes go higher in pitch. So when we're going to the right side of the keyboard, we refer to those notes as going up or ascending, right? Now, typically speaking, we play the keyboard with both of our hands. The left hand generally plays the bass clef, the right hand generally plays the treble clef, although you can cross over and do all kinds of things on the keyboard. You can do whatever you want, but that's kind of how you go about playing the keyboard, and both hands are responsible for doing different things on the keyboard, right? Because the left hand plays kind of bass notes and the right hand plays more higher notes, more melodic stuff, and you bring the hands together to do all kinds of things, playing chords, playing all kinds of lovely sounds, and that's how you go about playing music on the keyboard. Okay, now let's look at body position and how to actually sit at the keyboard. This is really important because you want to have good form right from the start, and you want to know what good form looks like. The last thing I want for you is to develop any kind of injury later down the road. So we want to have good form right from the start. Now, when it comes to form, the main thing to consider is that you want to have this nice, relaxed, open body position where you don't feel awkward. There's no strain on the wrist or on the hand or the fingers or the forearm or anything like that. You don't feel scrunched up. You don't feel too stretched out. You're in this nice comfortable middle ground, right? And to do that, we want to consider all three axes, right? We want to consider the crossways axis, the forward and back axis, and the up and down axis. I know that's like X, Y, Z, but I'm not sure which one is which, but it doesn't matter. Let's look into it. So starting with the crossways axis, middle C provides us with a way to orient ourselves in front of the keyboard. The way that I was taught is that you want middle C to align with your belly button, right? So just position yourself in the keyboard with your belly button facing middle C. And when you sit in this position, you can access all of the notes, right, on the left hand side, on the right hand side. You can reach all of the notes and it doesn't feel awkward, and you're positioned nicely in the center, in that nice comfortable middle ground. Now, as for the forward and back axis, you don't want to be too far back from the keyboard, because your arms are going to be stretched out and your fingers are going to be stretched out and straining to reach the keys, and you're going to struggle to fully articulate yourself on the keyboard. Alternatively, you don't want to be too far forward and close to the keyboard, because you're going to be like a T-Rex, right? You're going to be in this awkward scrunched up position, and it's not relaxed, right? It's just this kind of closed body position, right? Again, you want to have that nice open relaxed body position, because we're playing music, and music ultimately comes from our body, and we want to have this nice open relationship with our body where we can just flow naturally with this instrument, and we can pour our energy and ourselves into the instrument, right? So you don't want to be scrunched up, and you want to be nicely in the middle between those two extremes, where you can just like sit at the keyboard and have this nice relaxed position and access all of the notes in a comfortable manner. Now, as for the up and down axis, again, you don't want to be too high, right? You don't want your chair to be too high, because you're going to be straining down to reach the keys. And alternatively, you don't want to be too low, right? Because you might end up having to like kind of be in this awkward position with your wrist and your hand, and that might lead to some serious injury down the road, and you would struggle to fully articulate yourself, right? So to play the keyboard, you want to have this nice kind of relaxed incline in the forearm and this kind of bend in the wrist, and just sit at the keyboard in this nice relaxed comfortable position, and where you can access all of the notes without putting strain on your body. And you always want to make sure that you're relaxed and that you're calm, and if you feel that any part of your body is tensing up while you're playing, just be aware of that and just relax. Take a breath and relax, right? And get into that nice comfortable position. We want to keep our posture nice and straight. You don't want to be too straight, kind of like you're in the army, because that's just awkward. And you don't want to be hunched over, right? Like I said, again, you want to be in that relaxed body posture, body position, where you can interact with the instrument in a nice, smooth and relaxed manner. Now, once you've found that position, sit there and place your hands above the keyboard. Now, the same principles apply to your hands and your fingers and how they kind of position themselves at the keyboard. You don't want your hand to be too high up and arched like this, because the fingers are going to be too straight and it's going to kind of be hard to like play the notes. And you don't want your fingers too low on the keyboard, because again, that's going to be hard to like articulate the notes that you want to play. Again, you just want to find that nice middle ground between those two extremes, where there's a little bit of an incline and your fingers are kind of raised above the keyboard, and they can access all of the notes, right? They can play all of the notes nice and easy, and there's a little bit of a bend in the fingers there, right? Rather than having them too straight, too high up. Also, you kind of want to have a slight cup in the hand. You don't want it to be too flat like this, just a slight cup, right? I was taught that you want it to feel like there's a ball or something in your hand, and that's kind of how you want the hand to rest above the keyboard. Now, of course, everyone is different and everyone plays the keyboard just slightly differently, and so you want to develop your own relationship with this instrument, as I said, right? And so you want to find your own body position, but just make sure that you follow these principles of being in this nice comfortable middle ground, have this nice kind of open body position where you can reach all of the notes, and it's comfortable and it's smooth, and you're not putting any strain on any part of your arm or your hand or your wrist or anything like that. The last part of the keyboard you need to know about is this here, right? So this is called a sustain pedal. And if you're on a piano, it's the pedal on the right hand side. If you're on a keyboard, you may or may not have a sustain pedal. If you don't have one, I highly recommend picking one up. It's an important part of playing the keyboard. Hopefully you've started to kind of play around with it and see what it does, but if you haven't, I'll give you a brief explanation right now. So let me play middle C without the sustain pedal. Notice when I lift my finger, the note cuts off. Now this is middle C with my foot pressed on the sustain pedal. Notice that the note carries on, right? And if I lift my foot back up, the note cuts off. So the basic function of the sustain pedal is to sustain the notes. I will explain the sustain pedal in a little bit more detail later on in the course, but that is the basic function, and you can kind of explore that and experiment with that in your own way and get your own feel for it. Okay, that is the basic anatomy of the keyboard. I told you we were going to start very simple, but that is the absolute foundation, and we can start to build on top of that, right? Now, I want you to throw fingers again and to continue exploring this instrument, right? Just explore the width and the breadth and all of the different dimensions of the keyboard, you know? Get an idea for how low the keyboard goes, right? Play the notes way down here. Play the notes way up here. Get an idea for how high the keyboard goes, you know? Just play with all of your different fingers. Of course, start to get that body position. Find that nice, comfortable middle ground, as I talked about. And just explore the keyboard. Get an idea for how it sounds, how it feels. But yeah, that's everything for this second video. Go ahead and throw fingers, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, welcome to the third video in the second module. In this video, we're going to look at the names of the notes on the keyboard and how the keyboard is structured. Let's get into it. Each key on the keyboard represents a different note. And if we start on middle C and we go up only the white notes, we go up in alphabetical order. So we have C, D, E, F, G, and then it actually goes back up to A, then B, and then we find ourselves back at C again. And so you'll notice that C is always the key that's directly to the left of the set of two black keys. That's C, that's also C, that's also C, and that is consistent across the entire keyboard. So the white keys are named as such, and the black keys are named in relation to the white keys, and they are either sharp or flat depending on the context, which we'll look at later on in the course. Sharp means that it's directly to the right or up from a white key. So this key here could be called a C sharp because it's directly up from the C. Alternatively, this same key could be called D flat because it's directly down or to the left of the D key, right? So that is how the notes are named on the keyboard. The white keys have names and the black keys are named in relation to the white keys. So on a keyboard there are obviously a lot of keys, and on a standard piano there are 88 keys. However, there are actually only 12 notes that repeat up and down the keyboard, right? Because if you start on C, and if you count the notes going up, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then we get back at C again. And so there are only these 12 notes, and they repeat up and down the keyboard. So we only really have these 12 keys to become familiar with, right? And one of the first goals that we want to achieve on the keyboard is we want to know the names of the different keys on the keyboard, and you want to know it visually. So you want to know that that's an A, and that's a D, and that's a G sharp or an A flat, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go up all of the keys, and I want you to actually name each key. And this might sound childish or something, but honestly, this is a really effective way of committing the note names to memory. And the faster that you can commit the note names to memory, the rest is going to be smooth sailing, right? So let's go through this. We're going to start with the white keys. And you can just use your pointer finger for this exercise. We're going to look at like the different fingers later on, but you can just use your pointer finger for now, right? So we have C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Let's go up the black notes now. C sharp or D flat, D sharp or E flat, F sharp or G flat, G sharp or A flat, A sharp or B flat. Okay, now let's go up every single key, and again, we want to name them. We want to say it out loud and really see, like, okay, that is C sharp, that is D, right? You know what I'm saying here, right? So let's do it. C, C sharp or D flat, D, D sharp or E flat, E, F, F sharp or G flat, G, G sharp or A flat, A sharp or B flat, B, and then C. So that is how you become familiar with the 12 keys on the keyboard. And again, those names are consistent across the keyboard. And the quicker that you can commit those note names to memory, you know that if you play this down here, that's a C. Likewise, if you play this, that's a B flat or an A sharp, right? Alternatively, if you play this up here, that's a D. Okay? So the quicker you can commit those note names to memory, the better, right? So honestly, do that exercise and really become familiar with those note names visually, and also start to get an idea of how they sound. Okay, so what I want you to do now is I want you to place your thumb on this C down here and the pinky on this C up here. Now this is what's called an octave. Another way I like to think of it is as a bracket, because if you look between these two notes, we have all of the 12 different notes on the keyboard contained therein. So it's kind of like this bracket, right? And this bracket repeats up the keyboard and down the keyboard, right? And this is how I want you to start to view the keyboard visually. Because when you first look at the keyboard, I mean, there are just so many different keys, right? And we need a way to kind of organize it visually, and this is how you do it. You see it in these kind of brackets, right? And you break it down into these manageable chunks, right? And it always starts on C. So that's how you kind of want to view the keyboard visually. Now there is a reason why this is called an octave. An octave is an interval, which refers to the distance between two notes. If I was to play the D down here and the D up here, that is also an octave, right? Now it's called an octave because octa means 8, which means that with both C's included, there are 8 notes. But wait, that doesn't make any sense at all. I thought that between these two notes, all of the 12 notes of the keyboard were contained therein. Allow me to explain. If we go up all of the 12 notes like this, we play what's called the chromatic scale. Now the chromatic scale contains all of the notes, right? Which means that it contains all of the musical information. And it's too much. It's too much information, right? It's the whole. It's kind of like the galaxy. It's too big. It's too vast. It contains everything within it. So what we need to do is we actually need to organize the chromatic scale into smaller manageable scales called diatonic scales, which contain just 7 notes, right? If we start on C and we go up only the white notes, right? C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, we play what's called the C major scale, the first diatonic scale that we're looking at here, right? And this contains 7 notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then back up to C, which is our 8th note, completing the cycle, and that is why this is called an octave, right? Because within the context of a diatonic scale, this distance is an 1/8 apart. That is our 8th note in the scale. Now, each of the 12 keys on the keyboard is the starting place of a new major scale, of a new world, right? A new solar system within the galaxy that is the chromatic scale. But that's going into more of a theoretical place. We're not going to go too deep in theory here. Let's just put a full stop on that for now. So we always start on the C major scale because it contains only white notes and none of the black notes, which means that we can start to play music and we can start to unlock the keyboard and unlock our hands and fingers using only the white notes. And so it just makes it easier for us to get started with this instrument. So the most important part of this video is that I really want you to start to get a visual understanding of the keyboard, right? In terms of these brackets of 12 notes that repeat and go up and down the keyboard. I also want you to start to get a really good grasp of the note names of each of the 12 keys on the keyboard. It's just going to make things so much easier for you as we proceed through this course. Okay, that is everything for this video. I will see you in the next one where we take a look at the C major scale in more detail. Alright, welcome to the fourth video in this second module. In this video, we're going to look at the C major scale in a little bit more detail, and we're going to look at how we can start to unlock the hands so that we can actually maneuver across the keyboard in a really fluent manner and play all of the notes that we want to play so that we can play music, right? Let's get into it. So we've already established that the C major scale consists of only the white notes, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, and C, right? And generally speaking, when we play a scale, we want to go up like that to the octave, and then we want to go back all the way down. Right, so what I want you to do is I want you to start with your thumb on the C, and I want you to try climb up to the next C using all of the fingers, like this. What will happen is if you do that, you'll get stuck on the pinky like this, right? And the pinky is kind of like a dead end, right? Because it's quite hard to reach the other notes with your fingers. Right? So it's kind of like you get stuck. The problem we have here is that we've only got 5 fingers, but in this C major scale, there's 8 notes to play, right? So what we need is a system for moving up and down the keyboard in a fluent manner so that we can actually unlock the hand into new positions and access all of the notes that we want to play. And so we have a core concept on the piano, on the keyboard, called fingerings that allows us to move across the keyboard in a fluent manner and access all of the keys that we want to play. So the foundation of fingerings is that each finger has a number, right? The thumb is number 1, and then we have 2, 3, 4, and then the pinky is number 5, right? And it's the same on both hands, because if you put your hands out in front, the hands are actually mirrored, right? So the thumb is always number 1, and the pinky is always number 5. The C major scale has different finger sequences for each individual hand. Let's start with the right hand. So for the right hand, it starts with 1, 2, 3, and then the thumb actually threads beneath the middle finger here to access the next note. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then it goes back down the same way that it came up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then the middle finger actually crosses over the thumb here. 3, 2, 1. Right? Now, let's go over the finger sequence for the left hand. The left hand, of course, starts with the pinky on the C. So it goes 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then the middle finger actually crosses over the thumb here. 3, 2, 1. And then it goes back down the same way that it came up, right? 1, 2, 3. And here the thumb threads beneath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, so that's the finger sequence for the left hand. So you might have noticed that there are 2 main movements that we're doing here with the fingers to unlock the hand in new positions, right? First, we have this threading motion, right? I call it the threading of the thumb, where the thumb threads beneath the middle finger to access that next note, right? And notice when you do that, it suddenly unlocks the hand, right? Notice that. With the hand, we can suddenly access all of these other keys up here and all of these keys over here, right? So the main idea with fingerings here, in my opinion, is that if you look at the hand, the thumb is separated from the other 4 fingers. So the thumb is the strongest finger, right? Because if you place your pinky on the key, as we've already looked at, you kind of get stuck on a dead end, right? So I consider the pinky kind of like a dead end finger, whereas the thumb is almost like this access key finger, because when you have the thumb on a key, you can suddenly access all of the notes around it, right? Because the thumb acts as this kind of like, it's got this rotating mechanism, right? It's got it's like a pivot point where you can actually access the keys around it, right? Now the other main motion is where we cross that middle finger over the thumb, right? So these are the 2 main motions, the threading of the thumb and the crossing of a finger over other fingers. And as you progress on your piano and keyboard journey, you're going to notice that you use these main motions, right? The threading of the thumb beneath fingers and the crossing of another finger over other fingers. These are the 2 main motions or movements that you're going to use to unlock the hand and to maneuver across the keyboard, right? Now, it might be these motions or movements that you're struggling with to actually play the scale fluently, right? So you just want to keep repeating these little motions, right? The threading of the thumb there and the crossing of the middle finger there, right? to play the scale fluently, you're going to need to iron these little movements out, right? Just like this. And if you're struggling with those areas, just keep repeating it. Same with the left hand, right? The crossing of that middle finger and the threading of that thumb, right? If you're really struggling with the threading of the thumb, just keep repeating this, just like this. Isolating that one little movement until you really get it down, right? Because as I said, these are kind of the main movements or motions that you're going to do with the fingers to unlock the hand in new positions as you progress with your piano keyboard journey. Now, something interesting you may have noticed here is that the way the left hand goes up the scale is the same way that the right hand goes down the scale. And the way that the right hand goes up the scale is the same way that the left hand goes down the scale, right? Now, this is kind of like a mirror technique, right? So what I want you to do here is I want you to place both of your thumbs on that middle C. And what we're going to do is we're going to conduct the hands and the fingers in exactly the same way as though there's a mirror right here. Check it out. So that's pretty cool, isn't it? It's really as though there's a mirror and the hands are perfect mirror images of each other. And this is great because we're actually doing these little movements at exactly the same time, right? The threading of the thumb is happening at the same time on both hands. Likewise, the crossing of the middle finger is happening at exactly the same time. So if you're really struggling to iron out those little movements, you could practice with this kind of mirror technique, right? Because basically we're doing the same thing with both hands, and you're kind of killing two birds with one stone and practicing these little movements with both hands at exactly the same time. Right? So it's kind of like an efficient practice hack to really iron out those movements in both hands. So this mirror technique is cool and all, but it's not exactly helpful to how we go about actually playing the keyboard and playing scales. Generally speaking, when we play a scale on the keyboard, we want to play the hands in parallel motion, right? Going up at the same time and going down at the same time, right? So I want you to give it a go. Try playing the C major scale with both hands at the same time, going up and then going back down just like this. So you may have noticed that it's actually harder than you thought, right? Because when you go up, the right hand is threading the thumb here, whereas the left hand is crossing the finger there. And then going down, the left hand is threading the thumb, and then the right hand is crossing the middle finger, right? So both hands are doing different things at the same time. So this is where we encounter our first big challenge with learning the piano or the keyboard, which is called hand independence, which basically means that we need each hand to operate independently of each other. So we want the left hand to be doing one thing over here and the right hand to be doing something completely different over here, right? That's how we play music on the keyboard. Now, when you first start learning, it's as though the hands are chained together and they want to do the same thing, right? They're kind of using the same mind. And so one of the first goals that we need to achieve when learning this instrument is that we need to start to separate the hands away from each other so that they can operate independently of each other. Now, how do we go about developing this hand independence? Well, the C major scale is a really great starting point because the hands are doing different things at the same time, right? So by the end of this module, I really want you to be able to play this C major scale with both hands going up like this and back down like this. And that will be a really good foundation for hand independence, and we can build on it from there. Alright, let's just work through it very slowly together. So we start on the C with both hands, and we want to climb up to the middle finger like this. Now we're threading the thumb in the right hand like that, and then climbing up to the thumb in the left hand. Now we're crossing that middle finger in the left hand, and now we've got the middle finger on both hands like this, and we just want to finish the scale with the remaining fingers. Now going back down, go to the middle finger again. Now the thumb threads through like this. Go to the thumb in the right hand. Now cross that middle finger, just like this. Right? So, right hand thread, left hand cross. Going down, left hand thread, right hand cross. Right? Like that. Now, to really nail this, I want to introduce you to a practice technique called hand separate, which basically means that we want to practice just the right hand in isolation and really iron it out and really nail it in the right hand, then practice just the left hand, nail that, and then very gradually bring them together, right? So just practice the right hand, right? Just really iron out the right hand, and then the left hand, really nail that. Keep repeating it, right? And then very gradually, once you're comfortable with the right hand and then comfortable with the left hand, you want to bring them together very gradually, very slowly, right? Just take it very slowly if you need to. Now, there should be a moment when it just clicks. And when you reach that moment, I want you to capitalize on it and practice it as many times as you can. And the more repetitions you do, the quicker you will commit it to muscle memory. And when it's in your muscle memory, that's when you'll be able to play it with both hands smoothly like this, right? Now that will give you a really good foundation with hand independence that we can build on throughout this course, and a really good foundation with fingerings that you'll be able to use going forward. So good luck with that, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, welcome to the 5th video in this second module. So we've already looked at the anatomy of the keyboard, we've looked at the C major scale, we've looked at fingerings and how to start unlocking our hand and how to start building our hand independence. Now in this video, we're going to look at how we can unlock the fingers, because obviously we play the keys with our fingers, and when you first start learning, it's as though you've got a padlock and chains around the fingers. And one of the first things that we need to do is to start to unlock those padlocks and remove those chains so that you can move freely across the keyboard and express yourself. So consider that the fingers are like athletes. They need training. Imagine someone who wants to do a triathlon who hasn't done any training. Maybe he could do a triathlon. Imagine he does one tomorrow. He might be able to finish that triathlon, but he would definitely suffer a lot. He would struggle. He might end up with some kind of serious injury, right? Or a lot of pain. So if he was serious about doing that triathlon, he would need to do training for it. He would need to train up for it, right? He would need to hit the gym and start lifting weights to build up his strength. He would need to go on more runs and swims to build up his endurance. He would probably stretch his body and do different stretches and warm-ups, right, to start to unlock his body, right? And if he trains up for it, he'll be able to do the triathlon comfortably, and he'll actually enjoy doing the triathlon, right? It'll be fun for him. It's kind of the same with playing the keyboard. We need to train our fingers up to build the strength, to build their endurance, to build their flexibility, their speed, and to build up our dynamic range so that we can actually express ourselves with the keyboard, right? Now we do this by practicing what's called finger exercises, obviously, right? So we practice finger exercises to train our fingers and to start to unlock them, right? And in this video, we're going to look at our first major finger exercise and all of its different variations, so that we can really start to train up our fingers and unlock them. Let's get into it. Now this finger exercise has our hands and our fingers in what I like to call the default position, which is this here. In the right hand, the thumb is on the C, and the following fingers are just lightly resting on top of the following keys. In the left hand, you've got the pinky on the C, and it's the same deal, with the fingers just lightly sitting on top of the keys, right? Now all we want to do is we want to start on the C, and we want to climb up to the G like this using all of the fingers, and we're just pressing them down on the keys that they're sitting on top of, right? And then back down to C, and then back up to G, and then back down to C, and we repeat this, right? So this is called the 5-note scale, right? Because it contains 5 notes, and we're using all of the fingers right? So we can use this scale, we can practice this scale in all of these different variations to really start to unlock the fingers and train the fingers up. Now, before we explore the different variations of the 5-note scale, we just want to make sure that our 5-note scale is nice and even and balanced, right? So there's a few things that I want you to pay attention to in order to make it nice and even. The first thing that I want you to do is I want you to make sure that you're striking the keys with both hands at the same time, right? Notice how both the left hand and the right hand are striking the key at exactly the same time. You don't want it to sound like this, where like one hand comes first like this. That's uneven and a little bit chaotic, right? So you want it to be nice and even. Go as slowly as you need to. You want to strike the keys at exactly the same time, so we have a nice clean sound like this. Now the next thing I want you to pay attention to is the accuracy of the keys. You want to hit the keys nice and squarely in the middle. You don't want to hit the sides of the key because you might end up hitting the next key along, right? So you want to have good accuracy and you want to strike the key right in the center. And you want to make a nice clear tone from each key that you strike, like this, right? Now the next thing I want you to pay attention to is the length of each note that you play. You want it to be nice and even, where each note that you play is the same length, right? Rather than having like a long note, long, short, long, long, short, long, right? That's uneven. We want it to be nice and even, where each note is the same length. Now you can play it a bit faster like this, but we still want the length of each note to be the same, right? And then the last thing I want you to pay attention to is the volume of each note, right? So you want the volume to be nice and balanced and even across the whole 5-note scale. You don't want a loud note, quiet, 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 loud, quiet, right? So you want it to be nice and balanced with each note the same volume, right? So after ironing out all of these details, you should be playing the 5-note scale in a nice, balanced, and even manner, just like this. And this is a really great starting point. Right, so that's the 5-note scale, and make sure you've got it to that nice even point before we start to explore these variations. Okay, let's start to look at some of these variations. Now there are two main ways that we can change the qualities of the notes that we play. We can change the length of the notes, and we can change the volume of the notes. Let's start with length. When it comes to note length, there are two main note lengths, legato and staccato. Legato is playing the notes nice and smoothly like this with no gaps between the notes, right? So playing nice and smooth long notes that are strung together kind of as one passage, right? And there's no gaps in between these notes. Now the opposite of legato is staccato, where we play short, sharp notes with a lot of space in between. It sounds like this. Right, so notice that there's a lot of space between these notes, and the quality of these notes is way different, right? They're short, they're sharp, and the attack is much quicker, right? Now there is a little bit of a difference in the finger techniques for playing legato and staccato. For legato, we want to have this kind of seesaw motion where you're seesawing from one finger to the next, right? So there's always a finger pressed down on a key, ensuring that there's no space or no gaps between the notes. As for staccato, we want to kind of hover our hands above the keys, and you want to kind of like throw your finger down at the key as though you're attacking the key, right? Like this. The analogy I like to use for staccato is almost like an angry bird going down to attack something, right? So if you've seen like an angry seagull flying around, it like swoops down and then flies back up, right? So imagine your fingers like angry birds swooping down to attack its target, the key, and then immediately retreating, right? Just like that. Now I have a challenge for you. What I want you to do is I want you to play legato in the left hand, like this, nice and smooth notes, and we're going to play staccato in the right hand, like this. And then we're gonna swap them around like this. So that's another variation, right? Now, this exercise is actually an exercise in hand independence, right? Because both hands are doing different things at the same time. So if you can do that, that's just another step towards really developing your hand independence. Now let's look at the second main way that we can change the quality of the notes that we play, which is volume. When it comes to volume, there are two main volumes that we can use, loud and quiet. And on the piano, these are referred to as forte, being loud, and piano being quiet. Let's start with piano, or quiet. So I want you to start by playing the 5-note scale, legato, but playing it as quietly as you can, right? Just like this. Now, you want to kind of feel the resistance of the key, and just press on it as lightly as you can, right? Just enough to make a sound. You still want to make a sound. Make sure you're actually still striking the key, but just make it as light as possible. Right, so start with legato, nice and smooth long notes like this, and then try playing quietly but staccato like this. So this is kind of like tiptoeing around, maybe on like creaky wooden floorboards, right? Staccato, but playing them as lightly as we can, right? Now, obviously, the opposite to quiet is loud, right? Forte. So start by playing nice and loud notes, legato like this. Now, quite simply, you want to apply more pressure to the keys. Really lay it down, right? Really put some force into those fingers, into those keys, right? That's how you play nice and loud notes. So start with legato and then play staccato, right? So really throw your fingers down. Really strike the key, and you're going to make a nice loud sound, right? So that is forte. Now, as you can hopefully start to see, there are so many different ways that we can articulate the notes that we play. Now, music is a form of communication, right? So we can change up the qualities of the notes to change the meaning or the message of what we're trying to communicate with our music or what we're trying to play on the keyboard, right? Allow me to demonstrate this using my speech. Now, I could talk in short and sharp staccato words like this, and the meaning completely changes, right? Or I could speak like this in a more legato way, right? A nice and smooth way, and the meaning is completely changed, right? Or I could whisper. I could whisper to you like this, right? And the meaning is completely different again. Or I could shout at you, which I'm not going to do in this video, but you get the idea, right? Notice how the meaning of what I'm communicating is completely changed depending on how I articulate my words, right? So music is no different, and we can use these different note qualities or articulations to change the way that we're playing music and communicating our ideas. So that is to say that by practicing these exercises and all of these different variations, you can really start to unlock the fingers and build the dynamics of your fingers so you can really express yourself on the keys. Now let's just go back over this 5-note scale and all of the different variations and ways that we can practice it to unlock the fingers. So first we have the 5-note scale in its standard format, right? So just nice and basic. And again, with this one, we just want to make sure that we're playing it nice and evenly in terms of the note length and the volume of each note. And you want to make sure that you're striking the keys nice and squarely in the center, like this. And when you're really comfortable with that, you can kind of pick up the speed, right? So you can play it a little bit faster if you want to. Again, just make sure it's nice and even. Or you can play it very slowly if you want to. So again, there are different ways to change up the standard way, right? You can play it fast or slow. So that's the first way that you can practice it. So the next way to practice it is to play it in legato, right? So focus on making the notes nice and smooth as one passage, right? Focus on that seesaw technique with the fingers. Then, of course, the next way to change it up is to play it in staccato, right? So play it in staccato like this. Make sure you've got that finger technique down, throwing the fingers down, attacking the keys, retreating the fingers like that, right? Then you want to practice it in the alternating hand independence variation, right? Where you've got the legato in the left hand and staccato in the right hand, like this. And then you want to swap them around, right? Like this. And again, if you practice that variation, you will also start to build that hand independence. Now, the next way to practice it is to play it very quietly, right? Legato, nice and smooth, quiet notes, as quiet as you can. And then quiet staccato, right? And then the next way is, of course, loud legato, like this. And then loud staccato, right? Now, you could also do the same alternating hand independence challenge with the note volume too, right? So you could play loud in the left hand and quiet in the right hand, like this. And then you can swap them around, so loud in the right hand, quiet in the left. Just like that. So as you can see, there are so many different ways to practice just this one finger exercise, this 5-note scale. And if you practice it in all of these different variations that we've covered, you're really going to start to unlock the fingers and start to build up their dynamic range so that you'll be able to express yourself with the keys and communicate the ideas and the emotions that you want to with music and with the keyboard. Now, there's actually one more way that I want you to practice this 5-note scale, which I actually think is quite important, which is that I want you to go up the 5-note scale and I want you to sing or hum along to the notes. Just like that, right? Now, I think this is actually quite important because by doing this, we can start to connect our bodies with what we play on the instrument, right? We don't want what we play with our hands and our fingers to be disconnected with the rest of our body, right? We want music to actually reside in our body. We want music to come from our bodies, right? So we can just pour it into the keyboard, right? And so by actually humming or singing along to the notes, we can start to actually unlock our ear as well, and we can develop that bodily connection with music and with the music that we play on the keyboard. And I think that's very important for actually becoming a musician, right? For the bigger picture of becoming a musician. All right, so that's everything for this video. Go ahead and practice all of those different variations, and I will see you in the next video. Alright, welcome to the 6th and final video in this second module. Congratulations on making it this far. In this final video, I just wanted to recap over everything that we've covered in this module, because this module has been all about the most foundational stuff that you need to know at the start of, learning the keys. And if you learn the stuff and you really nail it down, it's just going to make everything so much easier as we progress with this course. And then I'll provide some additional, pointers for how to get started practicing the stuff. And then I will talk about how to actually throw fingers and start to get creative with this stuff. Okay, let's get into it. All right, so we have the keyboard, and the keyboard consists of two kinds of keys, white keys and black keys. And the black keys jump up from the white keys in sets of 2 and sets of 3. And this is a repeating pattern up and down the keyboard, right? The white keys each have a name: C, D, E, F, G, A, B, and C. And the black keys are named in relation to the white keys. They are either sharp or flat depending on the context. Sharp means that it's directly up or to the right of a white key. So this key here could be a C sharp. Alternatively, flat means that it's directly down or to the left of a white key. So this same key could be a D flat because it's directly to the left or down from a D. Now we always start with this note here, which is called middle C, because it's directly in the middle of the keyboard, and we want to orient our bodies in front of middle C. We also want to maintain a nice, relaxed and open body position so that we can access all of the notes on the keyboard comfortably without putting strain on our forearms, our wrists, or our hands or our fingers. Middle C is also the point upon which the keyboard splits into two halves. To the left side of middle C is the bass clef, and to the right side of middle C is the treble clef. Starting from this middle C, if we play each individual key, we will play what's called the chromatic scale. Let's play it and name each individual note. C, C sharp or D flat. D, D sharp or E flat. E, F, F sharp or G flat. G, G sharp or A flat. A sharp or B flat. B, and C. So in playing all of those 12 notes, we play what's called the chromatic scale. Now the chromatic scale contains all of the notes on the keyboard, and that means that it contains all of the musical information, which means that it's too much. It's like the galaxy. So we need to organize these 12 notes into smaller, manageable scales called diatonic scales, which only contain 7 notes. Now the first diatonic scale that we look at is called the C major scale, and we start with the C major scale because it consists of only the white keys. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, and C. In order to travel up the C major scale in a fluent manner, we use this core concept called fingerings that provides us with a system for unlocking the hand into new positions so that we can access all of the notes that we want to play. The foundation of fingerings is that each finger has a number. The thumb is number 1, and then we have 2, 3, 4, and the pinky is number 5, and that is the same on both hands. The C major scale finger sequence for the right hand is as follows. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. The C major scale finger sequence for the left hand is as follows. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When it comes to fingerings, there are 2 primary movements or motions that we use to unlock the hand. There is the threading of the thumb, where the thumb threads beneath a finger to reach the next note. And then there is the crossing of the middle finger over the thumb to reach the next note. These are kind of like the 2 main motions or movements that we use in fingerings to really unlock the fingers and start to move across the keyboard in a really fluent manner. Now we want to play the C major scale in both hands, moving up in parallel motion like this and back down like this. In order to do that, both hands are playing different things at the same time, which is where we encounter our first challenge of hand independence. Hand independence means that we want each hand to operate independently of each other. In order to practice hand independence, we have a practice technique called hand separate, where you practice just the right hand, then practice just the left hand, then very gradually bring them together. Now, we play the keyboard using our fingers, so we need to start to think of our fingers as athletes that we need to train and exercise so that we can build up their strength, their endurance, their speed, their dexterity, and their dynamic range so that we can start to express our ideas and our emotions on the keyboard. We train our fingers using what's called finger exercises. And the first finger exercise that we look at is called the 5-note scale, which activates all of the 5 fingers. It starts on C, then climbs up to G, and then goes back down to C again, and repeats like this. Firstly, we need to make sure that we're striking the keys at the same time in both hands, and that we're striking the keys nice and squarely in the middle. We also need to make sure that the note lengths are nice and even, and that the volume of each note is also nice and even, just like this. And this is the 5-note scale in its standard format. Now we can start to change the quality of these notes by changing the length of the notes to making them long legato notes or short and sharp staccato notes. And then we can change the volume of the notes. We can play them quietly or loudly, right? And these are all of the different ways that we can articulate ourselves on the keyboard, and we can start to build this dynamic range by practicing these 5-note scales and these different variations. Alright, so that was a lot of information up front, and I hope that it's not overwhelming and that you're keeping up with everything. Again, this is all of the foundational stuff, and if you have this stuff on lock, it's going to make the rest of the course so much easier. I've put together a worksheet that has all of the information that we've covered in this module, and it has all of the exercises in there as well, so you can work through those in your own time and go back over any of the exercises if you need to. There's also a checklist, and you can like check off each box for all of the foundational concepts, and if you do check off all of those things, it's just going to make the rest of the course so much easier for you. Alright, now as for practice, my recommendation is that you practice for 10 minutes every day. I want you to spend 5 minutes practicing all of these different exercises that we've covered in this module. Most importantly, practice the C major scale so you can start to get that hand independence, and also practice the 5-note scale in the different variations to really start to unlock the fingers. I would say those are the 2 most important exercises to practice up front. But I will leave it up to you to go over the exercises in the worksheet and go over the exercises that you need to practice the most. Now, as for the other 5 minutes, I want you to spend that time throwing fingers and exploring the keyboard using some of the concepts and ideas that we've covered in this module so that you can start to unlock it for yourself. Let me demonstrate how you might go about doing this using the 5-note scale that we've looked at in this module. So if you take a look at the 5-note scale, we've basically got our fingers just resting lightly on top of these 5 notes here, and all we're doing is just pressing these fingers down, right? It's like we're pressing buttons, right? So what if we take the same idea and just move our fingers to different keys on the keyboard? Let's put our thumb here and our second finger there, third finger there, fourth finger there, fifth finger there, right? Let's do it with all of the black notes, and let's just play the 5-note scale. Right? Wow, that sounds great. All we're doing is we're just taking that same idea and we're applying it somewhere else in the keyboard. And by doing that, we're exploring the keyboard and all of the different sounds that it can make. And we're unlocking the keyboard that way, right? Let's try it somewhere else. Let's put our thumb there, second there, third there, fourth, fifth, like this. And just play the 5-note scale. Right? That's a new sound, right? So we're exploring the keyboard that way, and this is super powerful, and if you do this, you will really start to unlock the keyboard and explore the keyboard in your own unique way. Now, the goal of this is to not judge it. Don't judge any sound that you make on the keyboard. Just listen to it and just accept it for what it is. Don't judge it. Don't think like, oh, that sounds bad, or oh, that sounds ugly. It's just a sound at the end of the day, right? And by doing this, we're exploring the keyboard and we're unlocking our fingers, unlocking our ears, and just unlocking music in general, right? And that's the goal with this whole course. Now, just for the sake of it, I'm going to do one more example. Let's put our thumb there, second there, third there, fourth there, fifth there. Let's play the 5-note scale here. Right? That's unique. That's an interesting sound. I like it. That's cool. Now, just one final tip with practicing the exercises, which is to not look at the exercises as some kind of boring chore that you have to do. This is a mistake that a lot of beginners make, and it's a mistake that I made when I started learning the piano. My piano teacher assigned me finger exercises to practice every day, but guess what? I didn't practice them, and that was a mistake. This was a mistake because I was just postponing my growth. Years later, when I actually committed to practicing the piano and practicing finger exercises, my growth skyrocketed, right? So I can't emphasize practicing finger exercises enough. They are super important and super powerful. Honestly, practice them. If you're really struggling to find the motivation to practice them, another way you can look at it is kind of as like a meditation, right? So you can just see it as a time in your day that you can just sit down and relax and breathe and sit at the keyboard, right? And just like feel your fingers on the keys and just, you know, make it a meditation. Just like it's a nice relaxing exercise. Breathe, become aware of your fingers, listen to the sounds, right? And just relax and enjoy it, right? And the quicker that you can enjoy practicing these exercises and you can see the value in practicing these finger exercises, the more you will want to practice them and the quicker you will unlock the fingers and unlock the keyboard. That is a promise, okay? So practice these exercises. Alright, so that's it for this video and this second module. Congratulations on making it this far. I feel like we've already covered a lot of stuff, but we're only just getting started. So I hope you're enjoying it so far, and I hope you're practicing the exercises, and I will see you in the next module. Alright, welcome to the third module. I hope that everything's going well with the exercises that we looked at in the foundations module, and I hope that you're still motivated and inspired to keep going with this material and really unlock the keyboard. So, this module is called Explorations, as you can see from this title, and as you may have guessed already, the whole idea of this module is to continue to explore the world of music. And in this video, I wanted to just share why I think this is really important and why we are doing this now early on in the course before we progress with some more of the kind of basic foundational material. And I wanted to also provide some context as to why I created this module in the first place, right? Because this wasn't actually in my original plan. So here is a visual representation of my original plan for this course, right? So you can see here module 1 is the inspiring module. The same module that you hopefully you've already taken, right? It's the module that provides you with a vision for what is possible with the keyboard. And then in module 2, we have the same foundational module, right? We look at the foundations of the keyboard, the stuff that you need to know to get started playing, learning, and practicing the keyboard. And then my original module 3 was actually a module on sheet music and how to read sheet music. And then module 4 is another module on kind of like the basic material that you need to know to practice to actually unlock the keyboard, right? But when I was actually revising this course, I was looking at module 2, module 3, and module 4 all together, and I started to feel that actually this course was very top heavy. There was too much content and material that I felt like was more on the mundane, more boring side of learning the keyboard and less on the more fun, creative side of learning and playing music and playing the keyboard, right? And I had a feeling that actually module 3 was going to be a problem. I had a feeling that I would lose people in module 3 because not everybody wants to learn how to read sheet music and not everybody wants to learn music theory. They don't really care about that, right? And this might be you as well. You might just want to unlock the keyboard so that you can, you know, produce cool music with it and compose music and perform your favorite songs and things like that. Like, you don't need to know how to read sheet music. It's actually not that necessary if you want to really play the piano or the keyboard. And so here is my revised plan for the course. Module 1 and 2 are still the same, and they're the modules that hopefully you've already done. And I completely changed module 3. I literally changed it to the complete opposite of what it used to be. And I made this module more about tapping into the heart of what music really is and really feeling music and unlocking the ear and unlocking the imagination and kind of really tapping into your own intuition about music and having fun and just connecting with music and playing music, right? Rather than learning sheet music, which tells you how to feel about music and how to play music, right? The module 4 is actually the same module as it is here, but as you can see, these books are actually colored and they're stepwise, right? So you can kind of go up these stacks of books much more easily, and that is hopefully the case because the idea here is that with module 3, this module 3, you're going to be more excited and enthusiastic about going into module 4 to learn more of the basics that you can use to further express yourself and to further tap into music, right? And be able to play music at a higher level and unlock the keyboard to a higher level, right? So that's the idea. So I really felt that my first plan for the course was very much more aligned with the classical approach to learning the piano, right? Where the first step is that you learn the foundation of the piano, otherwise you can't actually, progress. You need to know the foundation. But then you actually have to learn how to read sheet music. And this is a very important skill in classical piano because the way that you progress with this approach to learning the piano is that you learn pieces through sheet music, and through those pieces and through learning and practicing and performing those pieces, that is how you progress. That is how you learn new things to unlock the piano, so to speak, and progress to a higher level. But of course, you need to know how to read sheet music. That is kind of like the main key skill that you need to know to unlock the keyboard. And so unlock the keyboard is the complete opposite approach, right? Of course, step one is still the same. We still have to learn the foundation of the keyboard and all of the basic elements of the keyboard so that we actually can play it. But then right from the start, instead of reading sheet music, it's all about just starting to play the instrument, just literally playing, expressing yourself on it, starting to explore it in your own unique way, discovering what different sounds do, and really starting to use it to connect to the world of music, and also connecting ourselves and our own ears and our own musical intuition with the world of music, and really starting to become more of a creative musician, even though we haven't got the technique to really express that yet, but we're going to build that technique as we go. And then, of course, step 3 is just playing music and having fun right from the start, right from the jump. And I think that's really important. So that's what we're doing here in Unlock the Keyboard. So here's just one more visual representation just to further emphasize this point, right? So here we have the classical approach, and we've got the eyes that are reading sheet music that is telling us what the music is, right? So we need sheet music here to access the music. This is the music here. The sheet music is not the music. It is just telling us what the music is and how to play it. So the sheet music acts as this kind of gatekeeper to access music, right? Whereas we are taking more of a modern approach to learning and playing the keyboard and playing music. So here we have the ear, so we're listening to music, right? And we have the heart here, which basically means like our body and our kind of our emotional intuition, so to speak, right? So what we're doing is we're unlocking our ear and really becoming in tune with our own emotional intuition, and that is how we're accessing the music. And as you can see, it is way more direct. We can tap into the heart and the soul of what music really is by using our ears and using our bodies and feeling music, right? Rather than using our eyes to see sheet music to then tell us what the music actually is, right? So the analogy that I wanted to use to further emphasize this point is the analogy of a baby learning to speak and express itself with its language. As you can see here, we have a very happy baby, and the baby, right from when it's born, even before it's born, it is immersed in like vibrations and sounds, and you know, when it's born, it's just immersed in this world of sounds and music and language, and there's just all these different sounds that it's constantly immersed in, right? This world of sounds, feelings, and expressions. And as the baby begins to grow, it starts to copy and mimic what his parents are saying, and it also learns what different sounds do, right? If it cries, it starts to learn it has an effect, right? If it cries, if it laughs, if it does different things, the baby just moves his body. He just starts expressing. There's like a natural kind of flow of emotion, right? Because if you think of the word emotion, it's emotion. It's designed to move, and the baby is already tapping into that natural flow of emotion, right? Untouched by any particular idea or understanding of how anything works. It just acts, right? It just acts, and by doing that, it starts to learn how to express itself and communicate and actually speak the language, right? And that leads to effective communication. See here in this image, this person is using his ear to listen and is responding, and they are having a conversation, right? And so the baby learns to speak and communicate and express itself before it even knows how to read and write. So that is the main idea here. Now, if we take the same baby and instead of immersing it in the language, we gave him a dictionary and we gave him the ABCs, right? And we told him that you have to understand the theory, and you have to read this language, and you have to know how to write it, and you have to understand it. This baby would be very frustrated because obviously it can't read the dictionary. It doesn't have the mental capacity to understand it, and that would lead to confusion. So when we're learning an instrument and when we're learning the piano and the keyboard, we want to have this approach at the beginning. We want to engage in the learning of this instrument with this approach of just like expressing ourselves and exploring it and tapping into our own intuition and our own emotion and just letting it flow forth and not judging it, right? And by doing that, that's how we're going to learn to express ourselves on the instrument, right? So I really wanted to emphasize this idea that you are a musician, that you are already a musician. It is just who you are, right? And I say that because right from when we're born, and again, before we're born, when we are in the womb, we are constantly like immersed and kind of ensconced in like vibrations and sounds, right? Before we can even see, we're like feeling, we're using our body, and we're like listening. I don't know, this is not scientifically backed, okay? I'm just taking a guess here. And so it makes you wonder, you know, like before we're even born, we are already immersed in just feelings and sensations and sounds and vibrations, right? And when we are born, when we're in the world, all around us, there are all kinds of sounds. There is music, right? Birds make melodies. The wind has different flowing sounds, right? Bees make sounds, right? There's speakers everywhere. You know, you can't escape popular music, right? It doesn't matter what shop you're in, there's probably going to be music playing there, right? And we also love to listen to music. Like, when was the last time you listened to music? Probably the last 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that, right? Within the last hour. So what I'm saying here is that you are already a musician. You already know what sounds good to you. You already know the kind of music you like, the kind of music you don't like, and you already have an idea of how different things make you feel, right? And so what we need to do now is we only need to develop the technique and the physical component of actually playing the instrument so that we can actualize this idea and actually pour our emotions and the things that we already have inside, we can pour that through the keyboard, through an instrument, right? Because in fact, music is already within us. We are already musicians, and the instrument is just an instrument. It's just a tool for us to actually express that idea, okay? And so that's what this whole course is about. That's what this whole module is about. And I really want to emphasize this point that you are already a musician, and we are only just catching up our ability of actually playing the keyboard so that we can actualize that idea. So in this module, we are aiming to connect to our inner child and our inner musician, right? So let's learn from George here, right? George is curious about sounds, right? He wants to learn things. He wants to discover what different sounds are, what they mean, right? Curious George here doesn't judge sounds. He just makes them. He doesn't hit something and think like, oh no, I don't like the sound of that. He just makes sounds, right? Because all sounds are just sounds, right? It's us that projects an idea onto a sound, right? So do away with that. Don't judge sounds, just make them. George uses his ear and he listens, right? And he attempts to copy and mimic what he hears, right? This is what we want to do. We want to start to activate our ear, and we want to try to copy and mimic what we hear, right? And we want to do this now. Like, go ahead and listen to some music and try to hear what's happening, listen to the melody, and go ahead and try to find that melody on the keyboard. This is called ear training. This is called developing the ear, right? Because the ear, as we've already looked at in this video, is the most powerful thing, right? We're aiming to unlock the ear rather than the eyes, right? This is just the most powerful thing in music. I'm not even joking here. And George lets his emotions flow forth without restraint. So we want our emotions to flow. We want to access the motion of the emotion so that it flows somewhere. And we always have emotions. You've just got to kind of let them flow forth into the keyboard. And again, at this point, you might be saying, well, I don't know how to play the keyboard yet. Well, that's besides the point, right? Just let it flow. Make sounds and don't judge them, right? Just let the emotions flow. And then lastly, George doesn't think too much or try to logic or reason his way to self-expression. He just intuitively knows self-expression. He just expresses himself, and he uses his body as well, right? He's constantly using his body. He's making all kinds of gestures, right? And that's how we kind of want to be with the keyboard. So just before we get into this module, I have a few instructions for you up front. The first instruction is to go ahead and listen to your favorite music. Go through the times of your life, like the past 10 years, and pick out all of the favorite music that you've had, right? All of the music that has really like resonated with you on that deep level. And try to figure out what it is about that music that you really connected with, right? Really feel the music, like feel it deeply inside. Actively listen to the music. So actually like sit there and listen to the music as the activity. Don't listen to it while washing some dishes or running or whatever. Like just sit there and listen to the music, feel the music, and try to discern like what about it makes you feel a certain way. What about it do you love? Is it the sounds that they use in this piece of music? Is it kind of the mood that is created, the atmosphere, the ambience? Does it make you feel a certain way? Does it invoke certain memories in you? Does it feel like nostalgia? Does it feel like the summer? Does it feel like the spring or the winter? Does it feel like a warm hug? You know, does it make you picture some kind of desert landscape or something, right? What about that music do you love, right? By doing this, you're starting to tap into your own taste as a musician. This is exactly what I was talking about when I was saying that you are a musician. You already have a taste. You already know what things you like in music and what things you don't like. You want to tap into that. You want to really connect with your own taste, right? Number 3 is to be curious about all music. Go ahead and actually listen to the music that you don't like. Give that a go and actually think like, why don't I like this music? What is it about this music that I don't like? And again, this is just further refining your own taste and actually understanding and tapping into your own taste. Lastly, to prioritize self-expression on the keys. This is the main thing. This is what we're doing here, right? And this is what Unlock the Keyboard is all about. And in fact, this is what Throwing Fingers is. This is actually why I created Throwing Fingers. Throwing Fingers wasn't in the original plan, but when I had this revelation about this third module that I needed to kind of have a module that more taps into what music really is, that's when I also came up with the idea of Throwing Fingers, because it's like, whoa, I can teach you to like just take the material and make it your own and just use it to explore the keyboard. And so Throwing Fingers was also a little bit of a revelation for me when making this course. And I also felt like that's where this course kind of becomes more original and departs from your typical kind of piano course, hopefully. I wanted to finish this video off by sharing with you this kind of cycle that we're trying to achieve here, okay? So here is the world of music, looking very cool here. And what we're doing is it's feeding us, it's nourishing us. We are constantly immersed in the world of music, listening to music, feeling music, exploring new music, discovering music and all of that, and we get inspired. And what happens is we learn new things, we have this new sense of idea of what we like, and we pour that new inspiration and those new ideas into the keyboard, and we create our own music, right? Whether that's producing something or composing or performing, doesn't matter. In doing that, we are giving back to the world of music. And then, of course, the world of music gives back to us, and it creates this cycle. And so this is the cycle of a creative musician. This is a cycle of the artist, right? Because as I said in the first module, this course is about becoming a creative musician, an artist, right? And the keyboard is our tool to create art. And yeah, I thought I'd share that. So that is the end of this first video. I really hope that you're excited to get going with this module. And yeah, I will see you in the next video. Alright, welcome to the second video in this third module. Now, as you can hear, we have this funky groove happening, right? So we've got some keys, we've got a bass line, and we've got a really cool drum groove. And this is just a simple loop that I made for the purpose of jamming along to this, right? Because one of the goals with Unlock the Keyboard is that I want you to be able to jam. Now, what is jamming? It means that you've got a bunch of musicians getting together and just having fun playing music together, right? So imagine that you've met this drummer, right? And he's just laying down this groove, and there's a bassist who's laying down this bass line, right? And now it's up to us to just play some keys over that, right? And just jam along, right? But how are we going to go about doing that? That's what we're going to look at in this video. So in this video, I'm going to show you how we can actually just start playing along with this groove. Now, I've composed it in such a way that we only need to worry about playing the white notes, right? So we're only going to worry about playing the white notes, but we're going to explore some different ways that we can just jam along to this and start to tell a bit of a story. And again, this is also for the purpose of just like feeling music in our bodies, really connecting with music, and just like having fun playing music, right? So that's the purpose of this video, right? Now, I'm going to show you how to do this in this video, but I've made this a 5-minute loop that you can download, and the idea is that you download it and you just play along to it in your own time, just for the purpose of like jamming and feeling loose and fun and free on the keyboard, right? So that's the purpose, that's the goal. Let's jump into it. The first thing that I want you to do is really feel the groove, really feel the beat of the music, right? And actually let your body move along to it, right? Actually feel the pulse, and just let your body naturally move as it does with the drums, because that's what the drums do, right? They make us want to move. They make our bodies want to move and like dance, right? And so we can start to actually feel the groove and the pulse in our bodies, right? And it's a natural thing, right, for the body to move to a drum beat. So that's the first thing that we want to do. And we also want to just like listen to the music, right? Really hear that bass groove. Right, really hear the bass groove and hear those keys like laying it down. Again, we're just like activating the ear and activating our bodies in relation to music. That's the whole purpose of this module. Okay, now what we want to do is to start to connect with that pulse with the keyboard, right? So the first thing that we can do is to play along to different components of the drum beat, right? So first we can hear this cut, right, this snare sound, right? So we want to play along to that, and we're just going to use this note here, this C. So let's play along to that snare. Ka, ka, like that. Now the next thing that we can play along to is the kick drum, right? Which is happening on every beat. Boom, 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 boom. Again, we're just trying to connect with the pulse of the music and really feel it in our bodies, and to start to let that naturally pour out through our bodies onto the keyboard, right? Now the next thing that we can play along to is the hi-hat, which is that so let's play along to that. If you can't play that fast yet, don't worry too much. This is just to like start to really connect with the music and connect with the keyboard. Okay, let's start figuring out how we can actually jam along with this and make some kind of solo thing. Okay, we're gonna start on this note, and what we're gonna do is just play single notes, meaning we're just gonna play like one note at a time, right? One, 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 one. And actually speak it out loud, right? Say one, 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 pause, one, pause, pause, one, pause, one, pause, one, right? So we're just using one note here, and we're already starting to feel it into the groove, right? Now, of course, the next step up from that is groups of 2 notes. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. So you can play it at different speeds. So we can go 1, 2, 1, 2, or we can go like this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Right? So you can start to connect the groups of 2 notes with the single notes, and we're already starting to build some material to work with and tell a bit of a story, right? Even just with these 2 things, we can actually tell a bit of a story. Check it out. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. You can already hear how we're starting to actually tell a bit of a story and just like jam along, and that sounds good to me, and we're only using 1 note. Okay, the next step up is to play groups of 3 notes, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. again, we're just starting to build some materials to work with, right? Let's play groups of 4 notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. 1. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. Okay, then lastly, let's play groups of 5 notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. Right, so yeah, I mean, this is what I like to call the one note solo, because we've only got one note, right? So it's easy in that sense. And what we're doing is we're adding some rhythmic intrigue, and we're playing groups of notes to tell a bit of a story, right? And so that's the first thing I want you to try out. Now, of course, you could do that same exercise. You could do the one note solo on any of the white notes. It's up to you, right? There's no right answers to this. In this video, I'm just showing you some ideas that you can try out in your own time. But yeah, it's up to you how you want to actually exercise those ideas. Now, of course, the next thing we want to do is to start to incorporate other notes. So let's add this note, the next note up. And I'm doing the same thing here, so I'm playing groups of notes. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Right, so now just 2 notes, and we're using the same materials, the same groups of notes to tell a bit of a story. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Now, this is our, let's call this the home note, right? This is our home base. So when you play this note, where does that want to go? If you really listen to it, do you feel like it kind of wants to go up to here? It wants to rise? Like that's what my ear kind of hears. That's what I want this note to do. So now let's do this. Let's add this third note. Right now we've got 3 notes to work with. And we're limiting ourselves, right? So we're only using these 3 notes to tell a story. One, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Right? So then obviously the next one up is this. Go up, go back down. And then of course, naturally, we want to rise up to this note here. And what have we got here? That's right, this is the 5-note solo that we looked at in the previous module. Literally, what I'm doing right now is actually just playing the 5-note scale. It's so funny. Down, up, hold it, down, hold it. Go up again, go down, go down. Right, so we can just use the 5-note scale, go up, go down, go up and down. We can do all kinds of things. Now what if we take these same 5 notes and play them in a different sequence? So what if we go like this? Right, so we're just using these 5 notes and just jamming along to it. Okay, what if we play the 5-note scale starting on A? Go up, go down. Go up on the A, go up on the C. Go down on the C. Go down on the A. Right? This sounds good to me. And if you're jamming along with this imaginary drummer and bassist, you could literally just do that. Literally just play the 5-note scale, which hopefully you've been practicing. Go down. You could also just do the 5-note scale literally starting on any white note. Go down. 5-note scale going down starting on every different note. Right, so it's up to you to be as creative and as imaginative as you want. Okay, now if you play this 5-note scale starting on A and go up, and then play it on the C, you may notice here that the next note up is A, so we've literally unlocked all of the white notes. And so the ultimate goal here is to just use all of the white notes and be as free as you want, be as creative as you want, and try to tell a bit of a story. Jump notes, right? We've got a big space here. What if we widen that space? Like that. Okay, so it's up to you to just use these materials that we've looked at in this video to just jam along and have as much fun as you want. And again, the goal of this exercise is to just jam, to just groove. Like, there are no wrong answers. And just go ahead and be free on the keyboard, have fun, don't judge it. Remember what we looked at in the previous video, don't judge it, just play and enjoy it. Okay, go ahead and download that 5-minute loop and start jamming to it now, jam along to it tomorrow, and yeah, good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, welcome to the third video in this third module. In this video, we're going to be doing something very similar to what we just did in the previous video, but we're going to be playing along to a completely different style of music, right? So the last video, that groove was more on the side of the keyboard that's related to like producing music, playing funky grooves, you know, playing like jazzy stuff, playing cool chords, playing along with friends, performing, and all of that kind of thing, right? But as I explained in the first module, the keyboard is so vast. There is so much potential and possibility that we can achieve with the keyboard, right? We can produce music, you know, perform music, play jazz, but we can also play classical piano. We can compose beautiful music, and we can create an atmosphere. We can create an ambience, right? We can create these really profound feelings and imagery with the keyboard and with the piano. Right? And I really wanted to tap into that side of the story in this video. So we're going to be doing the same exercise. We're going to be, you know, kind of freely improvising and playing along to a piece of music, but we're going to be focusing on different things, right? We're going to be focusing on more like creating an ambience, an atmosphere, pouring more emotion and feeling into the notes that we play, and trying to tap into that imagery and the imagination that we have and pour that into the notes that we play. All right, let me play this piece of music to you. So as you can hear, it's way different to the last one, right? It's more magical. It's more inspiring. It's got a sense of wonder and mystery to it, maybe. What are the emotions that you hear from this piece of music? What does it invoke inside? How does it make you feel? Right, we want to tap into these things. This is what I was talking about in the first video when I was talking about emotional intuition, right? We want to tap into that emotional intuition and really feel the music, right? Also, what does it make you see? Does it invoke any imagery in your imagination? For me, this makes me picture kind of like a snowy landscape. I can picture snow falling. I can kind of see like a little village in the snow. I don't know, something like that. Also, what is the mood? What is the atmosphere? For me, this sounds darker. It sounds a little bit more sad. It sounds a little bit more, I don't know, melancholy, maybe. These are just my answers. Yeah. So, I also wanted to mention that I composed this using the keyboard. So that is to say that you can compose epic grooves like the last video, but also this really atmospheric, ambient, fantasy, orchestral stuff with the keyboard. Okay, let's get started, right? The first thing that I want you to do is try to listen to this bell melody, right? Listen to it. And what we want to do is try to play it by ear, learn it by ear, right? Right? Find the notes, right? I'm playing them here, but when you do this yourself, try to find these notes and actually play along with them, right? So you can play along with the bell, And then now you have a chance to actually play it yourself without the bell to guide you. So this is just a bit of ear training, trying to learn a rather simple melody and just recreate it ourselves and play it along with the music, right? Again, I want to emphasize the importance of ear training. Ear training is so powerful because we want to activate our ears, right? So go ahead and listen to this bell sound and try to learn and copy that melody. Right, so that's the first thing that I want you to do. Again, this is a 5-minute loop that you can download. I'm just going to show you what we're going to explore in this video, and it's up to you to download that 5-minute loop and start actually exploring stuff with it in your own time. Okay, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to hold the pedal down and we're going to just play this note here, A, okay? And just place it anywhere that sounds good and let that note ring out. Right, and really tap into the dynamics and the articulation that we looked at in the previous module, right? The foundations module. Play like staccato notes like this. Play really quiet notes. Play really loud notes. Hold the pedal down. Play really nice long notes like that. Yeah, so that's how we're going to get started. And now what we're going to do is we're going to start to blend these different articulations together into one kind of arc of sound that's going to be like this. Right, so what we're doing here is we're starting light, we're starting quiet and small, and we're gradually picking up speed and loudness, and then we're bringing it back down, right? Let's do the same thing on this note. Again, we're focusing on creating more of an atmosphere and an ambience. And you want to feel this calm state in your body and try to like really pour emotion into those notes. Again, this is just like one note solo, similar to the last one. But instead of focusing on groups of notes, we're more creating this arc, right? This passage of these notes. Okay, what if we do the same thing, but add, like, the next note along, like this? Like that. This is called a trill in classical music, where you alternate between two notes. Typically, you do it very fast. If you can't do it at that speed, don't worry, just go as fast as you can. This is not about technical ability. We're just, we're just practicing improvising and being free on the keyboard, right? That's the purpose of all of this. Now we've got 3 notes here. Let's do the arc with these 3 notes, like that, right? Going up, going back down. Going very slowly. Going up to this note. Like that, right? Now here we've got the 5-note scale. I'm literally just playing it as we practiced it. And I'm holding the pedal down the whole time as I do this. You want to pick up the speed? Pick up the volume? And then bring it back down. Bring it back down. Okay, let's play the 5-note scale starting on C as we practiced in the previous module. You want to picture whatever you see from this piece of music, right? Activate that imagination. Try to see with your mind's eye and like connect the notes that you play with that. Now, again, I'm just like playing any of these notes in any random order, but trying to tell a story with it, right? So That's what we want to do. We want to try to tell a story. We want to capture the mood, and we want to pour our emotions into the notes, the feelings into those notes. Now, the ultimate goal of this is, of course, the same as the previous one, which is to use all of the notes and to just play along, try to create an ambience, try to create an atmosphere, and yeah, just have fun and pour your emotions out into this, right? Again, you want to activate those articulations. We want to really make the most of those articulations that we've been practicing. This is a really good opportunity to start really applying those articulations, right? Quiet notes, loud note, loud note, loud note. Well, that was a bit of a mistake, but again, there are no mistakes in this. There are no wrong answers. So I will leave it up to you to download this loop and play along to it, maybe use some of the ideas that we've explored in this video, and yeah, really try to tap into that imagery, try to make the most of your articulations that you're developing, you know, really try to pour your emotions out into those notes, because this is where music is. As I explained, like, there is the technique, you could have perfect technique, but if you don't have the emotions, the imagery, and, you know, just the music behind the notes, then it's lacking, okay? So that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to be free. We're trying to activate that side of music, which is really important, okay? So go ahead and download this and do whatever you want with it, right? And have fun with it. And I'll see you in the next video. Alright, welcome to the fourth video in this third module. In this video, I'm going to be sharing with you what I think is the ultimate keyboard hack. It is so powerful that you can literally start using it today to play all kinds of great sounding chords on the keys without even knowing how they work, or without even knowing any music theory or anything like that, right? And there is so much room for creative exploration with this one idea, right? So I'm really excited to share it with you. But before I do, I just wanted to say that actually, I don't believe in keyboard hacks. I don't believe in piano hacks, right? You can't hack your way to good keyboard skills, right? It's in the name, right? Hack. You don't want to be a hacker. You want to be someone that actually puts in good and honest hard work to achieve good and honest results, right? And that's what it takes on the keyboard. You actually have to put in the work to practice this material, to actually build the technique so that you can unlock the keyboard and thus unlock all of the benefits that are available to you if you unlock the keyboard, right? If you just seek piano hacks, you're not going to get those results. You're not going to get all of those great things that you can achieve if you unlock the keyboard, right? And I'm a really big proponent of learning and practicing an instrument as a form of self-improvement, right? It's a double win if you actually put in the hard work, because you're going to improve your discipline, you're going to become a more disciplined person, and you're going to improve your consistency. You're going to become more consistent, and you're also going to improve your work ethic. So you literally improve all of these three things and unlock the keyboard at the same time. So it's a major win if you ask me. It's literally such a double win. Like, it's a no-brainer in my mind. Like, it's such a powerful way to improve yourself and also become a musician and unlock the keyboard and all of the benefits that are available to you if you unlock the keyboard, right? However, when I was revising the course, I started to feel like some people might be put off by that approach, that more intense approach. Like, I was originally going to tell people that, like, you've got to really practice hard, and my original practice routine for this course was going to be way more, but I actually decided to dial it back a little bit, because I think some people would be put off by that and they wouldn't want to put in that much time, or maybe they didn't have that much time available. And so, you know what, I actually thought, I realized that I needed to get a quick win for you. Like, I needed you to feel like you're actually really playing great music, like, early on, and that you're really getting the hang of the keyboard early on. And I realized that the only way to achieve that was actually to teach some kind of piano hack, right? Some kind of keyboard hack. And so I decided, you know what, I'm going to teach one hack in this course. one hack to rule them all. Okay, so what is this super powerful ultimate hack? It's what I like to call shape-shifting. Okay, what is shape-shifting? The idea here is that we create a shape with our hands and with our fingers, and we play that shape on the keyboard to create a chord or a sound. And then we lift that shape, keep it in place, and move the hand, shift the hand to the side, and then play the next chord. Right? And by doing this, we can play all kinds of chords. Okay, so we're going to explore this idea using a shape that everybody knows and that everybody is familiar with, the peace sign. Okay, so make a peace sign in the right hand, and what we're going to do is we're going to put that down on the keyboard here. Right, so we've got the first note as middle C, right? So check it out, we've got a cute little chord here, right? Okay, so that is the first step, creating a shape and then putting it down on the keyboard. Now what we want to do is we want to lock that shape in place, meaning we don't want to change the distance between these fingers like this, like make them closer or make them wider apart. And we don't want to add any other fingers. We just want to lock that shape in place and lift the fingers, then shift them across and then play again, right? And here we have another new chord, right? But first, before we proceed, I just wanted to say that you need to make sure that you've got the accuracy on point, right? We talked about accuracy in the previous module, meaning you want to hit the notes squarely in the middle. So make sure that you're actually on top of some new keys here and that you're nice and squarely in the middle so that you can press those fingers down and play an entirely new chord. Okay, let's shift up again. Right? Beautiful. Again. Just like that, we can play all of these cute little chords just using a peace sign and spread peace and love to the world. As easy as that, right? You don't want to be too mechanical with this, right? So you don't want to be like up, shift, down, up, shift, down. You don't want to be like a robot like this. You want to make these movements more fluid, more smooth, right? You want it to kind of arc. If I was to exaggerate the movement, you want to arc the fingers to the next one. Check it out, like arc it across like that, like it arcs across, right? That's kind of how we want to shift, like this, just so that it's smooth and so that we can do it quick, right? Because if you were doing this technique, you can only do it so fast. It's like you become a bit of a robot, but you can only go so fast, right? Okay, so that is literally shape-shifting, and using that method, we can play all kinds of chords, but we've hardly even scratched the surface yet, right? Now, with this one idea, with this one peace sign, and using only one hand, we can actually play the iconic theme tune for a famous kids' TV show. Check it out. If you know, you know. Right, so that's the theme song from a TV show called Rugrats. So I grew up watching Rugrats, and I was always listening to this theme song, and I never would have believed that you could literally play it using a peace sign on a keyboard. It's that amazing. Congratulations, you are officially a composer for a famous kids TV show, right? It's as easy as that, okay? Jokes aside, I just wanted to demonstrate that you don't need to know how chords work, or you don't need to know music theory or anything like that, and you can still compose a piece of music, right? Just using a peace sign and shifting it across the keyboard. Okay, let's take this idea one step further. How are we going to do that? We're going to add the left hand, right? So double peace signs. So we're going to start with the left hand down here, right? The lowest note being that low C, and we're going to place the right hand peace sign here, right? So one note away. And then, of course, play both of these together. And there you have it. Another beautiful chord using only peace signs. Right, so what we need to do here is we need to lock both of these hands into position as though they are one unit, so that when we shift, they shift together. And then play. And there we have another beautiful chord. Let's keep going. Check it out. We are unlocking all of these cool chords that we can use to play, to produce music, to compose music. You can do whatever you want with these chords. You could just play them, right? And come up with your own little song if you want to. You could choose one and just be like, and then move to the next one, and then move down one. Right, so you can do whatever you want with these, right? And it's as easy as using two peace signs, right? So what I want you to do is I want you to play this chord here. And I want you to play it 4 times, just like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're going to shift to the left and play this chord 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're going to shift to the left again and play this chord 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it should sound like this, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I want you to get that down, right? Because what we're going to do is we're going to play a little song together, and that's your part, right? So make sure you get that down first. Pause the video if you need to and just work over that real quick. And I'm going to count to 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we're going to start playing after the 4, right? So make sure you've got it down first, and let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so if you managed to sync that up correctly, it should have sounded something like Justin Bieber's Peaches. Congratulations, you are officially a famous pop songwriter. Okay, jokes aside, but literally, you can use this one idea, using peace signs, to actually play a really great sounding chord progression. So great that it was used in a really famous pop song. In fact, this one chord progression is probably used in hundreds of famous pop songs, right? And that is to say that you don't need to know theory or how chords work or anything, or how chord progressions work. And you can literally just shift and create your own chord progressions, right? It's really that simple and that incredible, right? Now, before we proceed, I actually just wanted to share the story of how I actually discovered this keyboard hack, because I actually didn't make this up myself, right? So I work with a singer named Emily, and we started writing music together for our band about 3 years ago, right? And the first song that we wrote together, she wrote the lyrics, and she had some chords that she was playing too, right? And we had our first songwriting session, and she played these chords to me, and she was literally using peace signs to play these chords. And at the time, I actually thought that was so ridiculous and so stupid, and I gave her a lot of crap for that, and I was like, that's not how you play the keyboard. That's ridiculous. What are you doing, right? But in hindsight, that's genius, right? She was actually able to play really good sounding chords without really knowing how theory works or how chords work, or she hadn't really unlocked the keyboard yet, right? And yet she was able to create these really great chords that she could use in her songwriting process, right? And when I was, making this module and looking for a really effective keyboard hack, that's when I remembered, like, oh my gosh, Emily was playing these really great chords using peace signs. And that was like a revelation moment, right? So shout out to Emily for teaching me this hack. I think it's kind of fun and it's really effective. So yeah, anyway, let's keep going. So let's take this idea one step further. How are we going to do that, right? So let's place our peace sign in the left hand here, starting on middle C. And this is how we were playing the chords just before, right? With one key in the middle, in between these two peace signs. What if we close that gap? Wow, check it out. We've got an entirely new chord here. Beautiful, right? So what have we got here? We've actually got a W shape, right? So again, you want to lock both of these hands together and then shift. Beautiful. And now we have unlocked a whole new set of chords that we can work with that sound great. Amazing. It's so incredible how this works. We can literally unlock so many new chords using just peace signs, right? Amazing, right? So what I want you to do is I want you to play this one here, right? The one we started with. And I want you to play this twice. 1, 2, and then we're going to shift to the next one to the left and play this twice. 1, 2, and then we're going to shift down 2 to this one here. 1, 2, and play it 4 times. 3, 4. So it should be like this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then repeat it, right? So I want you to get comfortable with this, because we're going to do the same thing as we did before, and we're going to play a little song together, right? And that's your part, right? So get comfortable with that first, and then I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to count to 4, and we're going to start playing music together. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, if you managed to sync that up correctly, it should have sounded like a jazz piece, right? Incredible, right? Congratulations, you are officially a jazz pianist. Right? I'm not even joking as well. Like, these chords that we're playing here are actually chords that jazz pianists and keyboard players use all the time. They're called 7 chords. Right? Now, we don't even have to know what 7 chords mean, but we're playing them. Right? We're playing them using 2 peace signs, using a W shape. Right? It's incredible, right? And yeah, like I said, we don't have to know theory, and we don't have to know how chords work or anything. Like, this whole module is about using our creative intuition, using our emotions, like just having fun and exploring the keyboard in unique ways, right? And we don't have to understand what we're doing, but it sounds good, right? And so that's why I wanted to share this hack with you. That's actually as far as I'm going to take this hack in this video. So I'm going to leave it to you to be as creative and as imaginative as you want with this idea, but I want to remind you that we've literally only used one shape. We've only used the peace sign. There are all kinds of other shapes that you can create with your hands and fingers to explore the keyboard. It's really amazing. There's like infinite possibility. Also, we haven't even finished exploring the peace sign shape, right? What if we entwined the peace signs like this? We create a whole new interesting chord, right? What if we were to widen the gap between the 2 hands? What if we were to widen it further? Right? These are all very interesting sounding chords. Right? So that's just the peace sign, right? So there's so much potential with just the peace sign. So you could explore all kinds of different shapes and shapeshift with them. You could also have like one shape in the left hand and a different shape in the right hand and shift with that and come up with all kinds of chords with that. You could change the distance between the 2 hands. Right, there is so much possibility with this one idea, right? So go ahead and throw fingers with this and explore the keyboard using this method. You're going to discover so many new chords and new sounds that hopefully you can play and have fun with and compose and produce with and do all kinds of things with, okay? So that's everything for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Alright, welcome to the 5th and final video in this 3rd module. So a lot of this module has been all about really connecting with the world of music, the magic of music, feeling it in our bodies, hearing it in our ear, discerning how it makes us feel, you know, tapping into our creative intuition and all of that. And I really just wanted to spend this last video driving that point home, right? So what we're going to do in this video is I'm going to play a bunch of different sounds, and I want you to really listen to them and try to figure out really how they make you feel, right? Because we want to open our minds to more creative ways of understanding music and of interacting with music, right? We want to activate our imagination. We want to think about how it feels, how it sounds, right? The senses that are activated, you know, what it looks like, right? The imagery, right? We want to try to connect a story with different sounds, and we want to see like the characters involved and all of that, right? So what we're doing here is we're developing more of a creative, imaginative, artistic way of interacting with and understanding music and sounds. All right, let's get into it. So I'm going to play a series of sounds, and it's quite easy. You can actually follow along with me here. So in the right hand, I've got these 3 notes, right? And I'm going to keep this the same for the duration of this exercise, right? So we've got the thumb on the C, second finger on F, and middle finger on G there, right? And in the left hand, we're going to start with C, and we're just using one finger here. And what we're going to do is we're going to go up the notes chromatically, right? And so you can follow along with me here, and let's get into it. All right. So what does this sound like? Can you picture anything? What kind of emotions are arising from this one sound? To me, this makes me think of, I don't know, like a superhero or something. It feels like it's anticipating something, right? Like something's about to happen, right? We're waiting for the movie to start or something, right? Again, you want to come up with your own answers to these questions. Now, there are no wrong answers. Again, we're just being more creative with how we think about sounds and how we hear sounds and interact with them. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Wow, check that out. Literally one note away, and we are in an entirely different place. Check that out. What does that sound like? Where are we? What is this world? Right, so this sounds very sci-fi to me. Like, this is a very space opera sound. I feel like we're on some other planet or something, and there's a lot of mystery in this sound, don't you reckon? Like, what kind of emotions do you hear in this sound? I hear mystery. I hear the unknown. I hear the vastness of space, or the deepness of the ocean, right? Alright, let's move to the next one. Oh, that's a cool sound. I like this one. I don't know, it sounds blue. I don't know why, it just sounds like blue and yellow. Like bright blue and yellow. I don't know, really cool. It's again, it makes me think of a superhero for some reason. Okay, let's move to the next one. Whoa, what does that feel like? What kind of emotions does that make you feel? To me, this sounds like, it sounds kind of settled, but at the same time, bad things are happening or are about to happen or have happened, and there's a touch of sadness there. I don't know. It's interesting. I can kind of sense it inside me, but I can't exactly articulate what I feel. But that's exactly the point here. We want to understand it on a deeper level. We want to understand it in our bodies and in our minds, right? Okay, let's move to the next one. Okay, it's very interesting. It sounds very like... It sounds like tense. It's almost like there's a... It's like I'm picturing like an office scene or something, and there's one employee that's just kind of grumpy or making a fuss about something. I don't know. But as you can see, I'm literally painting a picture. I've got a setting, an office. I've got some characters. just from one sound, right? So that's what I'm talking about when I say you want to kind of engage your imagination and try to picture sounds, right? Let's move to the next one. Okay, yeah. This sounds very vanilla to me. It sounds like a vanilla ice cream. It sounds like a guy in jeans on a Sunday or something. He's like barbecuing some sausages. I don't know. See, we've got a character now. Like, if this sound was a person, what would that person look like? See, these are very creative questions for how we're thinking about sounds, right? It's not just like, oh, this sounds good, or this sounds bad, or this sounds happy, or this sounds sad. It's like, no, there's a character, there's a story. Check out this one. Okay, so you might immediately say like, oh, that sounds bad, and at first listen, I might agree with you, it does kind of sound bad, but we want to break away from that black and white way of thinking about sounds, right? That's still a sound, right? It sounds like a lot of conflict. It sounds like the middle of a battle scene, right? It sounds like a war. It sounds like swords are clashing, people are dying, blood is being shed. Okay, that was quite intense, but you see what I mean, right? And music is used for films and for games, and so imagine if you're composing some music for a film and there's like a battle scene, right? So you could use the sound to capture that feeling. And yeah, so at first glance, this is an ugly sound, but it's still a sound, and there's still a story there, right? Let's keep going. This is another very cool sound. I don't know, again, it gives me that kind of superhero vibe for some reason, like blue, white, yellow. What colors are arising for you with this sound? Actually, this sounds very like... It sounds like a revelation. It sounds like a eureka moment or something. Like, Eureka! I figured it out! Like, that's a very intangible thing, right? Eureka. What even is that? And apparently this sound makes me think of it, right? Okay, next one. Oh, wow. This sounds very whimsical to me. How about you? Does this sound whimsical? It sounds magical. It sounds also very sad. Melancholy. Like, someone has passed away. And there's a character, he's sitting on the grass. She's sitting on the grass. And she's got a picture book in front of her, on her lap. And there's grass around her, and the wind is blowing. And I can just picture the grass is like really blowing around her, and she's looking at these memories. See? I literally created an entire story, a character, and a backstory for the character, using this one sound. So, these are the kinds of questions you want to be asking. Okay, let's keep going. Oh my gosh. This sounds like the character's just made a breakthrough or something. Like, she's flipped the page and she's seen a photo of someone from her past who she forgot about for some reason, and now she's going to meet that character. I don't know. It sounds very hopeful. It sounds very inspired, like we're moving somewhere, right? Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, yeah. This also sounds like a vanilla ice cream. No, it sounds like one of those goody gumdrop ice creams. It's like vanilla, but there's also a little bit of something extra in there. It sounds kind of settled. What about the next one? Alright. It sounds like we are... Okay, you know what this sounds like? I'm just gonna say it outright. Like, this is what came to mind. This sounds like we're busting for the toilet, and we're like in a really long car ride, and there hasn't been a toilet for ages, and we're busting, and we can see one now. It's like right there, and we're hurrying to the toilet. We're hurrying, and then we make it, right? It's fine. It's all good. Sorry for being so honest and graphic in that exercise, but that's what music is. Music is this entire color palette. It's emotions, it's feelings, it's a sensation, it's a character, it's a story. This is an art form that we're dealing with here, right? And we're tapping into this art form. The keyboard is a way that we're accessing this world and also accessing this magic that we have inside, the imagination, these feelings, these emotions, all of these intangible things. We can suddenly grab them and make them tangible using these different sounds, and we can compose music with these sounds and tell a really great story and have an orchestra play it and really move people. We can deliver an incredible performance in front of a big audience and really inspire and move people, you know. And so that is just to show you how powerful music is, and I really hope that this has opened your mind to the possibilities of what music is, and really I really hope that you've got a more imaginative and creative way of thinking about music and understanding music. Alright, so we're going to do a similar exercise now where I'm going to play a succession of random chords. I haven't planned this bit, but that's part of it, right? I'm just going to play some random chords here, and it's the same thing. So I want you to kind of think about how these chords make you feel, and I want you to try to discern, like, yeah, what is the chord trying to tell you, okay? Let's get started with this chord here. Okay, how does that feel? This is a major chord, okay? We haven't looked at this yet. We're going to look at this in the next module. You can play along with me here. You can kind of see my fingers and what notes they're playing. So you could learn these chords if you want. But yeah, what is that chord? How does it make you feel? So typically speaking, they say that a major chord sounds happy, right? And then there's the minor chord, the opposite of the major chord, right? And they say that the minor chord sounds sad and mysterious, I guess. But again, we wanna open our minds and be more creative, right? So I don't know. Sounds like the sun. Sounds like a dark alley where a mysterious character is brewing some terrible concoction to poison some foe. I don't know. I have a crazy imagination. I don't know about you. Okay, let me play some other chords. How about this? Oh, that's interesting. What does that sound like? I'm not going to answer these questions, so it's up to you to answer them. Okay, how about this one? Okay, how about this one? Beautiful. How about this one? What about this? Whoa. That is beautiful. I'm literally just making these up on the spot. Of course I've played these chords before, but like I'm just playing random chords is what I'm saying. Okay, what about this? What does that make you think of? What is the story behind this sound? What about this one? Wow. What about this? There's a bit of movement there. Okay, how about this for some movement? What does this make you think of? Does this remind you of anything? What does that sound like? Okay, what about this? Does this remind you of anything? Okay, I'm playing staccato notes here, right? What if we make it louder? Okay, you probably know what that is. I'm not going to continue with that example. What about this? What if I played this exact chord like this? Does it sound like something different now just because I'm adding some movement to it? What if I was to do this? Does it sound like something? A waterfall, the stars twinkling, a mystery about to be solved. I don't know. There are no wrong answers to this, like I've been saying. Okay, how about this? What does this sound like? Does that make you think of like some kind of desert or some kind of historical period or something? I don't know, maybe. What about this chord? Yeah, it makes me think of a historical period. It actually makes me think of like Egypt, right? I don't know. Okay, what about this chord? I feel like there's a lot of narrative power in this chord. It could be a character, okay? Again, if this was a character, if this was a person, what would he look like? If I was to answer that question right now, I would picture this guy. He's like a detective. He's got a big black coat on. He's got very dark black hair. He's got kind of like a beak nose, black eyes. He's smoking a cigar. I don't know. He's kind of a gangster, I guess. Okay. Yeah, we'll leave the exercise there. But yeah, I hope that this exercise in this video has really opened your mind and broadened your perspective of music and what is possible with music. You can tell stories, you can create characters, you can conjure images. It is literally magic that we are dealing with here. And so that brings us to the end of Module 3. I really hope that you've enjoyed this module. This module was a lot of fun for me to prepare and for me to teach. And so, yeah, I'm actually not going to give you some kind of practicing recommendation for this module because I felt like that would actually defeat the purpose of this module. It's meant to be like fun and inspiring, and it's meant to get you just playing music and getting you in touch with music. So I think it would defeat the purpose if I was to tell you that, oh, you need to practice the loops 5 minutes a day each, and you need to do the shape-shifting at least 4 shapes a day or something like that. It would just be stupid. It would defeat the purpose, okay? So I want you to just take this material and explore it however you want. Throw fingers with it. If I was to give you one thing from this module to actually practice and really exercise, it is the philosophy that we've explored here, because this is a philosophy, right? Really engaging with the music in this very creative and imaginative way, right? And just go out and actually just be a musician. Like, engage in music as a musician. Listen, use your ear, really discern how things make you feel. Listen to all kinds of sounds in the world. Listen to all kinds of music. Really listen to it actively and deeply. Really feel it in your body. Dance to it. Let the emotion flow and just start expressing yourself on the keyboard. Okay, that is everything for this module. I'm going to see you in the next module, Module 4, where we look at the basics. See you there. Welcome to Module 4. Congratulations on making it this far. We're making solid progress into the course now, and I hope that everything's working out well for you. I hope you're still doing the exercises from the second module, and I hope you're experimenting with some of the things that we looked at in the previous module. So this module is an absolute beast, but before we get into it, actually, I just wanted to mention that I ended up making the original Module 3, the module on sheet music and music theory. So if you wanted to check out that material, now might be a good time. You can access that module in the Classroom tab, and it's 8 videos long. It's pretty thorough. It goes over most of the things you need to know to actually read sheet music and understand basic music theory. So that might be helpful to you, just so that you can get clued in on how music works. It's not necessary though, so if you don't want to take it, you don't have to. I'm not going to be providing any sheet music or notation in this main course, so don't worry about that. Alright, so why do I call this module the Beast? Well, that's because this module is where it happens. Okay, this module is Unlock the Keyboard in a nutshell. If I was to give you only one module from this entire course to help you actually unlock the keyboard, it would be this one. Okay, now why is that the case? Because we look at all of the fundamental practical things that you need to actually know to play the keyboard, to play the piano. We look at the basics, right? The basics of the keyboard. And maybe that word at first glance is like, the basics? oh, what's so great about the basics? They're just the basics. Well, hopefully in this video, I'm going to show you why the basics are absolutely everything. There is a quote that I love, and it applies to not just music, it applies to everything in life, I believe, and that is that do the basics, get 90% of the results. Okay, so in this module, I'm going to be teaching you the basics of the keyboard. And by that token, if you practice this material, you will literally get 90% of the results. A lot of piano education takes a songs first approach, right? At this point, I think a lot of courses might actually teach you a song or a bunch of songs, and you would learn those songs, and that is how you kind of progress on the piano, on the keyboard. But we aren't taking a songs first approach here. We are taking a basics first approach, right? Taking a songs first approach, the way I think about it is that you're opening a cake shop, right? And you're ordering these cakes from these bakers around town, and then you're selling their beautiful cakes. And that's fine. You can still sell their beautiful cakes, and you can still eat and enjoy those beautiful cakes. But guess what? You might not be able to bake your own cake. So what this module is going to do for you is it's going to give you the ingredients to actually bake your own cake and sell your own goods. So we're going to look at the ingredients, right? A lot of Unlock the Keyboard is helping you become a creative musician, right? And to be a creative musician, you need to know the ingredients that musicians actually use to make music, right? So that's one of the reasons why actually knowing the basics and understanding the basics is really critical, especially if you want to be a creative musician on the keyboard. And the great part about taking a basics first approach is that when we do look at songs, which is the next module, you will actually understand how those songs are like composed and how to actually go about playing them on the keyboard. You won't be tied to any particular way of playing those songs, right? And you will be free to actually create your own little arrangements of the songs. You won't need to read sheet music to play these songs. You won't need to follow an exact tutorial of how to play these songs. You will have the ingredients to actually play these songs on your own terms, and that's actually what I want for you. I want you to be free on the keyboard. That's the whole idea. Unlock the keyboard. Okay. Now, to really drive this point home and really explain the importance of the basics, I want to share a story with you about Kung Fu. Yes, you heard me correctly. Kung Fu. What's Kung Fu got to do with any of this? Actually, it's got a lot to do with this. So I grew up practicing Kung Fu. I started at about age 8, I think, and then went on till about age 16. So it was a big part of my life growing up, and I'm really grateful that I did practice Kung Fu. We would train every Monday and Friday night, and the training sessions would be 1 hour long, right? So we would arrive to the training hall, and the first 10 minutes we would spend actually just stretching out the body. We'd do various different neck stretches, shoulder stretches, arm stretches, all of these different stretches, right? 5 minutes just stretching out the legs. And then once we had warmed up the body and stretched the body, we would spend 30 minutes on the basics training. I remember coach every night, he was like, basics training, and everyone ran to line up, and it was really strict. Like, coach was very strict about the basics training. Pretty much 30 minutes every single training session we would practice the basics. So what we did is we went up and down the hall doing all of these punches and kicks and pushes and stances and sweeps and acrobatic jumps, and literally we would drill every single little basic movement that you needed to know in Kung Fu, right? And then only after we had drilled the basics really thoroughly did we spend the last 20 minutes practicing forms. So forms in Kung Fu are kind of like the performance pieces, right? So we would perform these forms at like the Chinese Lantern Festival and at competitions and at demonstrations and things like this. And sometimes we would use swords and staffs and spears and cool weapons and things like that. So this is actually what I thought we were training for, right? Because we would perform the forms, right? At these demonstrations, at the competitions, we would compete against each other performing these forms, not the basics, right? So as a kid, I always wondered why coach was so strict about basics training. We would spend literally half of the session practicing the basics. And I never actually understood why we spent so much time on the basics when the real purpose of training Kung Fu was to practice the forms and perform these forms, right? So it wasn't until I was about 20 years old when I looked back at my Kung Fu training and I actually realized why we spent so much time practicing the basics. And what I realized was that the forms were actually just sequences of basics strung together in a really smooth manner. You would have a kick there and then a stance there and a sweep there, right? And so by practicing the basics really thoroughly, you were actually practicing all of the ingredients that made up the forms. And so when it came to actually performing the forms, you'd already drilled that kick and that punch and that jump and that sweep like 100 times already, right? And so by the time you actually executed it, you could nail it, right? So that is why practicing the basics is so dang powerful. Okay, but how does this actually apply to music? Well, it applies perfectly to music, right? Instead of forms, in music we have songs. Songs are actually just sequences of basics, right? They are basics stacked on basics, just played in a musical way, right? Basics strung together in a smooth musical fashion. Right? So that is to say, if you know and understand what the basics are, and if you practice and drill them regularly, you will have at your fingertips all of the ingredients that composes music and that pianists and keyboard players actually use to play music and to play the keys. Okay, so I really hope that I've shown you the importance of the basics and why they are so powerful and why they are so important. Okay, so that is to say that if you actually practice this material, you will unlock the keyboard. I can promise you that, okay? And you will build a really strong foundation for a future as a keyboard player, as a pianist, and as a musician in general. Okay, with all that said, let's get into this thing. Welcome to the second video in this fourth module. So before we get going with the material of this module, I actually need to introduce you to one of the main basics in music in general, right? This is a universal basic for all musicians, and it is a good sense of time. Timing is a really important concept when it comes to playing music. If you want to play good sounding music, you need to have a good sense of time, right? So we need to start to develop that sense of time. And we use a tool called the metronome to do this, right? So practicing with a metronome is really important, and we're actually going to use the metronome throughout this module, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to cut in a clip from the video I made in the bonus module about time, beats, and the metronome, right? So I'm going to cut that in now so you can see that, and I'll see you afterwards. So here is where I want to introduce the metronome to you. The metronome is an extremely powerful tool and an essential tool for any musician who wants to get serious about music, right? Now what the metronome does is it holds perfect time. The way that I describe the metronome is that it's kind of like the clock's cooler brother. So like the clock, it can pulse with a perfect time, but the clock only has 3 hands and it can only pulse at 3 different speeds, whereas you can change the pulse of the metronome, right? And this is extremely helpful for multiple different reasons that we're going to get into in a moment. So here is an example of a metronome, and this is Google's metronome. So all you need to do is just go onto Google and search online metronome, and this is the one that's going to come up, and it's completely free. And actually, I encourage you to go and do this now. Go and search online metronome in Google and have a play around with this metronome and just see what it does, right? So let's take a listen to this metronome, which is at 60 BPM. Now BPM stands for beats per minute, and that is how we actually measure the time and the tempo. Okay, so let's listen to this metronome at 60 BPM. So as you can hear, it's not very fast, it's kind of slow, and that's because we have 60 beats to place within a minute. So obviously there would be 1 beat every second. Now let's take a listen to a metronome at 100 BPM, right? So it's a little bit faster, and that's because we now have 100 beats to squeeze into 1 minute, right? So that is 100 BPM. Now let's take it up to 200 BPM, which is way faster, right? So you can already hear it's way faster, and that's because we now have 200 beats to squeeze into the same 1 minute time frame, okay? So that means that the 200 BPM is just way faster. And yeah, so that is essentially how the metronome actually works. Now let's take a look at why the metronome is an extremely useful tool for us, right? It's useful because we need to develop a good sense of time. And as we have imperfect time, right? We are imperfect creatures, and we have a really terrible sense of time when we start playing music, right? The metronome, however, has perfect time. So what the metronome can do is it can help us refine our own sense of time and make it consistent and steady. Now let's listen to an example of some music with a really poor sense of time. This is just the C major scale. Let's check it out. Right, so as you can hear, that was all over the place. It was just a mess, right? And you can hear the metronome ticking, which is holding perfect time, but the notes that are being played are just all over the show, okay? And that is not what we want to sound like. Now, this is just the C major scale. It isn't actually music, but imagine if this was music. And imagine if the music had that sense of time. It's all over the place. We don't want to sound like that. So let's listen to an example of the same C major scale with a really good sense of time. Right, so I mean, there's no comparison between those examples. You could hear how in that example the notes that were being played were perfectly in line with the metronome, okay? And that means that they are consistent, they are steady, and we need to have that good sense of time, okay? So all of that is to say that you need to practice with a metronome, right? And the first reason is because this is how you develop a great sense of time. And it makes your playing locked in, even, and consistent. We want our playing to be locked in, right? We want the notes that we play to be locked to this time grid, because when you're performing music, you don't always have a metronome with you. Like, that's very uncommon. You don't have a metronome with you on stage, okay? So what you need to do is you need to develop the internal metronome so that you know the timing. You're tuned in, you're tapped in with that time grid, and the notes that you're playing are perfectly in time. Because when you start learning to play music, you don't have a very good sense of time. So when you go and perform a piece of music, you'll start playing slowly and then you'll gradually speed up throughout the piece of music. So what practicing to a metronome does is it helps you just keep that sense of time really solid and consistent, right? I recommend that you always practice to a metronome, especially when you're practicing scales and finger exercises. Now the challenge is actually when you turn the metronome off. So you could be practicing scales with a metronome, but then you turn the metronome off, and then the challenge is to stay in time with that metronome, even though you can't hear it. Now, practicing to a metronome is how you develop the internal metronome, which is what I was just saying before, right? So in the context of a band, the drummer is the metronome, right? That is the role of the drummer. The drummer is the timekeeper. The drummer maintains the sense of time for the band. So when you're playing with the drummer, like, the drummer is your metronome essentially, but a lot of times you're not performing with a drummer. Let's say you're performing solo piano, you don't have a drummer, so you have to be the drummer. So what you need is you need to develop the internal drummer, the internal metronome that pulses inside your head, okay? And you can hear it, you can feel it, and then you play along to that metronome. And that is what metronome practice does. It helps you to develop that internal metronome, which is extremely important. And lastly, practicing with a metronome is really important for when you perform and record music, right? I was just saying that. You're not going to be on stage with a metronome, okay, unless you're playing with a drummer, okay? So you need to develop the internal metronome. And it's also really important for when you record music. When you record in a studio, typically you have what's called a click track, which is basically just a metronome, and you have to play along to that click track, right? So if you've done enough metronome practice, you will be able to follow that click track perfectly. If you haven't done metronome practice, you might risk speeding past the click track, and that's going to be a really bad recording, and the producer is going to tell you, dude, that was really badly timed. You had terrible timing in that one. Retake. Basically, I'm telling you all of this to basically encourage you to practice with the metronome, especially when you are practicing scales and finger exercises. Okay, so hopefully you now know how the metronome works and why we need to develop a really good sense of time. So make sure you have your metronome at the ready. We're going to use it in this module to work through some of this material. And yeah, let's get into this thing. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to the third video in this fourth module. So we're going to get started with the absolute number one basic for the keyboard, and that is finger dexterity. Okay, we actually already looked at finger dexterity in the foundations module because it is that important, right? I described it as unlocking the fingers, right? So finger dexterity and unlocking the fingers are essentially the same thing. Unlocking the fingers is the way I like to describe it because I just like the term of unlocking things. Obviously, this is called unlock the keyboard here, right? So we're trying to unlock the fingers, unlock the hands, unlock our musical potential, and unlock the keyboard, right? We're unlocking these things because it is my belief that we already have these things inside, and all we need to do is gain access to the keys so that we can unlock these things. The keys! I know, it's amazing. Everything's called keys in this world. Now, building our finger dexterity and unlocking the fingers is all about developing our speed and accuracy and strength and flexibility and endurance and touch and all of these different things, right? Now, why do I call it the absolute number one essential basic for the keyboard? Well, if you think about it, every note that we play on the keyboard is played with our fingers, okay? That's not entirely true. You can sometimes play keys with like your forearm or your knuckles or your hand. You can do whatever you want, but generally speaking, we play notes with our fingers. Okay, so we need to develop our fingers, and in my opinion, you can never go wrong by practicing finger exercises. You can never go wrong by working on your finger dexterity and your touch and your expression. All of these things come from the fingers. So the more that you unlock the fingers, the better you're going to get at playing the keyboard. It's really that simple. Developing finger dexterity and unlocking the fingers is what I like to call a low-hanging fruit when it comes to actually learning and practicing the piano and the keyboard. I find that a lot of pianists and keyboard players, they look too far for like the advanced material and things like this when they haven't even unlocked the fingers. Like, it's a low-hanging fruit. You can grab it so easily. You just need to practice finger exercises and do that regularly on a daily basis if you can, and you're going to unlock the fingers, and the music that you actually play is going to sound much better. It could be the most simple piece of music, but if you've unlocked the fingers to the highest degree, well, you'll be able to play that simple music so well. You will be able to express the notes absolutely perfectly. And it is also of my opinion that you can never stop unlocking the fingers. I believe that there is like eternal depth to the fingers, right? There's always going to be room to improve with developing the fingers and unlocking the fingers, okay? So that is to say that we are constantly working on them. We are constantly working to unlock the fingers and build our dexterity and our touch and our expression and all of that. Okay, so how are we actually going to do this? Well, we already looked at the 5-note scale in the foundations module, and I really hope that you're still practicing those exercises. They are very effective and very important. That is why I introduced them to you in the second module. But what we're going to do in this video is we're actually going to expand on our 5-note scale, and we're going to look at some different ways that we can play it to really start to build our finger dexterity. Okay, so the first thing that I wanted to show you is a type of articulation called an accent. An accent is when you play one note louder than the notes around it, right? So we highlight a particular note. So we're going to work through this. Let's get our metronome going at 80 BPM. Alright, now with our metronome going, let's just get started by playing the regular 5-note scale. Let's play it twice, right? This once. And we want to play it along to the metronome. Just like this. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to accent the first note. So it's going to look like this, right? So we're going to make the C louder than the other notes, like this. Right? Notice the C is louder. We're accenting it. Okay, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna accent the C and the G, right? C and G. And then go down. And then C. Do this twice. And now what we're gonna do is we're going to accent the C, E, and G. Right? Like this. Do this twice. And then we're gonna accent the D and F. Right? So we're alternating the fingers that we're accenting, right? And this is just training each finger to articulate notes like this. Okay? And then, once we've done those 3 variations, we're gonna accent every note like this. Do this twice. And then back to normal, right? No accents. Right, so you can notice the difference, right? By accenting notes, we're just making them louder. Okay, so let's go through it again. Accent the first note. Right? Once. Twice. Okay, now accenting the first and the 5th notes. C and G. Try to stay along with the metronome. I know I'm missing it a little bit here. Not saying perfect. Okay, C, E, G, E, C, E, G, E, and now D, F, F, D, D, F, like this. And now all of them. Twice. And that is the end of the exercise. Okay, so this exercise is really good for several different reasons. The first reason is that we can start to develop our accent technique, right? So we can start using our accents wherever we want to. We can highlight particular notes when we're playing music, and that can be very effective. Now, the second reason is that we can develop what I like to call finger independence. Right, so we looked at hand independence in the second module, which is all about having each hand operate independently of the other hand. So this is a similar thing where each finger can operate independently of the other fingers around it, meaning that we're not tied to a particular articulation. Right, so we don't have to be playing staccato with every different finger, or like piano or forte with every different finger. Each finger can be its own agent that can express its own ideas independently of the other fingers. Okay, so that's the first exercise. Let's look at the second exercise, which is all about starting to build our speed. Okay, so with this exercise, we're going to start slow and then we're going to get gradually faster, right? The metronome is going to stay the same, but we are going to double the speed of the notes that we're playing. Okay, so we're going to start by playing 1 note for every 2 beats of the metronome. It's going to sound like this. Right? So we're starting nice and slow, and this is actually the secret to playing fast. The secret is playing really slowly, but really getting it in time with the metronome. Okay, so now we're going to double the speed that we're playing at. So we're going to play 1 note for every beat of the metronome. It's going to sound like this. Right, and we want to do this twice. Right, the first time we only went through once, but now we're going through twice, like this. Okay, so now we're going to double it again. So we're going to play 2 notes for every beat of the metronome. So it's going to sound like this. And we want to do this 4 times. Alright? Okay, and then we have the final boss speed, where we're going to play 4 notes for every beat of the metronome. And we want to do this 8 times. It's going to sound like this. Okay, so that is the full exercise. Now, the important thing with this exercise is that you really stay locked in with the metronome, okay? That is kind of the main idea here. We want to maintain really good timing. Otherwise, you can like develop really good speed, but it's not going to be really locked in, right? We want speed, but we want to play locked in, okay? That is the most important thing here. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to play the whole exercise. We don't want to stop in between, right? We want to play it smoothly as we double the speed of the notes. So the whole exercise is going to look like this. Okay, so that's actually the first half of the exercise. The second half of the exercise is picking up the speed of the metronome. And you want to do this by about 5 BPM each time. And you only want to do this when you're comfortable at that tempo, at that BPM, right? If you're struggling to play the final boss speed at 80 BPM, then definitely don't pick up the speed of the metronome. You want to get this perfect first before you raise the BPM. But what you would do now, if you nail that, you want to take it up to 85 BPM and do the same exercise. And then once you have it at that, you want to, take it to 90 BPM, and then you want to gradually build your speed, and eventually you're going to be playing at much faster speeds, and all you really need is this one exercise. So this can really help you build your speed with the fingers. Okay, so that's the second exercise. Now what I want to show you is some different configurations of the same 5-note scale. Right, now this is really important for actually playing different finger sequences, because with the 5-note scale, we're just going up the fingers and down the fingers. But when you're playing music, it's quite rare to just go up the 5 fingers and then down the fingers, right? So we need to facilitate more of a musical kind of sequence of fingers, and so that's what we're going to start to do now. We're going to look at some different sequences of the 5-note scale. Okay, so with these variations, we're going to have our hands and our fingers in the same position that we would have if we were to just play the 5-note scale. So the first sequence looks like this. Right, so we're kind of jumping between the fingers here. And this is definitely a way more musical way of playing these notes, because it's much more likely that you're actually going to jump between the fingers when you're playing music and like playing melodies and things. So that's the first variation. Okay, the second variation, the second sequence looks like this. Right, so we're going up from C, E, G, E, D, F, and then we're going down from G, like this. Right? G, E, C, E, F, D, C. Like that. So that's the second one, and again, that's just more musical. It's much more likely that you're going to play notes like this when you're playing melodies. So the third one looks like this. Okay, so with this one, that was quite slow, but what I wanted to say actually is that with the metronome exercise that we looked at just before, you can apply that to any finger exercises. So let me demonstrate. Let me double the speed at which I'm playing this exercise. Right, Right, so I thought I'd just show you that metronome exercise is very effective, and you can apply it to anything, really, to any finger exercise. But with this variation, this is just really good for training that function to actually play the fingers side by side like this. So that can be very helpful and quite musical as well. And the fourth variation looks like this. Right, so this is also very musical, right? Because here we're playing two notes together at the same time. So we're playing more of like a chord type thing. Okay, so hopefully by now you understand how finger exercises work and why we practice them. So I wanted to finish this video off by introducing you to this book here. Right? This book is called The Virtuoso Pianist in 60 Exercises for the Piano. Okay, and it's by Hannon. So this is a book on finger exercises, and this book is absolutely overpowered, honestly. Like, I actually got given this book by my first piano teacher when I was about 13 or 14, but back then I never practiced these exercises. I wish I did. If I could go back in time, I would literally like practice these exercises. It wasn't until I was about 20 years old that I took practicing these exercises seriously, and that's when I really leveled up as a keyboard player, as a pianist. So these finger exercises are kind of like what we've already looked at in this video, but taken to the next level. Okay, so what I wanted to do is I wanted to finish this video off by showing you and teaching you the first Hannon exercise. So let's get into it. Okay, so this exercise starts down here on these lower Cs, right? Now, we want to play the 5-note scale, but instead of playing the next note up, we skip that, but still use the next available fingers, like this. And then we do the 5-note scale down like this, and then we land on a new starting point, right? And we do the same thing. We skip that next note and jump up like this. And go down, new starting point, skip, and there you have it, right? So this actually allows us to climb up the keyboard, right? So this is the first Hannon exercise. Now you want to start by playing along like this, 1 note per beat of the 80 BPM metronome, and once you're comfortable at this speed, you want to double it. Okay? Just like this. So now we're playing 2 notes for every beat of the metronome. Now we actually go all the way up like this. Okay, and now this is the last one, like this, G, and then down to C. Right, so that's all the way up, right? Now, I just wanted to make a note there that you don't want to change speeds halfway through. You want to start by practicing this at the slow tempo, at the slow speed, and then you want to double it when you're comfortable, right? But stay consistent. If you choose a speed, stick with that for the whole thing. Okay, so now we want to go all the way back down. So we start up here on the G, and this is where we skip the note, right? So skip, go down, 5-note scale up, new note, right? Skip, down, and then, yeah, so that's how you go down. All the way back down the keyboard like this. Stay on time with the metronome. And this is almost there. We're on the G, last one, just below the C, and then we finish on the C like that. Okay, so that's everything for this video. Now what I wanted to do was I wanted to give you a very clear picture of how to actually practice these exercises. So I've made a 5-minute video of me practicing all of these exercises, and it's only 5 minutes. It's a 5-minute practice routine that you can learn and practice every day to unlock the fingers, right? So that video has all of the exercises that we looked at in this video, and it's got notes telling you what I'm focusing on, so you can watch that and learn all of these exercises so that you can practice them and really unlock the fingers. Okay, that's everything. I'll see you in the next video. Alright, welcome to the fourth video in this fourth module. So the next most critical basic that we need to look at is hand independence. We actually looked at hand independence in the second module as well as finger dexterity, right? And the reason why we did that is because hand independence and finger dexterity are the two most foundational basics. That module was called Foundations, right? And the whole idea is that we wanted to establish this foundation. So that's why I introduced these two basics to you back then, so that you could start working on them. So just to quickly recap, hand independence is all about having each hand operate independently of the other hand, right? So we want to be able to play one thing here with the left hand and something completely different with the right hand. That's how we play music on the keyboard and the piano, right? So what we need to do is we need to have each hand be like its own mind, its own agent that can operate on the keyboard in its own terms, and it's not tied to the other hand, right? Because when you first start learning to play the keyboard or the piano, your hands are like tethered together, and one of the first things we need to do is cut that tie so that they can think and operate independently of each other. Now, I mentioned in that module that achieving hand independence is like one of the first main goals that we need to achieve, right? This is like a big obstacle that we encounter, and it's one of the first goals we need to achieve to actually get going to play good sounding music on the keyboard and on the piano. And so on that basis, in this video, I'm going to share with you two more exercises that you can practice to really start working on that hand independence and really work towards achieving that big goal. Now, these two exercises use our favorite scale. You guessed it, the 5-note scale. So we're just going to use the 5-note scale for these two exercises. But what I will say is that later on in this module, we're going to revisit hand independence with some of the new material that we unlock throughout this module, because I might imagine that the 5-note scale is getting a little bit boring for you now. But hey, it's very practical and useful for us to really start to establish that foundation and start to build our basics, right? Okay, so I'm going to chuck on my metronome at 80 BPM, and I'm just going to demonstrate the first exercise, and then I'll explain what's going on to you. Okay, so that's the first exercise. Now, hopefully you can see why this is a hand independence exercise. The whole goal with hand independence is that we want to be able to play different things with both hands at the same time. So what we're doing here is we're playing different rhythms with the hands. So both hands are actually playing the same 5-note scale, just at different speeds. Alright, so in this exercise, we always have one hand operating at the fast speed. So we're going to start with the left hand at the fast speed. So it's going to play 2 notes for every beat of the metronome, like this. Now the right hand is going to start at the super slow speed, where we're going to play 1 note for every 4 notes in the fast hand. It's going to sound like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Right, so that is step 1. Now step 2 is alternating the hands, okay? So now the right hand is going to be the fast hand and the left hand is going to be the slow hand. Okay, so that's the first half of the exercise. Now what we're going to do is we're going to double the speed of the slow hand so that it plays 1 note for every 2 notes in the fast hand. Okay, so we alternate back so that the left hand is going to be the fast hand again and the right hand is going to be the slow hand, right? So it's going to look like this now. And of course, then we alternate so that the right hand is the fast hand and the left hand is the slow hand, like this. Okay, so that is the whole exercise, right? And you want to keep practicing that, running through that, so that you're working on these different rhythms with both hands at the same time. And it can be very effective for starting to work towards and achieving that hand independence goal. Okay, let's look at the second exercise now. I'll demonstrate it first, and then I'll explain how to play it. Okay, so as you can see, it's quite similar to the first exercise. So one hand is going to stay consistent. We're going to start with the left hand being the consistent hand. You want to try your best to make it as automatic and as natural as you can in the consistent hand. Okay, so then the right hand is going to climb up with the left hand, but then it's going to stay up there as the left hand goes down, and then as the left hand comes back up, the right hand is going to come back down. Okay, so it's going to look like this. Hold, come back down, hold, climb back up, hold, come back down, hold. Right? So that's of course step one, and then step two is alternating the hands, so that now our right hand is going to be the consistent hand and the left hand is going to hold. Okay, so those are the two exercises. Learn those, practice those, and really start working towards achieving that hand independence. Now, as I said, we're actually going to revisit hand independence later on in the module and look at some more exercises with some of the material that we unlock in this module. Okay, so that's everything. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to the fifth video in this fourth module. So now that we've looked at the two most foundational basics and you're practicing those exercises to really develop them, what we're going to do now is we're actually going to take a step back from the primary basics, let's call them, and we're going to look at more of the building blocks that actually compose the basics. So in this video and the next video, we're going to look at like two main ideas that you can apply to the keyboard to give you a very solid understanding of how the basics actually work, right? Because after these two videos, we're going to look at the three most practical basics that we actually use when we're playing the keyboard, when we're playing songs and like composing and producing songs, right? So what we're doing in this video and the next video is we're stripping those basics down to like their component parts so that we can really understand them. Okay, now I'm definitely not a scientific guy, but this sounds like science. I don't know. We're just like breaking down the basics, right? We want to understand what's going on here. Okay, because this is Unlock the Keyboard, and I feel like if you really want to unlock the keyboard, then having a really good understanding of how it actually works and how the materials that we actually work with are composed, right? We want to understand these things. So what we're going to look at is hopefully going to give you a visual understanding of the keyboard, an oral understanding of the keyboard, a practical and physical understanding of the keyboard, actually in your fingers, knowing like, you know, how to shape your hands and fingers, and also a mental understanding of the keyboard, right? So let's get into it. Okay, so the first thing that you need to understand is that the keyboard is composed of tones and semitones, or whole steps and half steps. Okay, so here's a note. This is middle C. If I was to play this note here, C sharp, this is a semitone or a half step above C, right? And if I was to play this note here, this B is a half step or a semitone down from C, right? Half step and semitone are interchangeable. They mean the same thing. So for the purpose of consistency, let's just call it a semitone. Alright, now from the C, if I was to play this note here, D, this is a tone above C, or a whole step, right? And by that same token, if I was to play B flat, this B flat is a tone down from C, or a whole step, right? Again, whole step and tone are also the same thing, so for the purpose of consistency, let's just call it a tone. Now, of course, a tone is two semitones, right? So from C, if I was to go up 2 semitones, 1, 2, I would be a tone away from C, right? You get the idea. Okay, let's work through this on a practical level. In the foundations module, we looked at the chromatic scale, right? And the chromatic scale contains all of the 12 notes on the keyboard. So that is to say that if you were to start on middle C and you went up the keyboard in semitones, you would play every single note on the keyboard, right? Okay, so that's the chromatic scale. Now go ahead and play it. This is actually a really great scale to play, right? So you want to start on C, and you can use either the second finger or the third finger to play the black keys, and generally speaking, you want to play the white keys with the thumb. That's always a good way to play the chromatic scale, right? So I'll play it slowly here. Now, what I'm going to do here to play the next white key is I'll use the second finger, and then the third finger on the F sharp, and then the thumb again, like this. Right, so that's kind of like the fingering that you can use to play the chromatic scale. So go ahead and play the chromatic scale. What I want you to do is really try to tune in to the sound of the semitone distance, right? The semitone is the smallest possible distance that we have between two notes, right? So we really want to be able to discern how that sounds. Okay, so those are semitones, and that's going up the keyboard in semitones. Now, I have a challenge for you. Starting on middle C, see if you can actually make your way up to the next C using tones. Okay, pause the video if you need to, and go ahead and do that. Okay, so it should have sounded and looked something like this. So this is called the whole tone scale, and it is going up the keyboard in tones, right? Really interesting. It's kind of like the opposite scale to the chromatic scale, right? Does it sound familiar to you? How about if I was to play it with the sustain pedal down? How about now? So that's the sound that's kind of used for like dream sequences in movies. When a character is slipping into a dream, they'll commonly use the whole tone scale like this, right? And it's very interesting. It's a very interesting creative application for this, because to me the sound of the whole tone scale is kind of like it's spiraling upward and upward continuously with no end point. And if I was to play it downward like this, it sounds like it's spiraling downward and there's no end point, right? It just keeps going and going and going. Okay, so that's just an interesting phenomenon when it comes to the whole tone scale. Now, another really interesting thing about these scales is that there's only one chromatic scale, right? Because if you play the chromatic scale, it doesn't matter what note you start on, it's still going to be exactly the same scale. Check it out, right? Let's start on C. Right? It sounds like that, right? And if we were to start on G, it sounds exactly the same, right? It doesn't matter what note you start on, the chromatic scale is going to be the same no matter what, right? Because it goes up in semitones. So that means that there is no note that it is excluded from the scale. In the Foundations module, I described this scale as kind of like the universe. It contains everything. It contains all of the musical information. Now, as for the whole tone scale, there are actually only two whole tone scales. There is the whole tone scale that uses these 3 white notes and these 3 black notes, right? And again, it doesn't matter where you start on these scales. It is exactly the same scale, right? We could start on any one of these 3 black notes. It's still the same scale. And then there is the other one which uses these 2 black notes and these 4 white notes, right? Again, it doesn't matter where you start. It's exactly the same sound. So there is only 2 whole tone scales and only 1 chromatic scale. That's just some interesting information I wanted to share with you. Okay, so now that we know what tones and semitones are, we can look at this magical code right here. So in this code, T stands for tone and S stands for semitone. Now, I call this the magical code because this is the DNA of a major key and a major scale. Any major scale and any major key on the keyboard is created and composed using this code, right? Because as we looked at in the Foundations module, I describe the chromatic scale as like the universe, but it contains all of the musical information, right? And we've already listened to the chromatic scale, which sounds like kind of, it contains everything, so it's not organized. And then we have the whole tone scale, which is almost too vast that it just spirals up and up or down and down continuously, right? So what we need to do to create a major key to actually work and to make good sounding music is we need to create a sequence of tones and semitones, and this code is that sequence. So let's take a look at how this works on the C major scale. Okay, so before we actually apply the code, we need to have something to apply it to. We call this the root note. So in this instance, C is going to be our root note, and we're going to apply this code to create the C major scale and the key of C major. Okay, so now that we've got our root note, let's employ this code. So we're going to go a tone, which is D, and then another tone, which is E, and then a semitone, F, tone, 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 and semitone, right? So there you have it. We have literally created the C major scale using tones and semitones. Now, I call this the magical code because it's universal. It applies to all of the 12 keys on the keyboard. Okay, so let's pick another random key to create the major scale from, right? So let's go with E flat, right? So from E flat, we're going to employ this code to create the E flat major scale, right? So from E flat, we'll go up a tone, and then another tone, then a semitone, then a tone, 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 and then semitone. So now we've unlocked the key of E flat major. Now, of course, this code only unlocks the notes that we can use to actually play these scales and keys. When it comes to actually fingering these scales, we're going to look at that a little bit later. But yeah, that's how the magical code works. And so go ahead and experiment with that. See if you can unlock all of the 12 major keys. That would be a good challenge for you. Now, let's play both of these scales side by side. I'll start with the C major scale. And now the E flat major scale. Right, so it's very interesting because they sound the same, but they also sound different. Now, why is that the case? Well, they sound the same because they are both composed using the same sequence of tones and semitones, right? So it's a universal system for creating and composing a major key and a major scale. However, they sound different because, of course, they are built from different root notes, different foundations. So they are each like their own different world within the universe that we looked at, that is the chromatic scale, right? So that is to say that from each of these 12 keys on the keyboard, we have 12 major keys, and each of those 12 major keys, while they sound very similar because they're using the same, sequence of tones and semitones, they also sound quite different. They have different flavors, different textures, different landscapes and feelings. So that is to say that all of the 12 major keys are related, but in my opinion, they are actually quite different. Now, some keyboard players make a big mistake in this regard in thinking that all of the 12 keys are exactly the same. And so what they'll do is they will only learn the key of C major, and then they'll use what's called a transpose button, which is a button on some keyboards that allows you to access all of the other 12 keys. And so they could be playing in the key of E flat major, but they'll only be using the notes in the key of C major. And so this is kind of like a hack and a cheat code, which I completely disagree with, because by doing that, you're only accessing the flavors and the textures and the landscapes of C major while you're actually an imposter of another key. It's really not entirely the best way to play the keyboard and the piano. If you're serious about learning to play the keyboard and becoming a keyboard player and a pianist, you've got to learn all 12 major keys, okay? And this is how it works, right? So hopefully you now understand like the mechanism that makes major keys actually work. And yeah, that's everything. Go ahead and take this code and throw fingers with it, meaning take a new root note and see if you can build the major scale from that root note. And yeah, just see what you discover. And I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to the 6th video in this 4th module. Okay, so now that we've looked at tones and semitones and we've started to explore the keyboard using them, we're going to take it to the next level in this video by looking at our next fundamental concept called intervals. So the word interval refers to the distance between two notes, and we can start to measure these distances, these intervals, using tones and semitones. Let's just quickly bring up our C major scale so that we can work with it to understand intervals. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is we need to number each note in our major scale. C is going to be 1, right, because this is the root note from which we've built this major scale from. So C is 1, and then we've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this C major scale and these numbers to start to understand and explore these intervals. Okay, so let's start from the bottom. This C is our root note, so it's going to be our anchor note, right? To create an interval, we need 2 notes, and so we're going to keep the C the same, but we're going to change the second note, right? We're going to change the distance of the second note to unlock all of these intervals so that we can start to hear how they sound. Also, this exercise will help you understand how these different intervals relate to the root note. I encourage you to actually follow along with me here as we do this exercise so that you can start to really understand these intervals. So the smallest possible distance we can have from 2 notes is this, which is our first interval. This interval is called a minor second, okay? And it sounds quite intense, right? It sounds chaotic. These 2 tones are clashing with each other because they are so close together, right? So that is the minor second, and the distance between these 2 notes is a semitone. This is a major second, right? And the distance between these 2 notes is a tone, right? And it's called the major second because this D is the number 2 in the C major scale, right? 1, 2. So that's why this distance is called a major second. This interval is called a minor third. And a minor third is 3 semitones away from the root, right? If we start from the root and go up 3 semitones, 1, 2, 3, we're going to find the minor third. So if this is called the minor third, then this is going to be called the major third interval, right? And the major third is 2 tones away from the root, right? If we go from our root and go up 2 tones, 1, 2, you're going to find the major third. And it's also called the major third because it is the naturally occurring third note in the C major scale. 1, 2, 3, right? And this also explains why that is called the minor third, right? Or it is one of the explanations. This interval is called the perfect fourth. It's called the fourth because F is the naturally occurring 4th note in the C major scale, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's called perfect because it's just perfect, right? No, it's called perfect because there isn't a minor version or a major version. It's just one, there's only one version, right? It's the 4th. It's the perfect 4th. Okay, that's a little bit of a cop-out answer. To be truly honest, I don't actually know why it's called the perfect 4th. Yeah, it's just the perfect 4th, okay? This interval is called the tritone. And the tritone is a very unique interval, right? Because it's one of the most discordant sounding intervals, right? The tritone and the minor second are probably tied for the most discordant intervals on the piano. And actually, an interesting fact about the tritone is that it was once banned in history because they believed that if you played the tritone, you would invoke the devil. Okay, so that's pretty crazy. But yeah, that's just a historical fact for you. At least I think it is. I didn't fact check that. I really hope that's true. Otherwise, I'm just spreading misinformation. But it's called the tritone, okay? And also, another interesting fact about the tritone as well is that it is the furthest possible distance that you can reach from the C, okay? Now, you might think that if we keep going up, we would get further and further away from the C. But actually, we get closer to the next C up, right? And so the tritone is as far away as you can get from the C. So the root and the tritone are almost like polar opposites, right? So that is the tritone. And here we have the perfect fifth. And it's called that because G is the 5th note in the C major scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? And the perfect 5th is just a lovely sound. It's very clear. It's very dominant, right? Okay, so that's the perfect 5th. Okay, let's quick fire the next 4. This interval is called the minor 6th. This is called the major 6th. This is called the minor 7th. This is called the major 7th. And then lastly, we have the octave. Okay, so those are all of the main intervals. Of course, you can keep going up if you want to, and there are more intervals, but we don't need to explore any further than this, right? This is all you need to know for now. Okay, so let's just go from the top and work our way back down and name each interval. Octave, major 7th, minor 7th, major 6th, minor 6th, perfect 5th, tritone, perfect 4th, major 3rd, minor 3rd, major 2nd, and lastly, minor 2nd root. Okay, so those are the intervals, right? It's really interesting, eh? And it is a sequence as well, meaning that these intervals are universal. They apply to every other note, right? So we could change our root note, and all of these intervals are exactly the same. So that is to say that if you practice this exercise, and if you memorize these intervals, and you work through these intervals in your fingers, and you memorize this sequence, you can start to figure out these different chords and these different sounds in the other keys. For the purpose of demonstrating this, let's choose another random note and build all of our intervals from it. Okay, so let's go with this, F. Okay, so F is our root note. Let's begin. Minor 2nd, major 2nd, minor 3rd, major 3rd, perfect 4th, tritone, perfect 5th, minor 6th, major 6th, minor 7th, major 7th, and octave. Right? And it's always good to work your way back down as well. Yeah, so it's universal. It applies everywhere. Now, if you wanted to practice this, right, you would do exactly what we just did. You would choose a new root note, okay? So let's just do one more demonstration, okay? Let's choose another random root note. Let's go with E flat, okay? So we know that's our root. And then what you want to do is you want to memorize this sequence. And then you can go up chromatically, right? Because that's what we're doing. From our root note, we're just growing up chromatically from there with our second note, okay? And as you do this, you want to name each interval. And you want to see it as well. And you want to really tune into how it sounds, right? That is the most effective way to practice this, okay? So, root, minor 2nd, major 2nd, minor 3rd, major 3rd, perfect 4th, tritone, perfect 5th, minor 6th, major 6th, minor 7th, major 7th, and octave. And then if you want to, you can work your way down as well. Octave, major 7th, minor 7th, major 6th, minor 6th, perfect 5th, tritone, perfect 4th, major 3rd, minor 3rd, major 2nd, minor 2nd root. Okay, so that's the exercise. So you can practice that if you want to. I think that might be quite effective. It's good to be able to discern these intervals in your ears, in your eyes, and in your fingers and hands. You might actually be wondering, okay, that's really cool, but what's the point of this? And that's a very good question. I can't entirely articulate why this is important right now, but you're just going to have to trust me, okay? Like I explained, the tones and the semitones that we looked at and these intervals, these are kind of like the building blocks of the basics, the primary basics that we're going to look at from here on out in this module. Okay, so by looking at this material, it gives you a very good understanding of the keyboard, and that's what I want to impart to you. I want to help you actually understand how the keyboard works and how the basics work, right? we need to understand these concepts, okay? The keyboard is such an interesting mechanism, okay? And we are unlocking it, right? To unlock something, you need to gain access to the keys, okay? That's the only way that you can unlock something. And it just so happens to be that these are called the keys, okay? But you can't grab the keys if you don't know how they work, okay? So that's why I wanted to teach tones, semitones, and intervals to you, so that you can actually acquire these keys, so that you can unlock them and unlock many doors. Okay, so that's everything. Thanks for bearing with me in these two videos. I know this was a little bit less practical. I did promise that this module was going to be practical. But now what we're going to do is we're going to look at the 3 primary basics. Okay, I'll see you there. Okay, welcome to the 7th video in this 4th module. So we're going to look at the first of the 3 primary basics in this video, which is of course scales. I know, you're so excited. Okay, so you might actually hear that word scales, and you might have already developed an idea about them. And you might think that they are boring and stupid, okay? And I say that because I thought they were boring and stupid. I thought they were a waste of time. My teacher told me to practice scales, and the idea that I had of scales in my head was that they were boring, stupid, and it made me think of like a classroom with a blackboard and a grumpy teacher forcing you to do things. And look, I thought they were a chore, right? And I hated scales, I hated finger exercises and all of that. However, my opinion on scales has evolved over the years and continues to evolve. I continue to see more and more power and use and benefit to practicing scales. So in my opinion, and probably the opinion of like most pianists and keyboard players in the world, scales are super powerful and one of the best things that you can actually practice. So I can only try to explain to you why they are so powerful and beneficial, but it might actually just be something that you have to discover for yourself. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to explain to you why we need to practice them, and hopefully you just trust me here and actually practice them. Okay, so the first reason why practicing scales is so great is because scales actually serve as their own finger exercises, right? We already looked at finger exercises and finger dexterity, and as I explained in that video on finger dexterity, unlocking the fingers is like one of the best things that you can do, because you play every note with the fingers. So every chance that you can have to actually train the fingers and build your finger dexterity is always going to be beneficial. So through scales, we can build our speed, endurance, flexibility, strength, touch, dynamics, articulation, all of these things. Okay, so that's already a fantastic reason why we should practice scales. The second reason is that we can practice our sense of time, right? Throughout this whole module, we've been using a metronome, and the metronome is most effective when it comes to practicing scales. This is where we can really start to lock in with the metronome and really start to refine our sense of time, okay? Because in a lot of other areas, it's sometimes not the best to practice to a metronome. Sometimes you want to be more free and practice more fun stuff, right? Like what we looked at in the 3rd module. But I think when it comes to practicing scales, always practice to a metronome, and by doing this we can really start to refine our sense of time. So that's the second reason. And the third reason, which in my opinion is actually the best reason, is that we can start to learn and tap into the magic of all of the 12 keys on the keyboard, right? So we've looked at, you know, the 12 keys on the keyboard. We've already explored how that magical code creates all of these major keys and major scales. And I was explaining in that video how some keyboard players only learn to play in C major and they just use a transpose button to access all of the other keys. And I mean, you can do that, do whatever you want, it's fine. But those keyboard players and pianists who actually do that, they don't know that there are secrets hidden within each major scale and major key. There really are. They sound the same, and they have kind of the same function, and the harmony works pretty much the same in every major key. However, each key has its own feel. It's got its own landscape, geography, right? Each key has its own set of mountains and valleys and rivers. Okay, think of it like that, right? Each major key has a unique character and flavor. And if you use the transpose button, you are not going to gain access to that magic that you can actually find and discover if you play in each of the 12 keys. Okay, so this is something that hopefully you will discover through time. But anyway, I'm telling you this to basically say that if you practice the major scales, you will unlock those keys, right? You will unlock them visually, so you'll know what notes to actually play in terms of what they look like. You will understand them in terms of the ear, right? You will be able to start to tap into how they sound, right? They sound similar to all of the other major keys, but like I said, there's a magic to each one that you can only discover if you actually practice in those keys, and your fingers will start to figure out how to actually navigate the geography and the landscape of each major key, right? So we're building intelligence in our fingers, in our hands, in our eyes, and in our ears, and in our mind. And by doing that, we are going to unlock all of the major keys. And so we will be able to play in all of the major keys. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to play and demonstrate all of these 12 major scales to you, of course, with a metronome, and I will be providing annotations of the fingerings so that you can see exactly which fingers to use. Also, I'll be playing it through 2 times slowly at first so you can really start to see like which fingers I'm using and the way that I'm fingering these scales. You can also slow the video down if you need to. There will be timestamps if you need to cut to a particular scale if you're struggling on a particular one. The idea is that this video can be a reference that you can come back to and learn all of the 12 major scales so that you can practice them and unlock the benefits we've been talking about. Okay, great. We're going to cut to that and I'll see you afterwards. Okay, so those are the 12 major scales. Now what I wanted to do now was actually tell you how to go about practicing these scales. And I have two methods for you. The first method is what I like to call classroom scales, right? So the idea of classroom scales is that we play these scales exactly as I've just demonstrated them. We want to play it perfectly in line with the metronome. We want to play the scales as evenly and as smoothly as we possibly can. We want to go up and down, right? So it's all about being strict with practicing scales, right? We need to be disciplined when practicing scales. This is the idea of classroom scales. And of course, this is probably the most important way to practice scales. And the second method I have for you is what I like to call playground scales, right? So with playground scales, there are no rules. You can do whatever you want, okay? No metronome, no timing, no strictness, no nothing, okay? We want to conceive of the scales more as a playground, a jungle gym that you can like run around on and jump and do all kinds of crazy stuff on, okay? And so let's take a look at the C major scale, okay? Right? This would be a classroom scale, right? Disciplined, focused, strict, right, up and down to a metronome. I didn't do it just then, but you get the idea. And then playground scales would be more like this. Yeah, so it's crazy, it's wild, there are no rules, you can do whatever you want, right? It's a playground, okay? Now, why is that important? Well, we want to facilitate more of a musical way of actually playing these scales and these notes, right? Because the classroom scales are very effective and we can practice those and achieve those benefits and all of that, but it's not as musical, right? So we want to be more musical and more free when it comes to scales so that we can actually apply them in a musical context. Okay, before we finish this video, I also wanted to show you that we actually already know two other scales. We know the chromatic scale, right? The chromatic scale is a fantastic scale to practice. It's honestly one of the best scales you can practice, right? And so you can learn that and practice that and add that to your scales practice. And then we also know the whole tone scale. So that's the first whole tone scale, and then the second whole tone scale. Now, one thing I'll just say about the whole tone scales is that the fingerings are quite strange. Okay, you can figure them out. You don't have to worry about the whole tone scales if you don't want to. I just wanted to let you know that those are some other scales that you can practice if you wanted to, okay? Because we've looked at them, we've unlocked them, and you can do whatever you want. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so that's everything on scales. Go ahead and learn all of those scales, practice all of those scales, and unlock all of the benefits that come with practicing scales. Great, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to the 8th video in this 4th module. So in this video, we're going to be looking at the second of the 3 primary basics, as I call them, which are triads. Triads are my all-time favorite basic. They are so good. There is so much discovery potential with triads. You can literally play like all the chords, okay? You can play all the chords with just triads. That's not entirely true, but you can play like most of the chords on the keyboard using triads. So that is to say that what we're going to be looking at in this video is super practical, and you can use this and you can apply these ideas forever and ever, and you will continue to discover more things. And I'm telling you that from experience because, you know, I'm on year like, I don't know, 14, 15 or 16. I don't know how long ago I started piano. Let's just say year 14, okay? I'm a year 14 on my keyboard journey, and I'm still discovering new chords that I can play with just triads. Like, it's actually mind-blowing. So what actually is a triad then? A triad is the most basic type of chord that consists of 3 notes, and it is kind of like the Lego block chord, okay? So we can have all of these different Lego blocks, and this is what I was saying about infinite creative potential, is that you can take one Lego block and then you can take another Lego block, and you know how Lego works. You can create so many incredible things with Lego. There is a very simple formula that we can use to understand triads and to build them. Also, this is where we can start to apply our intervals training. So hopefully you've been working on your intervals from the previous video. So here is our first triad, the C major triad. Why is it called the C major triad? Because C is our root note, the foundation from which we are building this chord. Let's take a look at how this C major triad is constructed so that we can unlock the formula for building all triads. Okay, so starting from the root, we're going to go up a major third. As we established in the last video, a major third is 2 tones away from the root, right? So from C, we'll go up a tone and then another tone, and that will give us our major third. And then from this major third, we are going to go up another minor third. As we looked at in the last video, our minor third is 3 semitones away, right? So 1, 2, 3, which unlocks the third and final note in our triad. So we have the root, the third, and the fifth, right? So here we have the C major triad. Now this is the C minor triad. To construct this, we go from the root, which is also C, and first we go up a minor third, right? So from C, a minor third is 3 semitones away, 1, 2, 3. So that gives us our minor third. And then from this minor third, we will go up a major third, which is 2 tones, right? 1, 2. And there we have the C minor triad. Okay, so the formula to create a major triad is to start from the root and then first go up a major third and then go up a minor third. And that gives us the major triad. And the formula to create the minor triad is that we start from the root and then first go up a minor third and then we go up a major third and then we have the minor triad, right? Okay, so look at these formulas side by side. Do you notice a pattern? We have a sequence of thirds that alternate, right? If we start with a major third, then we will add a minor third on top of that. If we start with the minor third, then we will have a major third on top of that, right? So this is how triads are constructed. They are constructed off sequences of thirds. And again, this is a universal concept. It applies everywhere, okay? So to demonstrate this, let's pick a random note. Let's go with G. Okay, so let's first build our G major triad. What are we going to do? We're going to go up a major third. So from G, 2 tones is 1, 2. So that gives us our major third. And then from this major third, we will go up a minor third, 3 semitones, 1, 2, 3. And here we have the G major triad, right? So if we wanted to create the G minor triad, from the G, we would start with the minor third, 3 semitones away, 1, 2, 3, B flat there. And then from this B flat, we would go up a major third, 2 tones, 1, 2. And here we have the G minor triad. So that's the formula for how triads are actually constructed, and I wanted to teach you that so that you understand how triads work. However, there is actually a way easier way to go from the major triad to the minor triad, right? So if we play this G major triad here, all we need to do to find the G minor triad is lower this third note down a semitone. And there we have the minor third. The root stays the same and the fifth stays the same, right? And it's actually this third that determines the quality of the chord. So now we've unlocked the major triad and the minor triad, but in fact there are actually 2 more triads that we need to know about. So if you take a look at our formulas here for the major triad and the minor triad, you might notice that we've actually only got 2 combinations of 4 possible combinations. So we have the major third plus minor third equals major triad, and then we have the minor third plus major third equals minor triad. What happens if we have a minor third plus a minor third? We get this chord. Very interesting. This is called a diminished triad. Okay, so this is C diminished, right? From C, we've got a minor third, and then from this E flat we've got another minor third. Very interesting sound. Now what happens if we have major third plus major third? We get this chord here. This is called an augmented triad, right? Another very interesting sound. This is C augmented, right? Because from C we go up a major third, and then from this E we'll also go up a major third, and we have this very strange sound, right? It's quite open. So now we've unlocked our two new triads, the diminished triad and the augmented triad. The way that I like to think about these two new triads is that the diminished is kind of like the super minor. And I say that because, in fact, we only need to change one note from a minor triad to find the diminished triad, right? So here is our C minor triad. All we need to do is we need to lower this fifth note down a half step, and that gives us the C diminished triad, right? And it's kind of the same thing for the augmented triad. If we have a C major triad here, all we need to do is raise that fifth note up a half step to here, and then we get the C augmented triad. So I like to think of the augmented triad as kind of like the super major, and the diminished triad as like the super minor, right? And they even sound like that, right? The diminished triad it sounds kind of closed, almost. It sounds like it's closing, whereas the augmented triad sounds like it's opening. And they are like the extreme versions of our major and minor triads. That's just how I like to think about it. I encourage you to come up with your own way of thinking about these chords and understanding how they make you feel. So again, these new triads can also be constructed anywhere on the keyboard using our formulas. So let's demonstrate that. Let's take this note here, E, and then from here let's go up a minor third. And then from this note let's go up another minor third. And there we have the E diminished triad. Alternatively, you could just play an E minor triad and lower the fifth down a half step. Now let's create our E augmented triad. From E, we'll first go up a major third, and then from this, we'll go up another major third. And there we have E augmented. Alternatively, you could just play the E major triad and raise the fifth up a half step. So those are the four triads and their formulas and how to actually build them anywhere on the keyboard, and you can use this to create your own triads anywhere you like, and I encourage you to do that, right? Go ahead and throw fingers with this idea and discover all of the triads on the keyboard. So I described triads as the most practical basic because they apply exactly to music in the way that we practice them. So then how do we go about practicing triads? Let's take a look at a few ways. The first way that we can practice triads is in a very systematic way, where we actually practice all of the four triads built from all of the 12 keys. Okay, so let's start with C. You want to do this in both hands so that you can start to work these shapes into the fingers, right? So we're going to start with C major triad here, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to raise this fifth note a semitone to create the C augmented triad, right? And then we're going to play the C minor triad, and then we're going to lower this fifth note to play the C diminished triad, right? So by doing this, we've played all of the triads built from C: major, augmented, minor, diminished. And then we go to the next key, which is of course C sharp, right? So this is a very systematic way of practicing triads, but by doing this you will actually get practice building all of the triads from all of the different keys, right? So then you would go to D, play the D major triad, then D augmented, then D minor, then D diminished, right? And you continue on like this, right? To do this, you would first have to practice actually building these triads from all of these new notes and keys, right? F major, F augmented, F minor, F diminished, right? So it's very systematic. This is also a really great way of practicing in all keys, because by doing this, we're actually unlocking and practicing in our fingers and in our hands, constructing these triads, and all of them as well, right? So it's very systematic. It's very thorough. There are no gaps, right? There are no blind spots. We're covering all bases. And I always like to practice in this manner so that we can be very solid players with a very well-rounded technique and foundation on the keyboard. The next way to practice triads is a little bit more musical, and it's by going up what we call a chord scale. Okay, what's a chord scale? The first thing that we need to do is we need to know and be able to play a major scale, right? So we already know how to play the C major scale, so let's play that. Right, so what we're going to do with this chord scale is we are going to build the triads from each one of these notes within the major scale, right? So the first triad that we're going to build from this chord scale is, of course, C major, right? Because C is our root note and we're in the key of C major. So it's going to be a major triad. And then the next triad built from D is D minor. And then we have E minor, F major, G major, A minor, B diminished, and C, back to our root, right? So what have we done here? Well, we've boiled it down to another sequence, another code that is universal, that applies to everywhere on the keyboard, right? So this sequence of triads applies to every major key. So that is to say that it's very good to learn this. Again, this sequence applies to every major key, right? And we can build these triads from every major key. So to demonstrate that, let's pick a random key. Let's go with the key of D major. Of course, you would have to know the D major scale to actually know what notes to play. Okay, so first we have the D major from the 1. From the 2, we have D minor. From the 3rd, we have F sharp minor. From the 4th, we have G major. From the 5th, we've got A major. From the 6th, we've got B minor. From the 7th, we've got C sharp diminished, and then we're back at the root. Okay, and guess what? These are actually all the chords that we use when we're playing songs. So that is to say that if you practice these triads and these chords, you will know the building blocks of songs, and you will be able to play songs very effectively and even make your own songs. So how do we actually practice this? Well, first you would have to master all major scales, right? So let's say you've been practicing the scales and you've mastered the G major scale. So then to take that to the next level, you would play the chord scale, building triads from each one of those notes in the G major scale. And by doing that, you will have really practiced the key of G major, and you will have actively worked out all of the chords that you can actually play within the key of G major, and then you can be very musical within that key and within that context. Okay, so that is the triad. Now, just to finish off this video, we're going to look at 2 ways that we can start to take triads to the next level. So the first way that we can level up triads is by using what's called inversions. What are inversions? Well, because a triad has 3 notes, that also means that it has 3 different starting points, right? So here is C major in root position. We call it root position because the bottom note is the root note in this triad. So what would happen then if we were to take this root note and we were to put it up an octave? We would get this sound. So this is C major in its first inversion, right? So it's a different order of the same notes. We've now got the 3rd on the bottom. So with the 3rd on the bottom, the triad is called first inversion. Okay, what would happen if we were to take this 3rd and put it up an octave? we would get this sound. So this is called C major in its second inversion, right? And now the fifth is on the bottom of this chord, right? So when the fifth is on the bottom, it is called second inversion. When the third is on the bottom, it is called first inversion. And when the root is on the bottom, it is called root position. So those are the three ways of playing triads, right? And again, they're called inversions. The second way that we can level up our triads is by adding a fourth note. Again, let's take our C major triad. All we need to do is take the root note and double it, meaning we're going to play it up here as well. And this gives us a really strong 4-note chord, okay? So I would call this a standard C major chord, right? It's no longer a triad because there are 4 notes, but it essentially is the same sound as the C major triad, just stronger and bigger and bolder. Let's take this idea and apply it to another chord just as an example. Let's take this G minor triad. It's really simple. All we need to do is take this G, this root note, and play it up an octave as well. It's a different sound, right? And again, it's because we have 4 voices and we've got a different top voice. So those are the 4-note chords, and we can actually practice these in exactly the same way that we practiced triads, right? With the triads, we started with the major triad, then we raised the fifth to play the augmented triad, then we played the minor triad, and then the diminished triad. So to practice the 4-note chord version of that, we would just start with the C major 4-note chord by adding that C up at the top there. And then we would simply do the same thing where we raise the fifth, right? So here we have the C augmented chord, and then we will play the C minor chord, and then we would lower the fifth to play the C diminished chord. And there we have all of our 4-note chords. Okay, so that's the end of the video. That was a lot, right? But this is all super practical stuff. So if you practice this, you are going to really build a lot of chords in your fingers, and you're going to build the foundation of chords in your fingers. You might want to produce amazing sounding music like super funky, groovy, neo-soul, jazzy type stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, a lot of the chords that you hear in that music, they are all built from triads, or at least if you understand triads, you will start to understand how those more jazzier chords are actually constructed and built. And I'll give you a little secret. If you actually throw fingers with this idea and explore all of the different combinations of triads and like inversions and all of these different things, you are going to discover a plethora of chords. I am honestly not joking here. You will discover chords for the rest of your days using this, okay? Okay, so that's the end of the video. Go ahead and start learning, practicing, and playing these triads. I will see you in the next video where we actually take this one step further. Alright, welcome to the 9th video in this 4th module. So at long last we have arrived at the final basic and the third of the 3 primary basics as I call them, and much like triads, this basic is also super practical. We actually use this basic to play really beautiful sounding music on the keyboard and the piano, and it's a technique that you will continue to explore for the rest of your journey. It's something that grows with you as you progress, as you learn more and develop your skills on the keyboard. This technique will accompany you and you will continue to make beautiful sounds with this one technique. Okay, what is this third primary basic? It is called an arpeggio. So an arpeggio is a broken chord, meaning we take a chord and instead of playing the notes in that chord together at the same time, vertically, we play those notes horizontally, one after another. We play those notes melodically. So let's take our C major triad, right? So this is a chord because we're playing these notes all at the same time. Now to turn this chord into an arpeggio, to arpeggiate it, we're just going to play the notes one after another like this. So this is almost like the natural extension of playing a chord, right? Because in fact our hand and our fingers are all in the same position. Right, so all we need to do is just know how to play the chord, and then to arpeggiate it is just a different type of technique where you're playing, you know, different fingers like this. right? But in fact, the hand doesn't change position. It's still in the same position, and the fingers are in the same position. And so all we need to do is just press different buttons at different times, right? So that is the arpeggio technique in a nutshell. Now with the arpeggio, we can use this to breathe so much life and beauty and fluidity and motion and movement into our music, right? Chords can sometimes make our music feel almost static, right? Because chords are stuck in place, right? Of course you can, play inversions of chords, and you can play all kinds of chords and different rhythms and things like this. But what the arpeggio does is it just breaks that chord into more of a momentous passage, right? And also with the arpeggio, we're not bound to this exact triad, meaning we can also do this, right? So we can arpeggiate it up the keyboard and then back down the keyboard, right? Right, so that means that we're not stuck with one position. We can make it more fluid. We can breathe more life and beauty and movement into the music. So that's why the arpeggio is just such a powerful technique. Okay, let's get some practice actually turning triads into arpeggios. So let's play the C major triad in both of our hands like this. Okay, so to actually play the arpeggio, it's quite simple. We just play the root first by itself, and then the third, and then the fifth, and then the third, and then the root, and just repeat that. What we can do is we can actually use the same exercise that we looked at in the previous video with triads to practice arpeggios. So what we did in that exercise was we turned this major triad into an augmented triad by raising the fifth, right? So let's arpeggiate this augmented triad. And then we played the minor triad. Let's arpeggiate this minor triad. And then we played a diminished triad by lowering the fifth. Let's arpeggiate this diminished triad. Now again, this exercise is extremely thorough. We're going through each individual triad on the keyboard and actually arpeggiating it, right? So after C, what we would do then is we would go up to C sharp and do exactly the same thing. So we would start with the C sharp major triad and arpeggiate it, and then arpeggiate the augmented by raising the fifth, and then the minor, and then the diminished by lowering the fifth, and then we go up to D major, D augmented, D minor, D diminished, and so on and so forth. Now, I didn't use a metronome just now, but if you're going to practice this exercise, I definitely do recommend practicing it with a metronome. But yeah, it's extremely thorough. So if you practice this exercise regularly, you will drill all of the triads in their arpeggios, and you will be able to use them more often and more frequently and more naturally in music. And of course, the second way that we can practice arpeggios is by using the same chord scale that we looked at in the previous video, but instead of playing triads, we'll turn them into arpeggios. So this chord scale, again, is founded on the major scale. So you need to know your major scales first before you can actually practice the chord scales on them. We already know our C major scale, so let's look at it there. Okay, the first thing that you would do is just go ahead and play that scale. Right, and then you would play the chord scale. And then what you do is you arpeggiate those triads instead of playing them as chords. So the way that you would do this is that you start on the root and then play the third and then the fifth and then the third. But instead of going back to the root of that first chord, you're going to play the root of the second chord, which in this case is D minor. And then it would be E minor, then F major, then G major, then A minor, B diminished, C, right? And then to go all the way back down, you would start on the 5th of these triads, right? And go to the 3rd, and then go to the 5th of the next chord, B diminished, 5th of A minor, the 5th of G major, the 5th of F major, the 5th of E minor, D minor, C. So that is the exercise. Now, by doing this exercise, we are really practicing and unlocking the key of C major, right? We talked about in the scales video how every major key has its own magic and geography. Well, this exercise right here is actually really starting to tap into that magic and starting to figure out how we can navigate that geography. And on that note, to really unlock the keyboard and unlock all of the 12 keys, you would do this exercise in all of the 12 keys. We'll look at one more example just to demonstrate this further. Let's pick the key of G major. Okay, so first you would play the G major scale. Now, I don't have a metronome here, but I do encourage you to actually practice this exercise with a metronome. So hopefully you can actually start to see why scales are so powerful, because scales are the foundation of these exercises, right? So then we will play the G major chord scale. And then, of course, you would arpeggiate those triads. So hopefully you can start to see that there's a reason why at the start of this module I said that if I was to give only one module from this course, it would be this one, right? This is Unlock the Keyboard. This is literally how you unlock all of the chords that you can actually use to play music and compose music and perform music, right? It's how you unlock your fingers to actually play music smoothly and beautifully. It's how you unlock the hands and hand independence so that you can actually play both hands together at the same time. I mean, literally everything is in this module. Like, it's everything that you need to know boiled down to one module. Okay, so I really do hope that you actually practice these exercises, because if you do, you will unlock the keyboard. If you show up and practice these exercises regularly for a whole year, look, there's no reality in which you would not be able to play the keyboard and play songs and make your own songs and produce and stuff like that. It's really all in the basics. I cannot stress it enough, and I really hope that you can see why they are so important and why they're so powerful. And if you're still not convinced, let me play a little piece of music to you using only the material that we've looked at in this module. So what I just played was literally just a series of triads and arpeggios, right? I started with this E minor chord, and in the left hand I had an arpeggio, right? 1, 3, 5, 3, and then I did exactly the same thing on this C major chord, and then A minor, and then B major, right? And I just repeat that, right? And here I'm playing an inversion of this same B major chord, right? I'm playing it in second inversion, right? Because the 5th is on the bottom, okay? And then what I play is just arpeggios, right? I double the speed of the arpeggio in the left hand, like this. And in the right hand, I'm playing these 4-chord arpeggios, right? So I'm basically taking these same triads that we already have, and I'm making them 4-note chords, and I'm just arpeggiating these chords down, right? right? So I'm starting from the top and I'm going down the chord, and then I do the same thing for C major, and then A minor, and then B major, right? And so with the left hand, also, one more thing, you might notice that I'm also adding a little bit of dynamics and articulation, right? We looked at accents when we were talking about finger dexterity. Well, when I start playing these arpeggios, I'm accenting that top note like that, right? Right, so that's another basic that we looked at, right? So I'm not even joking here that if you practice this material, you can play music like that. All you need to know then is just how to string different chords together, and you're good to go. You can literally do everything. You can compose music, you can produce music, you can perform music. You can do everything. I'm not joking here, man. Like, this is a revelation. This is literally like a revelation. It took me years and years and years on my own music journey to actually realize that everything is just basics. Like, I was constantly looking further, and this is something that a lot of people do and a lot of musicians do, is that we look so far ahead for like the advanced material. Like, what are the secrets? What are the advanced things that we need to know to actually make good music? No, that's wrong. You gotta master the basics, because everything is just basics stacked on basics. Like, literally the most advanced playing is just an extreme mastery of the basics and different basics strung together in really unique and creative ways. So that is to say, if you practice the basics, then you're golden. You have everything you need. You literally have everything you need. So, that is to say, definitely practice these basics, okay? So anyway, those are all of the basics, right? Let's just quickly recap what they are. We have our two foundational basics, finger dexterity and hand independence. And then we have our two building block basics, tones and semitones and intervals. And then we have our three primary basics, scales, triads, and arpeggios. As I promised, we're going to revisit hand independence just briefly in the next video, because you need to have hand independence. Otherwise, you can't play something like what I just played using the basics, right? So we're going to look at that, and then that's pretty much the end of the module. So yeah, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to the 10th video in this 4th module. So as I promised, we were just going to revisit hand independence one more time using some of the material that we looked at in this module, because you don't want to be practicing the 5-note scale all day, okay? So yeah. Now I'm going to try keep this video concise, so we're just going to get to the exercises. But one thing I'll say is that there are some exercises that we can practice which actually tackle multiple things at the same time, okay? So the more exercises like this that you can find and practice, the better, because you will make the most out of the time that you have to practice, right? Especially if you have less time to practice. Let's say you only have like 5 or 10 minutes a day, then working on these exercises that target multiple areas is definitely the best way to spend that time. And what we're going to look at now is a good example of one of those exercises that you can definitely practice if you're still working on getting that hand independence down. Okay, so with these hand independence exercises, they're very similar to the previous ones in that we alternate the hands and we play different rhythms in the hands. So the first exercise uses the chord scale, where we're going to play triads, but we're going to play different rhythms of these triads. One hand is going to be slow and the other hand is going to be fast, right? So we'll start with the left hand being the fast hand, right? So it will play this first triad 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. And within those 4 times, the slow hand is going to play twice. 1, 2. Right? And then we move to the next triad, which is D minor in this chord scale, and the hands will alternate. Right? So now the right hand is going to be the fast hand, and then the left hand is going to be the slow hand. And then they swap. And then you just go up like this. And then of course you make your way back down. Now this is much more challenging than the previous hand independence exercise because we're alternating the hands at a much quicker rate, right? You have to really think actively when you're practicing this exercise, right? Because you're constantly switching up what the hands are doing, but that's really training that muscle of actually being able to split the hands and like have them actually do different things at the same time. So that's the first exercise. And then the next exercise is essentially the same thing, but we take it to the next level by adding arpeggios, right? So in this exercise, one hand is going to play a triad and the other hand is going to play an arpeggio, right? So let's start with the left hand playing the triad and the right hand playing the arpeggio, right? And then we move to D minor and the hands alternate. Like this. Make your way up like this. Right? And then of course make your way back down. And in this instance, we're just holding the triad for the duration of the arpeggio. But what if you were to also play two triads like this? Make your way back down. Yeah, so those are the exercises. These might require very active thinking. You need to be very present with these, especially if you're finding them difficult. But yeah, they also train triads and arpeggios and the chord scales, which is very handy as well. So yeah. But yeah, that's the end of the video. I'll see you in the next one to wrap everything up. Okay, welcome to the 11th and final video in this 4th module. Congratulations on making it to the end of this module. This was an absolute monster. I hope that it wasn't too overwhelming. So my original plan for the end of this module was that I was going to provide you with a very precise and exact and strict practice routine that you could implement every single day, and it was going to break down all of the exercises into time chunks and all of that. And I have actually decided against that. I don't think that's such a great idea anymore. My idea and philosophy around practicing the keyboard and the piano is constantly evolving. And the way that I think about practicing and actually learning to play the piano and keyboard now is that if you're just starting out, your absolute number one top priority should be having fun on this instrument. So I think that if I was to prescribe to you a practice routine that's extremely strict and disciplined, you might actually develop the wrong connotation and idea of the piano and the keyboard, and you might see it as more of this like thing that you've got to do and you've got to practice, and it's more of a chore, right? And I've been trying to fight against that in this whole course. That's why I also invented throwing fingers for this course, because that's how we can start to take this material and we can, you know, have more fun with it. That's the idea, right? Of course, when it comes to learning and practicing an instrument, there is a balance that we have to make. Yes, you definitely need to practice consistently to actually get good at the instrument, right? And you need to practice the basics to build a really solid foundation. That's definitely a thing. But at the same time, you also need to prioritize your fun. We can never compromise on this element of music. If you're not having fun on the keyboard or the piano, just stop what you're doing. Like it has to be fun. Otherwise, it's just you're missing the point, right? It has to be fun. That needs to be your priority. And so that's why I decided to not give you a practice plan at the end of this module, so that you wouldn't be stuck in this idea of the piano or the keyboard being this like thing that you have to be disciplined for, and you have to be consistent, and I have to show up and I have to practice the basics every day, you know, scales, finger exercises, this, that, and the other, right? Like, yeah, basically my point here is that yes, of course that's important and you should practice it, and that's how you unlock the keyboard, but make sure that you're having fun, okay? That's all I'll say. But you might be like me, and you might actually want to have a very strict and clear practice schedule to follow, right? I'm not going to provide it, but what I am going to provide is like a guideline for practice, right? So this is what I will say to you. Our new practice plan is to practice 30 minutes every day. We're going to throw away the previous one, which we established in the foundations module, which was to practice 10 minutes a day, right? So we're graduating from 10 minutes a day to 30 minutes a day, right? And this is how we're going to break up our practice schedule. We're going to do 5 minutes of finger exercises, 5 minutes of scales, 5 minutes of triads, and 5 minutes of arpeggios. And that makes 20 minutes, right? So that's 20 minutes of basics training every day, which is extremely solid. Now, also, if you don't have hand independence down yet, definitely add 5 minutes of hand independence, right? So that would make 25 minutes. And then, of course, the next 10 minutes is throwing fingers. Okay, so you want to take all of these things that we've looked at and you want to just have fun with them and do whatever you want with them. Explore the keyboard with them. See how you can bend them. See how you can break them, right? This is throwing fingers. Definitely do that for like 10 minutes in your practice routine. And this is actually how you can start to apply the basics, right? And see how you can apply them. Try combining different basics. You know, have one type of basic here, one here, and just do whatever you want, okay? So yeah, this is like a 30-minute practice plan. If you're practicing hand independence, you might only have like 5 minutes for throwing fingers. But yeah, 30 minutes every day. And if you were to follow this plan consistently every single day, then you will definitely unlock the keyboard within the span of like 1 month or 2 months or 3 months. And if you do it for a whole year, then you will have built the most solid foundation that you can continue to build upon for the rest of your life and for the rest of your music journey. Yeah, so that's the end of the module. Yeah, geez, I can't believe we've literally made it to the end of module 4. Don't forget that we still have 4 more modules in this course. We're only halfway. Far out, we're only halfway. In the next module, we're going to be looking at tunes. We're going to be looking at songs, right? So that is where we can actually start to really apply these basics in a very practical way to actually play music, right? And that's the whole goal. So definitely stick around for the next module, and yeah, I'll see you there.